His Excellency, Vice President Kashim Shettima, GCON, representing Mr. President. His Excellency Babagana Kingibe, GCON, former Ambassador, former SGF, former elected Vice President, Your Excellency the Governors, Your Excellency the Governors, the Head of Service, members for the commitment and determination of ordinary Nigerian citizens who stood strong in the face of military oppression, brutality, and rights denial. These Nigerians were led by some of the elites. The June 12 struggle was a watershed as millions of our countrymen and women poured out on the streets from Lagos to Ilorin, Kaduna to Kano, Ibadan to Makurdi, Bauchi to Jos, Port Harcourt to Enugu, from the towns and villages to cry for democracy and just governance coalesced into a movement. That is the June 12 movement. That movement gave birth to the new democratic journey. We are here today because many fought, many died. Some survived. Many were brutalized. Many disappeared. Many lost limbs. Many were imprisoned. Many gave up all their resources, and many never recovered. To all of them, we owe well as a patriot to the core. As a key figure in Nigeria's struggle for democracy, Bola Ahmed Tinubu indeed faced challenges and made sacrifices in pursuit of democratic governance. His efforts contributed to the country's transition to democracy, and his commitment to democratic principles have been notable. He has embarked on an unprecedented journey to re-engineer Nigeria and put it on the right footing. He is tackling challenges with respect to the economy and development of nationhood, as well as building the needed infrastructure for rapid development. He has also instituted relevant reforms where needed. In 2 years, the impact of these reforms are quite visible. Strong indicators abound to show Nigeria is on the right track. Our keynote speaker today is Professor Sam Egu, a scholar of international standing, who will help us navigate this theme and interrogate the necessity of reforms in a democracy. A panel discussion will follow to marinate the theme further and make it relatable. On this Democracy Day celebration, I urge all of us to rededicate ourselves to the ideals of nation building and the rule of law. I urge us to continue to support Mr. President as he leads Nigeria with purpose and determination. Nigeria, and congratulations for expanding the frontiers of the APC. And to the various cadres of our party, we say, don't look back. Better days are ahead of us. And to the great Nigerian youth, the future is yours. Let's build it together. Thank you very much.
His Excellency, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, delivering a warm welcome address on this very important day for Nigeria, a kaleidoscope of what Nigeria is, our geographical regions, and the beauty of the nation, and a salute to the foot soldiers of Nigeria's democracy, to include His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a president who is truly in a hurry to leave Nigeria better than he found it. Let's give a round of applause again to the SGF. Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, when I grow up, I would like to be a professor. But the man of the moment who will do the honors to the keynote address today is a man of unflappable credentials, cerebral and forward-looking. Permit me, sir, to read a short biodata of this gentleman who will deliver a historical keynote address on a day such as this. Professor Samuel Egu is a professor of political economy in the Department of Political Science, University of Jos, North Central Nigeria. He has spent the better part of his adult life as a scholar, researcher, and teacher since joining the services of the University of Jos in April of 1986. Professor Egu received his bachelor honors in political science in the second-class upper division from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, in 1982, and received both the master's and doctoral degrees in political economy and development studies from the University of Jos. Early in his academic career, he won a number of fellowships. These include the West African Research Association, spent at Northwestern University, Evanston, Chicago, in the United States, the Fellowship of the Center for Advanced Social Science, Port Harcourt, and the Nordic Africa Institute, Uppsala, Sweden, as guest researcher. He has published extensively in local and international journals and has published books and over 80 chapters in books. Professor Samuel Egu is a member of many professional associations, including the membership of the Nigerian Political Science Association and the African Association of Political Science, and served as president, Nigerian Political Science Association. He has held a number of positions, including team lead, governance and peace building, UNDP Nigeria Country Office, support to the coordination of the Joint Donor Basket Fund and the successor project, Democratic Governance Development, Kogi State Delegate to the 2014 National Conference. He served on the Committee on Devolution of Power, convener Citizens Forum for Constitutional Reform. He presently serves as the Resident Electoral Commissioner of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Benue State, and previously served in this capacity in Niger State. Please give a warm democratic welcome to Professor Samuel Egu as he makes his way to deliver today's. There you hear it, all his university people are making great. My brother and friend, Professor Samuel Egu, welcome.
Thank you. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, who is not physically present, and the Vice President, who is representing him, the SGF, and other government officials who are present. I don't want to ridicule myself by going through a protocol list that I cannot manage well. I therefore want to skip that and go to my presentation. I think the SGF's address captures all that one can say about the importance of today, so I won't do that. But I would like to tell or speak to three important issues about democracy before I go to the presentation, and I'll be very rapid. I won't take a lot of our time. The first one is that everything about democracy is about struggle, it's about contestation. And I think the fact that citizens of this country fought consistently to revalidate June 12th, and to also insist that we need to set aside and make it Democracy Day, points to that element of struggle. But I think of democracy in terms of contestation around its meaning, around its practice. And if you look at the unilinear journey, there is nothing to suggest that you can move rapidly and smoothly from point A to the last point. Democracy itself is challenged by internal contradictions. In fact, if you read the literature today, they're actually talking about the contraction of democracy. The kind of enthusiasm we had in the early 90s has waned. People are now talking about democratic backsliding. And I think we need to guard our democracy. Let us not assume that it will progress on a smooth journey. And so this is why vigilance is important. I miss the fact that the president himself is not here today physically, but he will hear this story. For me, the most defining moment for Nigeria's democracy, going back to 1999, happened in 2003, when one of the major parties in this country became so comfortable that said it will rule this country for 60 years. But what the president did, which I want to speak to, is what happened in the 2003 general election, when the AD, the Alliance for Democracy, was uprooted from all the states in the Southwest, with the exception of Lagos. And I said to myself, if Lagos gave way in that year's election, democracy would have died before now, because it is Lagos standing still and the then governor using that survivor to rebuild the party, then move to another party, and then reinvigorate that party in the Southwest. That was a singular factor that preserved multi-party politics at that time. And I think he will remember this, that it was a great service to democracy. Your Excellency, the Vice President, I won't spend a lot of time, and there are 3 objectives that I'm going to speak to in this presentation. The first one, I'll focus on and pay attention to key progress that we have made in our electoral democracy since 1999. The second one, I will highlight the struggle of democratic governance with the twin challenge of national development and nation building since 1999. In fact, my own understanding that the 2 most tragic failures of post-colonial Nigeria is a failure of development and nation building. How has this democracy struggled with it? The third one, I will simply outline the key economic and governance reforms that are needed to consolidate this democracy. I then move to the general introduction of my presentation. I'll start by saying that we don't have debates in this country about what we want to achieve as a country. The ruling elite of this country, military, civilian, already have a consensus on what is national development. And if you want to understand, go back to the second National Development Plan document that spoke very well about the need to create a just and egalitarian society, a land of brightness and opportunity for its citizens, a great and dynamic economy, a free and democratic society, a just and self-reliant nation. If you put this together, what it tells us is that our country is supposed to be built as a social democratic society where equality of citizens is guaranteed. And that is why the Chapter 2 of the 1979 and the 1999 Constitution are very clear. The chapter that talks about fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy. If you read the chapter 2 of our Constitution, what it envisions is the realization of what I call social citizenship. And for me, that chapter is more important than chapter 5 on fundamental human rights. Because if you don't have access to opportunities and be able to do one or two things, chapter 5 becomes meaningless. And I think we need to bear this in mind. And that is why, until the mid-1980s, when structural adjustment program was introduced, this country ran as a state-led process of capitalist modernization. But we have done that. Market reform took over in 1986, and we have remained with market reform. And I think for good reasons. For those who have read that era of state-led process of modernization, you could see elements of waste, you could see corruption, you could see government inefficiency, and you can see entrenchment of patronage politics. These things are well documented. I don't need to go over them. But if you review the SAP era, you will agree with me that it didn't help many African economies, including our own, where industries disappeared, where the value of the domestic currency became thoroughly weakened, and so on and so forth. And Nigerians, like other African countries, in that context of wanting to transit from that economy or society where government held everybody down, decided to support democratization. And that is why we have been in democracy since 1999. But I think there are other issues I want to draw attention to, and that I will just take the last one, and that is the whole problem of absence of national unity and integration. It doesn't matter to people, what it means to be a Nigerian. A pan-Nigerian identity is lacking. People talk about their ethnicity. Sometimes they talk of their indigeneity. But let us remember that all these things are about political exploitation of our differences. We need to live the spirit of one Nigeria that is focused to be a leading country in Africa in this century. Mr. Vice President, having said this, I'll simply talk about democracy since 1999. There are a few things I want to point to. Regardless of theoretical positions about democracy, democracy has a simple meaning. It presupposes the type of government or political system ruled by citizens. And democracy is underpinned by certain non-negotiable values. And this includes substantial individual freedom of belief and opinion, the right of all adult citizens to vote and to run for public office, genuine openness and competition in the electoral arena. There are many more that I don't want to go into. Now, if you look at democracy, election is a key marker, and I think we have done well since 1999. Particularly since the electoral cycle of 2007, when, even before results are collated, the president is announced. I think there has been a lot of improvements in our election. We have seen alternation of power since 2010 at the national level, and many cases of alternation of power at subnational level. We have seen peaceful transfer of power, because this is exactly what democracy needs to do for Africa, because that's where the African crisis begins. Once you have tight leaders that don't want to go. So democracy in this country has brought about respect for tenure of office. And I know they fight in 2007 when Nigerians said, no, there must be respect for that constitutional limit, to terms of office. At the same time, I think we have made progress, but there are also challenges. And if you talk to Nigerians, they talk a lot about the deficit and lack of public trust in our electoral process. Sections of the political class and civil society are very, very bitter that this is not the type of electoral democracy we need. But I said, particularly with respect to the 2023 general election that has been taken to the cleaners, that there are many things we forget to understand about that election. And what is that? That election, for the first time, resulted in the most diverse parliament. In that election, about 5 governors were stopped from going to Senate. In that election, there were many successful cases of mandate protection across the country. In that election, technology did a lot in terms of intervention. So that even as we complain about 2023, we need to realize that democracy is a journey and that we have not done badly and there is room for improvement. Now, one of the things that Nigerians have never debated, and I simply want to raise it, but I won't discuss it, and that is the fact that we are practicing the type of democracy that is called liberal democracy. And this type of democracy has become a global project. That is why the IMF and the World Bank, that's the one they are driving, that's the one they are supporting. This democracy has a major weakness because it's really not about democratic accountability to citizens. And that is why, for a democracy of this type to work, you need a very strong civil society, you need citizens, and so on and so forth. But a time will come that we need to debate the type of democracy we need as a country. Now, the overall consequence of what democracy has not been able to complete with the task of development is what you see in the big human security problem of this country. A section of my paper has actually outlined those. Because I don't want to waste time, I will simply mention a few of them. How come that a country so endowed with resources, with human capacity, and with good people will today have the largest deposit of poorest people? Is something we need to think through. This country has been declared the poverty capital of the world. This is something that I think is not good for us. And we have less population than China and India. And then look at the percentage of people that are in extreme poverty. Look at fragile state index and all other key indicators of development. We are not doing well. And that is why we need to reinforce our democracy so that we can address these challenges. And my point is that all the problems I've outlined are not problems you can attribute to the regime in power today. It's a cumulative consequence of the failure of post-colonial life. And all of us must feel guilty because we haven't done what we need to do to address the key challenge of development. And for me, to go forward, what we need is paradigm change in terms of governance, in terms of our democratic politics, and in terms of statecraft. But also, more importantly, we must address frontally the question of economic reform. And that is where I get to the third part of my presentation. And I think I'm more than halfway through into my presentation. So endure me a little. Now, in May 2023, the president of this country announced the removal of fuel subsidy. That was quickly followed by the unification of Naira's exchange rates with the major currencies of the world. Now, I read the Afrobarometer report on this. An Afrobarometer says that a large majority of Nigerians disapprove of the government decision to remove fuel subsidies, with more than half calling for their reinstatement, even though at the expense of other key sectors, such as health and education. But the point is, when it comes to dealing with this problem, it is not about populist gestures. What you require is courageous decision-making, bearing in mind the trade-offs that are involved. So, the point is that there was no way, if you were realistic, that you will continue, particularly when you are privy to reports on the corruption that has attended to fuel subsidy regime in this country, and the fact that the target people don't even get to benefit from subsidy. But we must be able to confront corruption at another level, because even countries that tell us to remove subsidy give subsidy. They give subsidy. But that's not the real point I want to make. My point is, yes, these two policies have done a lot in terms of increasing the cost of living for many Nigerians, especially the low-income households. And of course, it has driven inflation primarily by escalating food and fuel prices, and foreign exchange volatility was also a key problem at the beginning, but this is stabilizing. Now, we have seen a lot of positive outcome from the reform. So even if you were an extreme critic of the reform 2 years ago, you need to be a bit sober, and I'm relying on government official statistics about what has happened in the context of the twin reform that we are dealing with. I won't go into the detail, but we have seen growth in the economy. And without growth, you can't tackle poverty. Growth is good. The problem with growth is when it is not inclusive. So once you are achieving growth, you have crossed the first bridge. The second bridge is how to make this growth inclusive. How can you address the problem of poverty? These are the kind of things that you then, and that is why I think a lot has been done. In the last 2 years, we have heard about reviving scholarship for students. I went to school in my days on government scholarship, but it disappeared. So this is becoming something that I think we need to support and introduce transparency into that process, because it will solve problems, particularly for people who came from my type of family background. We have also seen remarkable impacts of deregulation in terms of making money available to support poor households. I'm talking about what we have achieved in terms of national cash transfer program in the last 2 years. We have seen in health and social welfare benefit accruing to Nigerians, revitalization of primary health care centers, women are enjoying free access to cesarean operations. We have seen economic diversification in this country, with non-oil exports accounting for a huge part of government revenue. We have seen wage reform. I see youth corpers, they are now earning 77,000 per month. And my son, who entered camp today, will also enjoy. So I'm very happy about that. And you can go on and talk about the benefits of the reform. So the problem is not that we have reform, but it is to be careful. You know, I studied the World Bank, I studied the IMF, and they have a language about reform that is very sexy. They kept on telling us that post-colonial Africa made a choice between two roads, one wide, smooth, but leads to disaster. and that there's a narrow road full of thorns and leads to eternal life. If you are familiar with the Bible, you know exactly where this is coming from. So they said, Africans chose that wide road, and that's why we entered political perdition. So they now tell us to choose that road that is narrow and thorny, because there's life, or, we win at the end of the tunnel. It is very interesting to do reform. It is interesting to ensure that government doesn't carry a burden that it's not supposed to carry. But we need, as a country, to strike a delicate balance between the neoliberal agenda and economic nationalism. It is important to listen to the advice of the bank and the fund, but at the same time, stick to those things that will lead to national redemption. You need to think more about obligation to your citizens and loyalty to your citizens. And I think this is where the commitment of the president, that by the time I leave, everybody will enjoy the benefits of change. That is why it is something we need to stand on, and that is something we need to put more pressure on him to deliver, because that is the only way we can strike a balance between the neoliberal agenda and the dictates of national economic survival. And I'm so convinced that the president has this kind of image, to leave a legacy for himself. And that's why we need to think about what we need to do from now. Yes, I've seen impressive figure in terms of revolution in agriculture, but I think we need to do more for a country, because these are comparative advantage. If Rwanda can depend on foreign exchange from agriculture, we are in a better position to do this. And I think the president's effort in terms of combating insecurity, and I saw the impressive statistics about that. If you don't do that and focus on that, our local farmers may not be able to enter their farms. The Minister of Information comes from Niger. Some of the things I read while I was in Niger was very frightening, that farmers have to pay a fee to bandits, and they give them receipt for payment before they can enter their farm. You cannot win the battle against food insecurity. And I think this is something we need to support, and also do so with little consideration for the rights of those who are driving insecurity. That is where I differ. And I think we need aggressive industrialization in this country. The government is doing well in terms of tax reform. This is impressive. Nobody thought about this. The fact that there are multiple taxations in this country has driven away many people. But when you do industrialization, revive the basic industries, you can actually provide employment and take millions of people out of poverty. Then tax reform will yield higher return from a production-based economy. I'm getting to the end of my presentation, Mr. Vice President. I just want to say that, yes, we are a federal polity, and in the name of federalism, states claim autonomy. The president did well with the local government reform. When I go back to the 1976 local government reform document that tells us that we need genuine local government that can be a learning school for politicians, that can undertake key development activities which are lined up in the Constitution. I then say, why did we allow local governments to disappear? So reviving local governments and giving them autonomy is good. But I think we can move beyond that to support a program of local governance, which is more than functional local governments. Where you need to create real partnership between local government institutions, civil society and community people, and the state governments to put money into one basket to drive development, which they can all, co-supervise and ensure accountability. I think we need this. I'm also worried that, yes, if you look at the 36 states in the country. There are pockets of government effectiveness, but there are many states where governance does not happen. You can't develop a country. It's not the responsibility of the federal government alone. And we need to leverage on the strength of federalism and intergovernmental relations to connect the three levels of government to drive development. And if you do not do that, the state assemblies cannot even checkmate the governor. And that is why I think the president of this country needs to put all his weight behind autonomy for state assemblies in the ongoing constitutional reform agenda, because that will change the narrative of governance at subnational level. I think this is something we shouldn't play with. I read impressive story about what the EFCC has done in terms of anti-corruption, and I think the kind of money they have collected back from those who stole is more than what had happened in previous years. That is good. And there's one phenomenal example of one individual that had 753 duplexes, units of duplexes, which the EFCC has already collected back. This is impressive. But we need more than that. What we need is a comprehensive anti-corruption program that brings citizens, civil society, and those institutions together, while we focus on reforming those institutions and creating more capacity for them to do their work. 2 minutes, I'll go away. As I said, we need to safeguard our democracy. I am reading the book by David Runciman, How Democracy Ends. And I'm seeing Trump and the far right in Germany challenging the basic tenets of democracy. It's a warning sign that we do everything possible to safeguard our democracy. That's why we are celebrating. We need to support economic growth, but we need a reform agenda that helps us to be more equitable society. But more importantly, I want the president and his cabinet and those who are ruling this country to go back to the commitment they made in the APC agenda. That is a very, very powerful document that looks like being lifted from Chapter 2 of the Constitution. If we do that and drive governance and reform, this country will be a different country altogether. I thank all of you.
Your Excellency, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of my greatest difficulties on this job is to present a man who is on his trajectory with a 2 minutes end to his work. But we all know that Professor Sam Egu delivered on all fronts and did his nation proud. He has spoken about the reforms and how needed they are. He has spoken about the importance of addressing properly the issue of economic reform, the benefits of reform, and explicates the meaning of reform and also breaks down economic growth. He has also gone to look at itemization of what Mr. President and his team have been doing in the last couple of years to make Nigeria a much better place. Let's give a round of applause to Professor Sam Egu, who has delivered today's 26th Democracy Anniversary Public Lecture. We truly thank you for your keynote and for your insights. It's at this point, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that it will be time for us to go to the panel. And because we are running for time, the day is fast spent, we're going to ask our moderator, whom I'm going to introduce, to spend only 20 minutes in total doing this panel session. Our moderator is a news anchor. She is a State House correspondent for Arise News. She is host of the prime time news program News Night. She has a master's degree in mass communication and a multimedia journalist. Her feet touching print, radio, and television. She has attended trainings at BBC, VOA, and some of the finest institutions in the world. She's named one of the top 50 women changing journalism's face across Nigeria. Please help me welcome Adesua Moran, who is our moderator for today as she makes her way up. Looking lovely in all one of the Nigerian colors in her very, very green outfit. Welcome, Adesua. So, we're going to test her management of time. 20 minutes.
Great. Ably represented here by his Vice President, Kashim Shettima, GCON. Your Excellency, with your permission, I would like to stand on all duly established protocols. As you see, the excellent MC, Madam Eugenia Abu, has put me on the spot to spend only 20 minutes. Good evening, everybody, and happy Democracy Day. Today, as we mark Democracy Day, we are ably represented here by his Vice President, Kashim Shettima, GCON. Your Excellency, with your permission, I would like to stand on all duly established protocols. As you see, the excellent MC, Madam Eugenia Abu, has put me on the spot to spend only 20 minutes. Good evening, everybody, and happy Democracy Day. Today, as we mark Democracy Day, we are reminded of how far we have come as a country. 7 election cycles, uninterrupted, peaceful transfer of powers, and most importantly, a resilient democratic spirit. A round of applause for Nigeria and Nigerians. But as has been established earlier by the able, distinguished Professor Egu, democracy is not just about ballots and elections. It is about governance that matters, inclusion that works, and the results that the people feel in their daily lives. And that is why this conversation is very timely today. The title of this panel is Delivering Democracy, Reform, Responsibility, and Results. And at the heart of that delivery is not politics or policy. It is the people. So how do we ensure that all of these great reforms that are driven by the Bola Tinubu-led administration are truly felt by the people, even to the grassroots, the most remote places of our great country, Nigeria? Our conversation this evening will help unpack some of the challenges highlighted by the professor, but to also explore enduring solutions. And to help me do that, please welcome with me, in no particular order, my distinguished panel of leaders and thinkers in their various fields. Oluwamiseun Olufemi White is a distinguished lawyer and financier operating at the nexus of finance, technology, and sustainable development. As CEO of Alami Capital, she leads high-impact investments that align global standards with local realities across Nigeria's critical sectors. A fellow and scholar at the Harvard University, her research explores innovation, law, and digital sovereignty. She is passionate about reimagining systems for a more just, inclusive, and self-determined African future. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Adesua, for that kind introduction.
Great. Joining our panel is Hansatu Adegbite, a seasoned executive with over 2 decades of leadership across nonprofit, private sector, and public service. She is a trailblazer in women's empowerment, corporate governance, and strategic partnerships. She does have fans in the room. With experience on multiple national and international committees, including the United Nations Women and the Presidential Advisory Council for Women and Girls, Hansatu is a faculty member at leading institutions like NIPS, Pan Atlantic University, and she's the immediate past executive director of Women in Business. Welcome, Hansatu. Our next panelist is a barrister, Ismail Hamed, widely recognized as the face of youth engagement in the APC since 2013. He has served as the party's national youth leader and is a member of the Board of Trustees. He was also special advisor to President Muhammadu Buhari and currently chairs the Governance Subcommittee of President Tinubu's Policy Advisory Council. Ismail is the managing partner at Greenbridge Law Firm and the founder of teachfornigeria.org. It's a voluntary initiative encouraging privileged professionals to teach in public schools. He contested for the Kano Central Senate seat in 2023 and is currently pursuing a PhD in public policy. Please welcome Barrister Ismail Hamed. Well, I must say that this panel is already delivering a form of democracy, gender affirmation. With more women on this panel than men here, it is clear that we are moving from gender affirmation to gender presence. A round of applause, please. Barrister Ahmed, you're blessed amongst women. We don't bite. You're safe. So let me begin. I'll just go around to ask. We know about the reforms of this administration. We've heard from the guest speaker. He did say we have made strides, but there are also challenges. Particularly, he mentioned public trust. So I'm just going to go around the room. How do we move from electoral democracy to one that delivers tangible results to the Nigerian people in their daily lives? Let me begin with you, Hansatu. One reform, if you could hazard, if you could be a part of the President Bola Tinubu's cabinet, not that we are asking for an expanded cabinet, but what would that reform be?
Well, first of all, let me say that in the words of my Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, it is women o'clock. And gender is always on my own agenda. Yeah. And I can also say to you that even our keynote speaker did not touch anything on gender. So that is why it is important to have more women in leadership, because we are the only one that can speak to that. It is important for me to say that even though we are about 50% representation of women in Nigeria, the truth of the matter is that democracy has tried. We are not ungrateful, but men, we have a long way to go. We look at our National Assembly, we're still struggling with 3.8 and 3.7% of women, both in the Senate and the House of Representatives, and only 5% in the state legislative. Now, we are not, I'm very happy that our head of service is here. We celebrate the fact that our head of service is a woman doing great reforms. And we do have less than 15% of our permanent secretaries that are women, even though we have a workforce of about 54% in the Federal Civil Service. And I'm very happy to see that our permanent secretary of finance and, of course, of women affairs are women, because gender-responsive budgeting is very key, and we're coming there. But having said all of this, it is not all gloom and doom. We know that there have been a number of reforms, obviously, the not too young to run and the electoral reforms. But at the end of the day, I think what the women of Nigeria are saying is that we just want to help you in moving this nation forward. The men, you have done it yourselves for so long.
Okay.
And we know where we are. We have not gotten there yet. The soul of Nigeria and Africa is crying to be nurtured by women. And so we're saying, let us help you.
Okay.
And for most of the men that we say, these women have come again with their gender agenda. don't allow God to hear your prayer and carry all the women out of this world, because you know that a lot of you will not survive 2 weeks without women. So
thank you very much.
I will just leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Hansatu. So Hansatu feels that more women in governance is that reform to deliver on democracy to the people. Barrister, let me come to you. Obviously, I'm sure you might have a different opinion. What's that one reform that would deliver democratic governance to the Nigerian people for them to feel in their daily lives?
Good evening. Well, I think I can't say if I know any one particular reform that can take care of this problem. What I can say, however, is this administration has done something that other administrations have been unable to do or have found ways to do it, but they couldn't do it, which is autonomy to the local government. Now, how did they do that? Instead of going through the legal process and making it long and unwinding, the president instructed his attorney general to go straight to the Supreme Court for interpretation because it's a matter of the Constitution. Now, that has been done on paper. What is left is for it to be done operationally, because we all know the president, the vice president, so many people sitting here, the secretary to the government of the federation, they were all governors at one time. There is simply no process at state level. Whatever the governor wants, the governor does, the governor gets. And I remember a governor that became a minister during Buhari administration, and the first trip he took, his colleagues, his staff that came with him to the government, to the ministry, were told to retire a fund of 5 million naira they were given. They couldn't believe it. They said, what is return? What is retire again? They didn't understand. They said, we used to pack money in our suitcases and we move, and there's nobody that asks us to retire. So if there is one reform, I think this government has already done it. The local government, there has to be an autonomy, there has to be life, there has to be activities at the local government for anything to be felt, so that people would have a responsive leadership at the local level. And number two, I think this is very important, the leadership recruitment model that we have in politics, almost like in Nigeria, politics is the only profession that requires no qualification. Anybody who has a nuisance value of whatever kind can just jump in and be a leader. Politics is a serious business because it leads to leadership, so I think the leadership recruitment model should have serious criteria. I can understand when the Constitution was written. I can understand when the Constitution was written of 1999. It was copied in 1979. It was just 19 years after our independence. But now, Mr. Vice President, we're 65 years old. We can no longer accept just school leaving certificate or its equivalent as a reason to be a president. Thank you very much.
Barrister Ahmed, a reminder again, he's pursuing a PhD, so you can imagine. I wonder how we'll get rid of the nuisance value you talk about, but thank you so much. I asked for one reform, he gave two. Let me come to you, Oluwemichel. How do you think we can practically, involve the people? The people seem to feel neglected in some form, despite what the government does. How do we include them?
Thank you so much for that question, Adesua. I think one of the first steps is to reimagine where we see people to be gathered in. So we need to take the messages that we have, put them in the forms that people want to hear them in, and take them to the places that they are. For a lot of young people in my generation, we're not happy with just showing up on election day to cast our vote. We want to be a part of the systems that create these election cycles. We want to be a part of the systems that create these reforms and design them. So we want things like technology fellowships led by our state governments. We want to be a part of the various monitoring and delivery dashboards that are being created. For example, the Ministry of Youth has done wonderfully. Today, as a young person or anybody in this nation, you can go online and track every single youth initiative that this government is doing, and you can see where they're located, the local government areas, the states that they're in. These are the sorts of measures that I think we can continue to take to bring governance closer to young people.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Oluwamisho. I'll come back to you, Hansa, too. When Barrister Ahmed was speaking, he talked about local government. And I did hear Oluwamisho also mention local government and state governments. So it's not, there seems to be so much concentration at the center. But let's break this next round of conversation into themes. And I'd like us to begin with the economic reforms and the people. Economic reforms are necessary, but they are tough. How do we balance these bold reforms with the need for social protection so that growth doesn't deepen inequality?
I think the Ministry of Women Affairs are already ahead of us. We have the National Women Economic Empowerment Policy. The only thing we now need to do is implement and institutionalize it across the nation. When you look at wealth creation, for example, we do recognize that less than 1% of all public procurement goes to women-owned businesses. And globally, Nigeria is already known to have the highest number of female entrepreneurs. And so with that divide, if we institutionalize also affirmative procurement policies, what that means is that at least 30% of government contracts, public sector, even private sector, should go to women-owned businesses. There is no way it will not cascade into the rural communities. And I think some of the state governments in the past and even currently have done something excellently well in terms of where you have a male chairman, you have a female vice, and vice versa.
Yeah.
And that has worked excellently well in a number of the states. So those for me would be my own contributions. Thank you.
Barrister, let me bring it back to you. I like that you highlighted the point about the state governments and the state governors as well as the local. But when these reforms are carried out, people feel that it begins and ends with the federal government, with the president, because they feel the toughest decisions are taken from the top. Now, how do you explain, do you think there's a better way to explain these policies beyond what is being done currently, that they are tough, but they are necessary? Do you think we can cascade that down better?
Yes, I think people you see, reforms, economic reforms or economic decisions or policies are usually that are sound, are usually politically unpopular because they are tough. So the people that have the responsibility of explaining to the general public or to the citizens, much more than the appointees of the government, are the people who are elected by the people. The president and vice president, you need to move around the country and talk to people directly. When people are going through pains, they want to hear from the people that they cast their votes for. That cascades to a large extent. So you can't reform are necessary, but they have to come with empathy. What does empathy mean? I feel your pains. I understand what you are going through. The moment people understand the why, then it is okay for them to go through the how. But that has to be done by elected officials, governors, president, vice president, members of National Assembly. So it has to be more than just talking in Abuja or Lagos or policy hubs. It has to cascade. Policy prescriptions are usually technical. You need to break it down. That's why you need politicians to come in to be able to speak to people to carry the message downward. That's the most important.
But then, doesn't that put more responsibility back on the president and the vice president, the federal? What happens
no, not necessarily.
Subnational government. How do we strengthen subnational government?
Subnational government, like I said, there are a lot of people that just look, because right now I heard a governor, I think about 3 weeks ago, that was explaining to his people that I didn't remove fuel subsidy. What you are going through is as a result of the federal government decision. You know, that's not right, because he has gotten more money as a result of that. He's not telling them that part. But you see, engagement is what democracy is all about. There have to be people at every level that would have to keep people in power in check. Unfortunately, you have more of that at the national level. The civic societies are more responsive at the national level. The media are more responsive at the national level. And they let the subnationals get away with a lot of things. We in Kano, we are not allowing our subnational to get away. Well, maybe because he's in a different political party, but we put our eyes on on him as much as we can.
Okay, great. Let me come to your space, which is tech and the future, the voice of the youth. How can we use digital tools and tech to bridge the gap between citizens and their governments? Is it possible? Are we doing that enough?
So I gave an example of this dashboard that allows you to essentially see in real time every single project that is happening in this country aimed at young people. Mm-hmm. That is a feat that this country has never seen and that this government has taken. That is an example of how you can use technology to take governance closer to the people. But beyond that, there is a generation that has aspirations that go beyond what is currently in front of us. Technology means that we can see what is happening in America, we can see what is happening in China. So the world is a much smaller place. And so in that, we're looking for initiatives that help us to grow our innovative ideas. We're looking for both public and private to invest massively, not just in us at the end cycle of when our innovations are starting to take form, but in the knowledge economy, in the training. And thankfully, we're starting to see building blocks of that with the Startup Act, with 3MTT, with an active sort of step towards protecting our data governance. I mean, people talk about data, and I think, this year in particular has, I would hope, helped us to situate what data really means in this age. Our data governance is securing our future. It's securing our sovereignty. AI is what everyone's talking about. We're consumers of technology today, but this administration's working really, really, really hard actually to put building blocks that mean that we're not just consumers of technology without understanding. Mm-hmm. We're putting in place the right governance measures. And that's not happening in a vacuum. Let's break down what that means. That means in 10 years, when there is a young child born in Festac in Lagos, mm-hmm. the information that they're consuming is not information that is being manufactured outside the shores of this country to shape their mind, but actually in-house, where the value is inward. Mm-hmm. And I mean, not just inward, because Nigerian companies are going global. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but...
Go ahead.
I think in sum, mm-hmm. what we're looking for is local context, local collaboration, mm-hmm. and local capital. Mm-hmm. Context is that our institutions, public and private, are supporting us as we innovate. Mm-hmm. Collaboration is not just supporting, is when private invests, for example, in a startup, government is also supporting, because what that says to markets is that there is confidence. And then in capital, I've just explained.
Indeed, and that opens doors, creates jobs, and cascades to the people.
And also increases patriotism. So today, a lot of young Nigerians are asking the question, what is Nigeria doing for me?
Great.
And this actually helps with that question.
Fantastic, Oluwamiso. Now, as we wrap up, this question will also go around, and I'd like to begin with answer 2. One visible step. In the beginning, I asked for one reform that we could take. But as we close, one visible step that the government can take in the next perhaps 12 months to build democratic trust, because, again, we go back to public trust and building public trust.
Well, we're women. We won't ask for one. I have His Excellency here.
You can't remove Hansatu from the women and gender
So we will ask for special seats for women. I know that there's a lot of requests around that, just to create that in the National Assembly. We will also ask for gender-responsive budgeting, because I can see that the Minister of Budget and Planning is here. And at the same time, to put the icing on the cake, we just want to ask for affirmative action for leadership positions for women, because with the women of Nigeria, We want a democracy that listens to our women, learns from our women, and leads with our women.
Thank you very much. Answer to you, Barrister Ahmed. One visible step, one. I know you have many, one.
Leadership is a quality, it's not a position. People remember you by how you make them feel, not necessarily what you tell them or what you do to them. Leadership must be exemplified by the power of the example of the leader, not the example of his power. Please, we have one policy that can change, is that inclusion of younger generation in process of policy making. That is what I think would.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, Oluwamisho.
Okay. So you said I could only say one.
Yes.
I'm going to balance that out and do two.
Very quickly.
Right. So I think a key thing we really want is we want to be involved in the process of reform. A key ask is that state governments consider having technology and governance fellowships in each state. And such fellow would be someone who is so brilliant that they're building the next innovation that is going to address a real problem that we face as a nation. The second key ask is that you actually support our youth bank. You capitalize it and you allow for it to function in a way that serves young people.
Again, democracy is not about the elections or the ballots, but governance that works, inclusion that matters, and the results that the people feel in their daily lives. Thank you so much to my brilliant panelists. I am Adesua Omoruan. Good evening and happy Democracy Day again.
Thank you very much to our panel. We appreciate them for the effort they put in to try and make the time. I knew you had so much to say, but time is fast spent. And this is an opportunity for Your Excellency, we thank you for being so gracious, for saying hello to our moderator and our panelists. Please, let's give them a round of applause. They have put women in the forefront and put the youth in the forefront and put economic growth in the forefront. Immediately now, we invite very quickly for our performance poet, Mariam Alam. You've got 3 minutes to bring it on and bring it to a close. Mariam, where are you? Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. I see you in your beautiful green attire. Please encourage our performance poet. Today is the day for women. We see that our moderator, our master of ceremony, our panelists, and now our performance poet. We thank you for giving us the opportunity in Nigeria on such a day. Welcome.
It's the President first. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by our father, the Vice President, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, honorable ministers, government officials, please permit me to observe the already existing protocol. My name is Mariam Bukar Hassan, and when we talk about consolidating the gains of Nigeria's democracy and the necessity of enduring reforms, we're talking about building the future of Nigeria. And to speak about building the future of Nigeria is to conjure up the ghost of a warrior, an Iroko tree that stood tall in the forest, survived the axe, with broken branches that answers questions of vulnerability, with falling dried leaves, creating a pathway leading to my heart, me, a citizen of a country whose hope lingers like the life of an antelope who wakes up every morning with its heart beating out its chest because it knows there is a cheetah out there it must outrun, else it becomes prey. Praying every day that somehow we see the light and hope for the nation. To speak about building the future of Nigeria is to recall handshakes between the Princess Alexandra and Sir Tafawa Balewa in 1960. that held promises of generations, aspirations of what it is for a dream to come true, and answered prayer. To speak about building the future of my country is to revisit the words of Sir Nnamdi Azikiwe in 1959, where he said, "For 25 years of my life, I have fought for the freedom of Nigeria. Nigeria will gain independence on October 1st, 1960, and it makes no difference who becomes prime minister, whether Tafawa Balewa, myself, or Awolowo. So long as Nigeria is free, I will be satisfied." To speak about building the future of Nigeria is to acknowledge the citizen. So when a citizen says, "I love my country but because," words signifying doubt yet serving as a seal to conviction like, "But I forgive my kinsmen, and for my country I will represent," like, "You broke my heart, but I still love you," with all the pieces that looks exactly like that on the map of my country that connects us, yet most mistake it for scars, causing upheaval by digging up stories of injuries. Like, I wish to be taken back to the times when the 521 ethnic groups, the over 600 distinct languages represented love and diversity, when animosity had no room, so we collectively put it out of the house. To speak about building the future of my country is to recall times of the pyramids that was made up of the promise that earth did keep to us, and ours flourished with life that skyrocketed our economy, the groundnut pyramids. When the pyramids in Egypt stood no chance, had nothing to show but the weight of the dead on a living land. Our ancestors are gone, but we are not. Their time is over, but ours is now. We cannot go back to days of glory, but we can conjure up its ghost for inspiration. See, we can resent this government. We can resent this administration and the one to come. But if we do not engage in the process, hold ourselves accountable, Nigeria will never be great again. As I will always say, government cannot do it alone. It is an entity. Without all of us, it becomes an empty thing. And only through partnerships and collaborative relationships can there be an accelerated progress towards Nigeria's development. So when I speak about building the future of my country, I borrow the words of the Egyptians where they said, "Everything dies, but time fears the pyramids. You and I are the pyramids. So show up in your grace, in your might, in your excellence, in everything that you are at the core of your existence. Show up because it is time to build the future of Nigeria and consolidate Nigeria's democracy gains." Happy Democracy Day.
Brilliant in all manners, particular, kindred spirit. I'm a poet myself, but if you leave me alone, I do not remember my lines. So that's a craft. As young people, I want to say, talent choke for Nigeria. Let us celebrate Mariam Alan in her well-thought-out performance poem for Nigeria. We thank you most sincerely. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, representing the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we're truly grateful for your time. It's a day worthy of celebration, and we have all come out in our finery. We are wearing our celebratory clothes, but the hall, the State House banquet, is also wearing a gay and celebratory aura, dressed in full green and white across the room. And if you take time to look at the boards around you, you will see the security scorecard of this administration and the achievements of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his team under the Renewed Hope agenda. Community resettlement and economic recovery. The testimonies are all over the boards, and you may want to take time to look at them. It's now time to go to Goodwill messages on a day such as this. We start with the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. Let's welcome the High Commissioner of Cameroon to Nigeria, His Excellency Salahuddin Abbas Ibrahim. At this point, he's making his way to the podium, and he uses Your Excellency, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, makes his way to deliver his goodwill message. I'd like to urge all our goodwill message deliverers to keep it at 3 minutes. We thank you very much, Your Excellency. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by His Excellency, the Vice President, members of the government, members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen, invited guests. It's an honor and a privilege for the Diplomatic Corps to be given the floor today, to address this assembly. We thank you very much for that. First of all, we would like to extend our warmest congratulations to the federal government of Nigeria and to the good people of Nigeria for the celebration of the Democracy Day. 26 years ago, the beginning of the democracy in Nigeria ended an endless cycle of coup and counter-coup. This was the point of departure for this peaceful time we are living now in Nigeria. And I have to say that the Nigerian model has inspired many of the African nations. Of course, we have to pay tribute also to a man who instilled the spirit which led to the 1999 process. I mean, Moshood Abiola. What to say about Moshood Abiola was not only a philanthropist, but a Pan-Africanist. Why? I am not a Nigerian, but I know that because his aura was far beyond Nigeria. On a certain personal note, as a Cameroonian, I have to say this, maybe many people in Nigeria do not know that. He was concerned with everything happening in the other African countries. Just an example. In 1990, in July 1990, at the World Cup in Italy, for the first time, an African team was performing very well. That was Cameroon. And what did he do? He left Nigeria and he came to Roma and went straight to the hotel of the Indomitable Lions, just incognito, just anonymous, to come and encourage the Lions and tell them, you are giving Africa honor, so I come to honor you. And he came there and stood with them 24 hours and encouraged them and took some of traditionalists from Yoruba land to work them and encourage them to go further. And this gave the impetus to the Indomitable Lions that now went to the quarterfinal for the first time for Africa. This is the man Abiola. So we remember him today. So the time is short. I would like just to say we are happy as a diplomatic corps, the observers of the international community, to celebrate this with the Nigerian people. And this hope, and we are happy that this hope instilled by Chief Abiola is now a renewed hope with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Thank you very much.
Longest serving diplomat in Nigeria, becoming the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. Please give a round of applause to His Excellency Salahuddin Abbas Ibrahim, Cameroonian High Commissioner to Nigeria. We thank you for your very warm wishes to this nation. Your Excellency, we have the head of service of the Federal Civil Service here, and she has brought a battery of permanent secretaries to join us at this celebration. The President of the National Council of Women's Society, former Chief of Defense Staff, General Oluwasegun, and wives of ministers and former ministers, as well as members of the Federal Executive Council in their numbers. We thank you for being here with us. I've always wanted nothing else but to be a Nigerian, to be loved and wowed by the nation that birthed me, and for me to serve, having drank of its water and walked on its ever-yielding soil. Corn, groundnut, walnut, agbalumo, the most luscious pineapple anywhere in the world, gari and groundnut on a hot day with ice, suya to mesmerize. I truly would only be a Nigerian for its feistiness, community, ashwebi, and gorgeous celebrations. It's Democracy Day, and I'm truly a Nigerian. But no one understands this better than the man who has these things in his state. And today he represents the chairman of the Governors Forum. He is the chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, His Excellency Senator Hope Uzodimma, who is coming here to deliver his goodwill. Please encourage him as he makes his way up. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by our amiable Vice President, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, the Secretary to the Government of the country, and members of Federal Executive Council in our midst, distinguished ambassadors, stakeholders, leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to address this distinguished gathering on this very important day in our national life. I thank Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the organizers of this year's Democracy Day for inviting me and giving me opportunity to speak. For me, it's a very rare privilege which I will treasure. We've come together here at the State House Conference Center to reflect on the theme, consolidating on the gains of Nigeria's democracy, necessity of enduring reforms. The theme speaks to the heart of where we are as a democratic nation and reminds us of what must be done to consolidate and safeguard the gains of the democratic journey we have traveled. In essence, we are here to commemorate Democracy Day, which is celebrated on June 12th every year. I'm therefore privileged to be invited to speak on democracy and the rule of law, lessons from June 12th, which is deeply situated within the theme. I think this conversation is very necessary on a day like this to keep the profound lessons of June 12th alive and serve as a political compass for the future. The date June 12th does not appear in our calendar by accident. It earned its place through pain, through sacrifice, and collective resolve. It represents a point in our national journey when the people made a clear choice and the system responded in disagreement. In recognizing June 12th, the APC-led government did more than declare a public holiday. It corrected the record. It restored the name of Chief MKO Abiola to its rightful place in our political and democratic history. The action also gave deserved recognition to a generation of activists, a generation of journalists, exiles, and more importantly, our voters who waited too long for the truth to prevail. Abiola died in custody. His wife, Kudirat, was assassinated. Many others were detained or forced into exile, while some simply disappeared. Yet, even under repression, the demand for justice continued. The democracy we practice today did not come through gradual reform. It arrived through resistance, through pressure and perseverance from fellow patriots who put their lives on the line for democracy to thrive. We owe a debt of gratitude to those who stood firm and spoke out when it was easier and safer to stay quiet. Their resilience created the space we now occupy. Their example still speaks to us because democracy is always a work in progress. It is either deepened or diminished. It expands with vigilance and fades with neglect. Let us take a moment to reflect on what democracy actually involves. Essentially, it is a system where the people, through periodic elections, shape leadership and guide national direction. It draws its legitimacy from elections, but its stability depends on public vigilance, the active participation of the people, and the media in the governance process. In this framework, the rule of law is not an accessory, it is the spine. It is indeed the oxygen of democracy. It ensures that decisions follow procedures and that authority submits to standards and that every citizen, regardless of their office, origin, or lives under the same code, the principle does not fluctuate with circumstance. It holds steady even when the terrain is unsuitable. On the other hand, the judiciary, the bastion of democracy, stands firmly in defense of citizens, the citizens' rights, and also guides against the abuse of power. The events of 1993 tested that principle. The judiciary came under strain. Court orders clashed. Legal clarity gave way to confusion. Judges faced pressures that blurred the lines between duty and fear. While some showed restraint, the system struggled to offer the firmness that the moment demanded. The media stepped in. Nigeria's press house, large and small, refused to be muzzled. Journalists operated from endangered houses. Editors published under threat. Headlines became acts of defiance. Their courage helped keep the facts breathing. Their refusal to retreat emboldened the ranks of democratic activists. Yes, civil societies filled another gap. Activists, students, professionals, and religious leaders rallied in towns and across borders. They mobilized opinion, raised funds, and maintained pressure on the regime. Some were arrested, some fled, yet the core of the movement endured. It adapted to crackdowns and built solidarity networks beyond our borders. The political class responded unevenly. Some chose self-preservation. Others pursued appointments from the same regime that annulled the elections. This fracture weakened the pushback and delayed progress. But amid that uncertainty, a few voices kept the hope alive. One of those voices now gallantly leads the nation, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. He was part of the resistance. At a time when alignment offered safety, he chose exile and advocacy. Today, he governs a country he once fought to free. That act from dissident to president says something about the endurance of conviction. Now let's consider the electoral body that conducted the historic vote under Professor Humphrey Musu. The National Electoral Commission operated professionally, even as court injunctions swirled around them. The results were already being released when the hammer fell on them. The military intervened, and the process stopped midstream. But the Commission's conduct gave us a glimpse of what an impartial, well-run election could look like. It also demonstrated that it is possible to conduct a free, fair, and credible elections in our climb. Our task now is to move from glimpses to guarantees. That means strengthening the independent National Electoral Commission, shielding it from manipulation, and ensuring that those who lead it are choosing from their integrity. Without a credible umpire, even the best voter turnout must yield controversy. There are also lessons to be learned from the structure of political leadership. Ideological clarity was absent in the aftermath of June 12. Instead of aligning around shared beliefs, parties often collapse into alliances of convenience. That weakness allowed the annulment to be rationalized by some people, while some people also ignored the result, the consequence of the annulment. If the political class had stood together, history might have taken a different course. We cannot undo the past, but we can learn from it. Political parties today must move beyond personalities. They must articulate values. They must train successors, and they must compete on policy, not slogans. That is how voters learn to make informed choices. And it is how governments become accountable after elections. Let me also speak about civic responsibilities. Democracy does not rely on institutions alone. It requires the active participation of citizens, people who will vote, people who ask questions, people who write and engage. When citizens withdraw, bad actors advance. When people participate, systems adjust. Young Nigerians must see themselves as part of this system. They must see themselves as participants, not mere spectators. You inherited the rights earned in 1993. You must also inherit the responsibilities therein. Change comes from active participation, not docility. There is also the matter of political will. No constitution, no matter how perfect, can enforce itself. No system, however well designed, can resist manipulation without principled actors. At critical moments, leaders must choose direction. Not every choice will be popular, but it must always be defensible in terms of public interest and national stability. We have had that kind of leadership now. We have this leadership under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, one that understands the difference between strength and stubbornness, one that can hold institutions accountable without weakening them, one that listens, not just reacts, one that is answerable to the people in visible and measurable ways. That is the spirit behind the Renewed Hope agenda. The removal of fuel subsidies, though challenging, has opened up competition in the downstream sector, helping to stabilize prices and redirect public funds towards infrastructure and education. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund is widening access to higher learning, ensuring that no willing student is denied opportunity because of poverty. The Electricity Reform Act is no longer an abstract policy. The decentralization of the power market is already enabling, and 24-hour supply is becoming realistic in some parts of the country. These efforts are the signs of a government serious about translating governance into real outcomes, where progress can be seen, felt, and sustained. That deserves our support and encouragement. As we commemorate June 12th, let us not reduce it to mere history. What is possible is that when Nigerians decide, people should support and follow. It shows the limits of coercion, and it also exposes the gaps in our structure which must be closed. Today, the road ahead requires commitment. Institutions must be built to survive transitions. Political actors must agree on basic rules. The press must remain independent. The courts must act without fear. And citizens must stay involved beyond election day. This is how democracy becomes routine, not in ceremony, but in culture, not in grand declarations, but in consistent practice. The work is not over yet, but we are not starting from scratch either. We carry the lessons of June 12th. Let's honor those lessons, not in abstract terms, but in how we govern, how we vote, and how we defend our democracy and institutions. For me, one of the lessons from June 12th that must keep aflame in our hearts is this: the supreme will of the people, expressly expressed through the ballots, will always prevail. All over history, the evidence is there that the will of the people can only be delayed, but not denied. I want to thank you for listening, and I want to also crave your indulgence to inform you that I spent not only my time, but the time of other governors who are not here. May God bless all of us.
The rule of law is not an accessory. And the three arms of government are important, and democracy did not come easy. Let's give another round of applause to the Imo State Governor, who is the chairman, Progressive Governors Forum, and also spoke on behalf of the chairman of the Governors Forum, His Excellency Senator Hope Uzodimma. It's at this point that we accessory. And the three arms of government are important, and democracy did not come easy. Let's give another round of applause to the Imo State Governor, who is the chairman, Progressive Governors Forum, and also spoke on behalf of the chairman of the Governors Forum, His Excellency Senator Hope Uzodimma. It's at this point that we immediately call up the immediate past secretary to the government of the Federation, technocrat, patriot, a Nigeria's Nigerian, who stands firm for democracy, His Excellency Dr. Boss Mustafa.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by His Excellency, the Vice President, Distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCOA, the Governor of Imo State, Your Excellency, Ambassador Babagana Kingibe, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Head of the Civil Service, members of the Federal Executive Council here present, the family of MKO Abiola here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. When I was asked to bring a goodwill message, I hesitated a little bit, but reflecting back the last 32 years, late Muhammad Waziri and myself, with a couple of others, had the unfortunate responsibility of conveying the news of the suspension of the collation of the results of the June 12 presidential election in 1993. Our operation base then was the Nikon Hotel. And I remember when we got back to inform our principal then, Ambassador Babagana Kingibe, who was running the operation center at the Hilton Hotel, while MKO Abiola was in Lagos, that the NEC then, under Nwosu, had been instructed to suspend the display and the collation of the results. And that was the beginning of the episodes that ran through the sessions of the June 12 crisis. The second reason why I offered to give this goodwill message is because in 2018, under President Buhari, I was secretary to the government of the Federation, when he institutionalized June 12, and I oversaw the celebration of June 12 for 4 consecutive years. And for that reason, this evening, Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, I offer to Nigeria congratulations for an enduring democracy for 26 years, unbroken. And I pray for you and the President because I know undeniably you've been prepared for this job to lead our country in the quest of sustaining what we struggle for and deepening the roots of democracy and also ensuring that you take the citizens of Nigeria to the promised land. That can only be achieved with citizen participation and the guided leadership you provide. Congratulations and happy democracy. God bless Nigeria.
We thank the former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Dr. Boss Mustafa, for prayers for Nigeria and warm wishes to the nation. This is going to be our trajectory, and I would like to please encourage everybody in the back to be quiet because we still have His Excellency in the room. Please be quiet and keep the room in order. We are going to go to the vote of thanks, and after that we are going to call on the Minister of Information to review some books for us today, after which it will be my honor to invite the representative of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the number 2 citizen in the country. I would like at this point, therefore, to invite to the podium a man who understands what time it is. We have had cases where people have been assigned the vote of thanks and they come and say, thank you very much, in one line. But the man who has been saddled with this responsibility today is a man very much after my heart, who understands the very definition of Nigeria and just how thankful we are as a nation for this day. Help me welcome to the podium Honorable Minister of Budget and National Planning, Senator Atiku Bagudu, to deliver his vote of thanks. No, after the vote of thanks, sir, the Minister of Information will do the honors. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, Your Excellency, the distinguished Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Vice President-elect at one time in our national life, Ambassador Baba Gana Kingibe, Your Excellency, the Governor of Imo State, my brother, of Uzodima. For want of time, I will respectfully recognize all those who have been recognized, and on behalf of the committee that organized this lecture, and indeed on behalf of all of us in Mr. President's team, I want to thank all those who responded to this invitation and appreciate all the speakers and the panelists, particularly the young members of the panel and the landing. And without preempting our very, very brilliant Vice President, to acknowledge and be grateful that they accepted the necessity of enduring reforms. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in the Renewed Hope agenda, brought to the fore the necessity of us confronting our realities, the core of which are decades of missed opportunities. Not because people are doing the wrong thing, he doesn't want to blame them, but certainly we have not been growing at the rate we ought to be growing at. And consequently, 2 years ago, when he took office, we are not where we want to be. Our revenue as a proportion of GDP is the 3rd lowest in the world then. But just by removing subsidy, it has moved from 9% of GDP to about 15% of GDP. I recall a European Commissioner for Partnership telling Mr. President that the European average is about 40%, and that sometimes they even have difficulty convincing their citizens of why they should take resources from their own citizens and give it to those who cannot take from who cannot even take revenue from their own citizens. So these reforms should have been taken decades ago, but nevertheless they have been taken and they are yielding the desired result, and today is encouraging. So I urge us all, in thanking Mr. President who brought us to this reality, and also thanking the young people who appreciated that we need to keep on to this, especially in a world that is ever changing. We need to, nobody should mislead our youth. We cannot be where we want to be without an irreducible minimum of investment. We have attempted it in the past without success. It is enduring reforms that can create the opportunities for the resources to be generated either from the public or private sectors. And we couldn't be luckier with a president who, in his mindset, is of a profound mind. And particularly given the reality that with democracy, there's always increasing demand on investment. With legislative houses, over 800, and the various local government councils, various state houses of assembly, and the National Assembly, demand on government investment will be always on the increase, and therefore we need more. Luckily, in addition to His Excellency, Mr. President, who, in his experience as Lagos governor, has seen the consequences of it going wrong when we are not investing at the rate you should be. Because there was a time for many people working in Lagos where even crossing the Apombon Bridge is a nightmare, because young men and women who felt angry at society that have left them behind decided to constitute a menace. And Mr. President also chose, as a member of his team, a vice president who have also seen the consequence of what will happen when you underinvest. A lake that is shrinking, that cannot be supported by investment, and a populace that is crowding around the lake created the havoc that we know as Boko Haram, to the extent that one of respected Nigeria's religious leaders, Bishop Matthew Kuka, said at a public forum that Boko Haram is not a religious problem, it's a consequence of climate change, which is brought by underinvestment. So enduring reforms are what we need to stay on course, are what we are sure will take us to the Nigeria that Mr. President is leading us to, and we thank them. We also thank the subnationals. The governor of Imo State spoke on their behalf, and the reforms that have been taken 2 years ago, for which the president is taking most of the heat, are giving more revenues to the subnationals, local government, and the states. I believe some states' revenue have tripled in the last 2 years. And that is why this is a joint venture, but with leadership of the chairman of the Governors Forum and the leadership of the chairman of the Progressive Governors, and in consonance with Section 13 of our Constitution, which says that it shall be the duty and responsibility of all organs of government and of all authorities and persons exercising legislative, executive, or judicial powers to conform to and observe and apply the provisions of Chapter 2 of the Constitution, meaning that the subnationals are to work together with the federal government. I must also thank our development partners for sharing with us their experiences, the experiences of their countries, for sharing with us more resources that can help us through this demanding, but more importantly, for believing in us that we are doing the right thing and the civilized world need to stand by us. Today, we have achieved remarkable success and we will stay the course. I believe when we hear from His Excellency the Vice President, we will know more where we are headed. Thank you very much for.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The vote of thanks is now taken because we're going to invite our special guest of honor to help unveil some truly inspiring books today. I would now like to invite the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris Malagi, to review the books in 3 minutes before I invite our very, very respected special guest of honor today. The Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation makes his way, and one of the books that has given me great interest is one called Tinubunomics, a book that I've had the privilege of taking a look at. Honorable Minister, sir.
Thank you, Eugenia. Don't be scared, I'm not going to read all the books. Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by our amiable and distinguished Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, distinguished Secretary to Government, Senator Akume, the Chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, His Excellency Governor Hope Uzodimma, the one-time Vice President-elect, the man who rose to the apex of his career and later became the unsworn-in Vice President of Nigeria, Ambassador Babagana Kingibe, and all former secretaries of government here present, the members of the Federal Executive Council, and all others. Today, the National Communications Team, an essential part of the public communications architecture of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration, is unveiling 3 books that will be presented by His Excellency the Vice President. The 3 books are: 1, Tinubunomics. This is it. Nigeria's journey towards sustainable development. 2, Leading with Courage, selected speeches of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And 3, Turning Challenges into Opportunities, the Tinubu administration's midterm scorecard. As the title implies, Tinubunomics, Nigeria's journey towards sustainable development, is about fiscal and economic policies and decisions of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a man who has demonstrated unprecedented boldness in implementing reforms that Nigeria has needed for decades, but has instead shied away from at various times in our history. The book, Tinubunomics, is the smallest of the 3, consisting of about 108 pages, but is power-backed with 11 chapters that offer the most contextual intellectualization of the impact of the renewed hope administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Without doubt, the author of Tinubunomics, Michael Emoferame Igaga, a prolific writer, speechwriter, and development expert, has etched his name in the sands of an epochal time by his courageous and intellectual work. I think we owe him, if he is here, a rousing applause. The second book, Leading with Courage, is a collection of presidential speeches from the past 2 years, defining an era marked by an economic reform, courageous leadership, and relentless pursuit of national rebirth. The president's speeches are marked by a directness that makes them very memorable, and the most deep-rooted being his inaugural address of May 29, 2023, when he said, and I quote, "My fellow citizens, I stand before you, honored to assume the sacred mandate you have given me. My love for this nation is abiding, my confidence in its people unwavering, and my faith in God Almighty absolute." End of quote. The President, as the Chief Marketing Officer of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, understands that an important part of his assignment is in the scripted and unscripted pronouncements he makes directly to the people at various events and engagements at home and abroad. Please grab a copy to read. The third publication, Turning Challenges into Opportunities, is a compendium of words and pictures that amplify President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's footprints in his untiring commitment to the overall positive transformation of Nigeria and its citizens. In this creative book, words are woven together with pictures to achieve impact. The book is very interesting. Together, these three books present a comprehensive and compelling roundup of the first 2 years of the transformational leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. These books underscore the importance of documenting the narrative surrounding the work we do for the benefit of the people who have entrusted this administration with the responsibility of leadership and service for posterity. On this note, let me commend the National Communications team, especially the presidential media team in the Villa. Let me mention specifically Mr. Bayo Onanuga, who Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, who today has become a recipient of the President's CON, Commander of the Order of the Niger, given to him by the President today for his work, not just in journalism, but also in contributing towards the development of the improvement of democracy in our country. Mr. Sunday Dare, also a Special Advisor to the President, himself a former Minister of the Federal Republic, Mr. Tope Ajayi, Mr. Tunde Rahman, Abdulaziz. All these gentlemen working with Mr. President made this possible, the collection of all these books possible. I think they need a round of applause. Mr. President has graciously given the mandate of this communication to this team and those in the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation. Our job is, of course, to amplify the efforts and success of the President and the whole administration. We shall redouble our efforts collectively to ensure that we do that. There is no time. May God bless our President and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please take it that this is just an abridged review of these three books in 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Yes. Step aside so they can move the books. You'll be here with the Vice President.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation. He holds that position well. He managed the time so very well. We're very conscious that time is fast spent, and we're grateful to His Excellency. At the moment, we are going to move the books that His Excellency is going to unveil before he makes his address. The Honorable Minister of Information will help with that unveiling. His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has availed us this 26th Democracy Day with a man of intellectual rigor, economist, banker, and former senator. He has asked him to represent today a patriotic Nigerian, the #2 citizen who sees only green, white, and green. Please help us welcome to the stage His Excellency Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, with a great round of applause as he unveils the book and delivers his special guest of honor address. Honorable Minister, it's over to you now.
Kindly take your seats, please. Kindly take your seats, please. On behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, It is my singular honor and privilege to cherish forever to unveil these beautiful books that will shed light on the activities of the present administration for generations to read and appreciate.
Okay. Me?
It is now my singular honor and privilege to invite the representative of the first citizen, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, His Excellency Vice President Kashim Shettima, to deliver his speech. Thank you very much, sir.
The elder statesman, former Vice President, Ambassador Babagana Kingibe GCON. The decade once denied Nigerians the Abiola Kingibe ticket has found resonance and vindication in a second coming that mirrors it in composition and conviction. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a man who has kept the democratic flame alive through seasons of fire and storm. I am honored to share in the weight of this history and the depth of this memory. It might interest the public to know that Ambassador Babagana Kingibe and I hail not only from the same sub-region, we are from the same state. We are from the same neighborhood. Both of us were born, bred, battered, and trusted in the heart of Maiduguri metropolis in the slums of Nimeri Korongoso. We grew up looking up to him as an inspirational figure, a brother serving as an ambassador in far distant lands, in Greece, in Pakistan. And it might interest the public to know that he is married to my sister. The hope of the nation, Senator Hope Uzodinma, Governor of Imo State and Chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum. He started his public service 46 years ago in 1979. Apart from probably Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, no one has the institutional memory that he possesses. He has been in the system. He was a permanent secretary in Benue State. He was for 8 years the governor of Benue State. He was for 12 years a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He was a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and now the secretary to the government of the Federation. A card with 9 lives, Senator George Akume. The head of service of the Federation, Mrs. Elsa Didi Walton Jack, MNI. My colleagues in the Federal Executive Council, and I crave your indulgence to weaponize Hadiza Bala Usman, our head girl, special advisor to the President on Policy Coordination to appreciate and recognize all presidential aides present here. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, heads of government agencies and parastatal, family members of the late Chief Moshood Kashimao Olawale Abiola, another elder statesman, former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Gida Mustafa, and Chief Pius Akenyalure. Our keynote speaker, Professor Sam Egu, all senior government officials, members of the fourth asset of the RIM, honored guests, our poet, Mariam Bukar Alhan Islam, another daughter of Borno, members of the National Youth Service Corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today I stand before you not just as your president, but as a fellow citizen, deeply humble and honored to lead this great nation at a defining moment in its history. As we mark the 26th Democracy Day anniversary, commemorating 25 uninterrupted years of civil rule, we must pause to reflect, to assess, and most importantly, to recommit ourselves to the ideals of a just, equitable, and prosperous Nigeria. We made a conscious effort to celebrate June 12 as our official Democracy Day, not merely to honor a date on the calendar, but to immortalize a movement that singles the collective voice of Nigerians, echoing through the decades, demanding accountability, transparency, and dignity in leadership. The theme of this year's commemoration, 25 years of enduring democracy, prospects for the future, is not only appropriate but deeply instructive. Indeed, the past 25 years have tested our resolve as a nation. We have weathered political storms, economic downturns, insurgency, and uncertainty. Yet in all this, our democracy endured. We may not have achieved every goal, but we have never turned our backs on the ballot box. That in itself is progress. That in itself is hope. Yes, I am aware, very deeply aware, of the pain many Nigerians are feeling at this time. The cost of living is high. Basic commodities are not as affordable as they should be. Salaries stretch thinner than ever. Families are struggling to meet their daily needs. Let me say this from the bottom of my heart. I hear you. I see you. I feel what you feel. The decisions we have taken, especially on fuel subsidy removal, currency reforms, and fiscal restructuring, were never designed to punish Nigerians. Rather, they were hard but necessary steps to secure the future. For too long, we lived on borrowed time and borrowed funds. We subsidized inefficiency, inflated corruption, and mortgaged the future of our children for temporary comfort. We could not, in good conscience, continue on that path. Yes, there is discomfort, but also there is a long-term gain that will emerge slowly but surely from our shared sacrifice. We're already seeing signs of recovery, stabilizing foreign exchange, renewed investor interest, and expanding opportunities in agriculture, technology, and infrastructure. This is not the end of the hardship, but it is the beginning of a turnaround. My administration's renewed hope agenda is not merely a slogan, it is a strategic compass. We cannot talk of enduring democracy without economic justice. We cannot celebrate 25 years of elections if millions still go to bed hungry. That is why this administration is committed to building not just a political democracy, but an economic democracy. Every Nigerian deserves not only the right to vote, but the right to live with dignity, to dream without fear, and to prosper by merit. So to our youth, to our National Youth Service Corps members here, I urge you not to give up on Nigeria. You are the innovators, builders, and bridge makers of tomorrow. Our renewed hope agenda is built with you at the center. To paraphrase the words of the late John F. Kennedy, to some generations, much is given. Of other generations, much is expected. I believe this generation of young Nigerians will have a rendezvous with destiny. To our elders and pensioners, we will not forget your labor. You will not be left behind in our national renaissance. Ambassador Kingibe, be rest assured that the President has your lives in mind. To our women and mothers, your resilience is the heartbeat of our nation. We are opening more doors for you in business, politics, and leadership. And to every Nigerian, North or South, Muslim or Christian, urban or rural, I say to you, this democracy belongs to you. Guard it, deepen it, own it. Let us go forward, not as a divided people, but as one nation, bound in freedom, peace, and unity. Let us honor those who died for our democracy, not just with monuments, but by building a society worthy of their sacrifice. As we look forward, for the next 25 years, let our legacy be that of a nation healed, a democracy deepened, and a people empowered. This is our time. We'll have a rendezvous with destiny. This is our mission. This is our Nigeria. God bless you all. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Mr. Vice President, sir, a photograph at this point. Would like you to please remain. Let me get the honorable ministers, the SGF, to come forward, special assistants, special advisors, to please come forward for this photograph. Ambassador Babagana Kingibe, Governor Hope Uzodimma, Dr. Boss Mustafa. This is the photograph. Please remain where you are while these gentlemen and ladies join this photograph. The keynote speaker, please. The keynote speaker, please make your way up there. Thank you very much. There will be refreshments at the VIP room. Mr. Vice President, only the front row will go forward for the refreshment. Only the front row. Only the front row. The panelist and the moderator, that's about it. Thank you very much. Please, let's keep the line straight. Executive Council is. Let's ensure that they are well knitted together. The Federal Executive Council members will remain knitted together, please. Thank you very, very much. Your Excellency, we thank you for your patience, sir. Media, prepare. We take the national anthem now.
Nigerians old and proud to serve our song.
Thank you very much. This event stands closed. His Excellency, the representative of the President of the Federal Republic, will lead only the front row into the VIP room for refreshment. This is the 26th Democracy Anniversary Celebration. My name is Eugenia Abu. It has been a pleasure to serve. Please keep the pathway open and stay away from that pathway to allow Mr. Vice President depart the room.
Welcome back from the live telecast. We'll now continue with our regular programs. Stay tuned.
Hello, thank you so much for joining us, and happy Democracy Day, where we call for renewed pledge to integrity, transparency, and service. Of course, the president just left the chambers of a joint session where he addressed members of the National Assembly. A lot was said there, and honors were also given, some posthumous to those who had already passed on. But the president stood firm, by saying that he had to honor those who were in the struggle for democracy in Nigeria. We'll look at that, and particularly the economic aspect of that speech in our show as we move on today on the show. But first, let's see some big stories in the world of business as Nigeria records 5.2 trillion naira trade surplus in Q1 of 2025. The president also mentioned this today during his speech. No date extension in BDC recapitalization deadline. That's according to the CBN. Stock slip, dollar sags as trade geopolitical tensions weighs in. Well, the Central Bank of Nigeria has debunked a story suggesting that it extended the deadline for recapitalization of Bureau-de-Change operators to December 31st. Apex Bank Acting Director, Corporate Communications Department, Mrs. Akama Sidi Ali, in a statement described the information as false and misleading. She said the bank had not granted any such extension beyond the previously communicated deadline of June 3rd and urged the public to ignore the report. Communications Director wants the media and stakeholders to verify information through the website of the central bank, hinting that false information on banking operations could affect the stability of Nigeria's economy. Well, analyzing some major economic policies since 1999, let's start with the likes of Structural Adjustment Program and Economic Liberalization Era, 1999 to 2005. At our outset of Nigeria's Fourth Republic, the nation continued implementing the Structural Adjustment and Economic Liberalization Policy introduced in the 80s and early 90s. Away from that, it was Vision 2020. That was 2007 to 2019. Launched in 2009, the Vision 2020 was targeted at positioning Nigeria as one of the top 20 economies in the world by 2020, with a strategic focus on improving critical infrastructure, developing a vibrant and globally competitive economy, and enhancing human capital development. The strategy is sought to diversify the economy away from its heavy leanings on oil. Recent developments in 2019 to date, Nigeria's Agenda 2050, formulating policies and against the backdrop of several subsisting developmental challenges. Agenda 2050 is a perspective plan designed to take the country through an upper middle income country by 2050 and subsequently to the status of high income economy. President Bola Tinubu highlighted major achievements today with regards to the economy during his speech at the National Assembly. And some is about 400,000 young Nigerians to be empowered with the Consumer Credit Scheme, the Nigerian First policy. He talked about the tax reform, critical infrastructure projects being instituted by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, talking about our reserves also doing pretty well at this time, President Tinubu highlighted some of this. But let's get Mr. Johnson Chukwu on board to analyze some part of this speech. Mr. Johnson Chukwu is the founder and Group Chief Executive Officer of Cowrie Assets Management Limited. Mr. Chukwu, it's good to see you this afternoon, and thank you so much for your time. Happy Democracy Day to you.
Thank you, Tolu, for having me. Happy Democracy Day.
Yes, I think we should start with that speech, particularly looking at the high points where President Tinubu highlighted some major achievements of this administration. For me, the stability in our foreign exchange market, we've seen a bit of stability with our naira and the dollar. He mentioned that. We've also seen our net reserves doing better than what it used to be some months ago. And of course, our external reserves not doing badly. So if we look at all of this, yes, there are still challenges, I agree. But in your understanding as an economist and expert in this, the entire economic understanding and all of that, take us through what you make of those high points I highlighted.
Well, to really start from what has happened, what the government did in terms of economic policy pronouncements since it came into power.
Okay.
The first thing was to removal of petroleum subsidy. Second thing was the harmonization of exchange rates. Both of them, if you have followed my engagement with you, I had actually emphasized years back, and I've cried myself hawks. And several other analysts and economists have actually also been on the same direction that we needed to harmonize the exchange, we needed to take out the subsidy on petrol. Maybe how they were done, or the immediate impacts, we may all have a divergent opinion on that, but we all agree that it was absolutely necessary that we free the economy from subsidy payment, and we also, particularly consumption subsidy, that was not adding to productive activities in the country or adding directly. And we also said that we need to have a relatively single exchange rate to eliminate the abuses that were inherent in multiple exchange rates, where the government sells look at foreign currency to some of its friends or some of its favored people. So we are on the same page with that. Like I said, the unintended consequences of those actions and probably the style they were executed, we may have a divergence. I have a different opinion on how they should have been done to minimize the negative impact they had. But certainly we are bound to have negative impacts. In terms of economic restructuring, I don't think we've achieved much when you talk about economic restructuring, because if you look at the GDP structure, you will realize that agriculture still trump other sectors, followed by ICT sector, followed by trade sector, followed by manufacturing sector, followed by I think finance sector now, and then you have the oil and gas sector, and then you have the real estate sector, and down pecking order. So that structure has not changed much. The manufacturing sector in terms of performance is still under severe pressure. The agricultural sector is still under severe pressure. The president talked about that we are moving towards food independence. I think that's the desire of every Nigerian, that we must address the issue of food insecurity. But a lot still has to be done in terms of fighting the insecurity in major food bases of the country, in terms of supporting multiple season, or at least 2 season farming in the country, in terms of improving the yield on cultivated land. So, but mainly I assume that those are still work in progress. The president talked about some of their hallmark decisions, including Nigeria First. I think that, like I said, that's a lofty, I've said this before, that's a very lofty idea that we should encourage Nigerians to patronize made in Nigerian good. But Tolu, we have been on it since Babangida's era. If you remember, they were even sing songs then when Miriam Babangida of blessed memory was wearing Nigerian-made clothes, and the fashion industry in Sudlere and all the rest took off like wildfire. But unfortunately, we've not been able to sustain that. We've actually mounted this multiple times, but we've not been able to sustain that. So the president coming up with that is a lofty idea. The devil is in the details. So how we implement that is another factor, which hopefully the president has 2 years to really implement that. On the foreign reserve, the president said the foreign reserve has improved, yes. But we've also seen a lot of borrowing from what you call the from foreign portfolio investors in terms of issuance of treasury bills and OMO instruments. Of course, increase in foreign reserve. Then the net foreign reserve, we also made allusion to that. But for you to have an enduring increase in net foreign reserve, you need to either increase your exports, which is actually what will give you an enduring balance. The president talked about the NEFOM, I think Nigerian Education Loan Scheme, which I think is commendable. So nobody will take away that those who are the most, those at the bottom of the rung of the ladder should still have access to credit to be able to go to school. He talked about the consumer, I think consumer credit that had been advanced to a number of people. I think he mentioned a reasonable number of people there. So in as much as I have not made those who have benefited from it, but I do not doubt that people, if they're able to borrow from government at subsidized rates, it will enhance, particularly if they invest those funds into things that are productive activities and not just consumption. He made reference that they're going to give additional loans to about 400,000 people, including youth corpers and all those things. Like I said, those loans, once they are properly monitored, once they are properly invested in productive activities, hopefully they will support the small and medium scale enterprises. We must make sure we do not fall into the same situation we found ourselves in the Anchor Borrower Program, where the ultimate beneficiaries of those loans, many of them could not pay back. I think the president talked about, I've spoken about the Nigeria First. Then he talked about the GDP growth rate. I think the people who wrote his speech made a mistake. And when they talked about the fourth quarter GDP growth was 4.6%, it was actually 3.84%. I agreed it's the highest we've had in the past 2 years of this administration, but it was 3.84%. But the figure of 3.4% for annual growth of last year was accurate. Then if you now look at the other thing, talked about stabilization of exchange rates, narrowing of the gap between the official exchange rate and the parallel rate. Yes, we saw a very material narrowing up to the month of March this year. But unfortunately, because of the vulnerability of the economy, when Mr. Donald Trump came up with America Freedom Day or Liberation Day, and imposed tariffs across the world, we saw it affected negatively our exchange rate, and we saw the gap open up again. I think as at now, I saw the figures that official exchange rate about 1,530 something naira as at the close of business yesterday, while as at the parallel market is still about over 1,600. So you have opened up a gap of about 70 naira again, but at some point it had narrowed. Let's hope they will continue to work. Of course, economic development and economic progress is a continuous job. It's not a snapshot. So let's hope the next 2 years they will continue to work. But I must give credit to what the central bank has done in terms of managing the monetary policies, particularly with respect to use of OMO instruments, use of treasury-based instruments to attract foreign portfolio investment into the economy to help stabilize the exchange rate to some extent. Finally, on that note, if you look at the capital importation in the past 2 years since the president came in, of course, we don't have the figure for first quarter of this year. But if you look at the capital importation for second and third and fourth quarter of 2023, and then up to the third quarter of up to September 2024, total capital importation was about 8.9 billion, total capital importation. And then the foreign direct investment flow, it was less than 500 million. And that is where the big work has to be done. These policies of the government must dovetail into attracting foreign capital. So because we do not have all the local capital that's enough to drive fast economic growth. And finally, the president made mention to that there's a plan, or they have developed a plan to ensure there's fiber optics across the whole country to encourage or to support digital services and the use of digital services, including data services, will help educational institutions and all those things. So I think that's a short summary of what the president referred to as it relates to the economic segment of his broadcast.
All right, then, let's shift focus to talk about two things. One is about the fiber optics, that's to do with tech. increasing internet access for Nigerians. I'm seeing a lot of positives around that space. That's one. Then also the tax reform, which we've talked about in recent times. And we expect that also to be signed into law anytime soon. Can we also share your thoughts around these two important developments?
Yeah, starting from the optic fiber or fiber optics, whatever what comes first. If you look at what is going, if you know what is going in, they now say that, I think there's an advert that says data is blood now. Today, the most critical infrastructure globally is data, access to data. Just like electricity is very critical, so data is also critical. A number of Tolu, in the past, if you recall, I would have been in your studio having this conversation. That has saved me the commute time and the cost of fuel I would have taken from my house to your station, because there's data service. And today, a lot of Nigerians are running their businesses on the digital platforms or the digital market or the virtual market. A lot of, in fact, today, banking services has basically gone virtual. A lot of things we do today are dependent on availability of data. So if we have optic fiber across the entire length and breadth of the country, in all the nooks and crannies of this country, it will boost commercial activities, it will boost economic activities, it will boost social activities, and it will help improve our standard of living. In other countries, I've been to several countries where all the open parks, all the public parks, the government provide free data services, free internet services. So once you get there, you log in and do your thing. So if you don't have money in your house or you're not able to pay for data, you just go to a public park and sit down there and do all your data service, all your data services. So that's as far as data has gone to in the world. Then on the legislations, I think the 4 pieces of legislation around the tax reforms, clearly, once this is signed into law and effectively implemented, it should help improve our tax system. Our tax system is, in terms of implementation, it's laden with a lot of booby traps. You realize that some of the things that the government had in the past had mounted about the tax reforms, we are harmonizing the taxes, we are not imposing additional taxes, we don't want to increase the burden. It is only when it's codified in law so that you and I can say, look, this is a breach of the law. You said you were not going to introduce new taxes, you introduce stamp duties on transactions that are not revenue earning, and then you take people's capital because they did the transaction with the bank. So they're now going to be in a position to challenge them. And most importantly, the government will realize that some of the taxes that are introduced at the whims, sometimes of local government, sometimes at the state government, sometimes at the federal government, will no longer apply. So it's good we have some level of certainty, some level of modernization of our tax laws that will bring them in tandem with current best practices globally.
All right, then, it's getting more interesting. But despite all of this, the outlook is what everyone is also talking about, that as we move on, it seems that things could be getting better and, at least looking better than where they started from. What will be, for you, your projections for, say, short to medium and long term, considering where we are and the policies of government?
Okay, so let me ask you, what's your time frame for short, medium, and long term? Because your time frame will guide me.
Okay. At least for the first tenure of every administration is 4 years. So we have 2 years more for the first tenure of President Bola Tinubu. So looking at that, let's say in another 3 to 4 months, or before the end of 2025, short term, say mid-2026, towards the end of 2026, medium, then towards 2027, long term. Let's put it that way.
Okay, I will expand the time frame for long term to be like 10 years or thereabout. The short term, in terms of the short term, which is the next 2 years, Unfortunately, the honest truth is that, and I think you should document this, not a lot will change. And I will tell you why. Some of the pressure points, some of the challenges we have, many of the challenges, not some of them, are structural in nature. I'll give you an instance. Let's start from the issue of food security or food insecurity, however you want to put it. Until we are able to arrest the insecurity in the part, first of all, in the middle belt, which is not central, and then the northwest and the northeast, we are not likely going to see material improvement in food production. We may decide, as we have done in recently, to start importing or expand our importation of food. But it doesn't give you, that's why I use the word food security, national food security, where your country can feed yourselves. We're not going to see those issues addressed in the next 2 years. If the government could make some gains, but in terms of restoring the citizens of those locations, those displaced citizens to going back to their farms and resume their cultivation, I don't think that may necessarily likely happen in the next 2 years. Then, in terms of exchange rates, a material appreciation of the exchange rate, unless government is able to borrow massively from the international market. Of course, I understand the government trying to borrow $5 billion from Saudi Aramco, or yes, from Saudi Aramco, and the government has the intention of borrowing about 21 billion. Unless those borrowings crystallize, in terms of maintaining strong local currency, it's still going to be a tough call. Because even in spite of the efforts of the government, crude oil production will not materially improve in the next 2 years because we have not seen so much of exploration. We're not seeing investment in the upstream sector to the extent that we should expect a 300,000, 500,000 increase in crude oil production. So if we are not able to achieve material improvement, I'm not saying there's not going to be some level of improvement. There could be some level of improvement with Seplatna assuming assets of Mobil and with Oando's acquisition of, I think, Total also. We may see some improvement, but I do not see, unless you have a material improvement in the level of capital. And remember that oil and gas sector, oil exploration and production is not a short-term process. Even if you find oil, it could take you more than a year to start producing. So 2 years, if the 2 years is your timeline for short term, I don't see material improvement and foreign exchange earning, foreign reserve, exchange rates. What other sectors that are you looking at? So that leads us to what do we think of inflation rate? I think inflation will gradually moderate, but I think we should still be contending with inflation rate in the region of 20% in the next 1 year. The simple reason is that food inflation is a major component of our consumer price index. So even if you see some level of deceleration in inflation rates, it's not going to be to the level of single digit. Maybe at best we see the region of 15% inflation rate. But bear in mind that inflation is additionally increment in average prices beyond what it was the previous year. So you are building on already a higher base. So that's as it relates to inflation rates. The way we talk about unemployment today, we do not have, that's my personal opinion, we don't have accurate figures on level of unemployment because I find it difficult to be convinced that we have the same level of unemployment as a country like Germany or European Union when we say our unemployment rate is about 4.2 or 4.3%. So, but ordinarily, between you and I, because our economy is growing at a much slower rate than the rate at which we are churning out graduates, or the proportion of our youthful population. So we're going to continue to bring into the labor market more numbers than those who are absorbed by the labor market. So we should expect some level of consistent higher level of unemployment. So I think I've wrapped around the short term. In terms of the medium term we'll begin to see if the government is consistent, if there are no counterbalancing measures that are taken because of political exigencies. And I repeat myself, if there are no counterbalancing measures that are taken because of political exigencies to have short wins that will have longer term disruptive impact, in the medium term, we should see some level of recovery. But I must emphasize that for us to have a buoyant economy where exchange rate will be strong, unemployment will be strong, the government must walk its talk as it relates to its emphasis on manufacturing, which the president made allusions to in his speech. That emphasis must be on manufacturing. That is the sector that will absorb a lot more hands than the service industry, given the demography of our population, which I had referenced earlier, that we are largely a youthful population. So people entering the labor market are quite high, higher than the number of those who are exiting the Nigerian population to meet their forebearers. You know what I mean? I mean those who pass on to the to the next world. So these are facts. So in terms of in the medium term, in the long term, I think you and I should, in the course of this narrative we engage in regularly, encourage government to do the heavy lifting. Address the issue of critical infrastructure. I'm happy the government talked about data services, having optic fiber or fiber optics across the country. We need to address other critical infrastructure, particularly arterial high roads. The government needs to ensure that we have them. We need to stabilize and improve power supply. Energy supply is critical. We need to address the issue of port infrastructure is critical for import and export of goods. We need to improve the quality of education in terms of curriculum. The president made allusion to that the educational system is they're working to improve the quality of people coming into the labor market, the skills that are being trained. We need to make that a critical component of our economic development. And then we need to address our legal framework. Our legal system is a major setback. I was listening to former Governor Fashola this morning on the program organized by the church in Ilukweji. What's the name of the church? And he anchored his speech on rule of law. It has actually, unfortunately for us, it has actually collapsed. Our legal system has collapsed. And I hope the judges will pull back and ask themselves, do people still get justice from our legal system? The answer is no, because they have a saying that justice denied is justice delayed is justice denied. We need to address our legal system.
Interesting conversation as always. I must thank you so much, Mr. Johnson Chukwu, for helping us understand President Bola Tinubu's speech there presented at the National Assembly, joint session of National Assembly today. Thank you so much. Mr. Johnson Chukwu is the founder, Group Chief Executive Officer, Cowrie Assets Management Limited. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you for having me.
And your holiday. All right, then, still to come on the show, Lagos e-collop system. Well, NATO, Ipman, rejects imposition of 12,500 naira levy on trucks, calls for immediate review. Well, President, Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, Mr. Yusuf Othman, will join me live from our Abuja studios for this conversation right after this break. Don't go away. All right, then now let's go to another conversation. A lot around Democracy Day, which will still be playing out. But the leadership of the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners and, of course, Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria have strongly rejected what the term as unilateral imposition of a 12,500 levy per truck by Lagos State government for the Lagos e-collop system along the Lekki-Ekpe corridor. The association, in a press statement made available to newsmen earlier today, said the levy is unacceptable, adding that they are prepared to explore legal and procedural means to challenge what is considered as an unwholesome economic burden. In a statement signed by the leadership of both associations earlier today, they conveyed their appreciation for the introduction of the e-collop system for Lekki-Ekpe corridor, a policy recognized as a strategic initiative to ease traffic congestion and improve logistics flow along the axis. They explained that they had officially reacted to the proposed levy, citing the economic implications of this charge, particularly on the distribution cost and pricing of petroleum products. According to the statement, NATO and Ipman proposed a downward review to 2,500 naira per truck, reflecting equity, affordability, and broader national interest. Well, let's talk to the president of the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, Alhaji Yusuf Lawal Othman, live from Abuja studios. Thank you so much. It's good to have you on the program.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Yes, I think we should start with the origin of this crisis. Where did all of this, because according to what we've heard, there's been a series of meetings before now. Where are we and how did we get to this point?
Well, thank you so much. I must confess that we've had series of meetings under the leadership of the Honorable Commissioner of Transport, Lagos State. And several times meetings will hold and will be, postponed for so many reasons. But finally, it came to a point where we understood. Originally, yes, they showed us even so many parking areas across Lagos State that our trucks will, when they come, they will key in, then they will park as a holding bay before they go to their respective loading points. But what came out at the end of the day was the fact that this payment is going to be borne by the transporter. Now, to a very large extent, I must commend Lagos State government and particularly the Commissioner of Transport. He's done a very good job as far as I'm concerned, or we are concerned generally, and he's doing a good job. And of course, we appreciate the initiative of trying to ensure that there is orderliness in every area across Lekki AP zone. We have, of course, recognized the fact that it's not only trucks that are in Lekki AP. There are a lot of residents, other businesses who also are entitled to their livelihood and business, exploration over there. But notwithstanding, of course, we know quite well that the state government should also realize the fact that for a depot to be there, a refinery to be there, as well as ports, naturally there will have to be off-takers. And these off-takers will come in so many forms: trucks, open body, wet, and every other. So as such, there should be some provision for those off-takers. And that is our belief. Now, if at the end of the day there is a plan to have orderliness, why not? We'll key in and ensure that every other person, is on board to ensure the success or efficacy of the project. Now, the bone of contention is the fact that in the last meeting that was held under the auspices of the Mr. Deputy Governor, where the meeting we were not there because we missed flight, and prior to that they called for meetings 3 times, and we got prepared, and the meetings were cancelled. And in so many instances, we even got to Lagos before they cancelled. But notwithstanding, they believe that, okay, since everybody is on board, decision is taken, it will commence on Monday on the 16th. Now, as far as we are concerned, yes, we key in, but we've written a letter to Mr. Governor and told him that, yes, we appreciate the work he's doing and, of course, the plan for the e-column, but there is need for a review downward of the proposed amount to be paid. This is to ensure there is efficacy in the activity, and maybe going forward as it progresses, maybe they can make some improvement. But nothing was done. We just heard that they're going to commence implementation on Monday. And this has not gone down well with a lot of our members. And myself being the president of these people, I have a responsibility to ensure that I fight their cause and take it to any length to the best of my abilities. And this is exactly what I'm doing.
Interestingly, if this happens, and because I know there are some levies being paid already, and this is added to it, that means Nigerians might have to pay more for petroleum products, one way or the other.
Eventually, the cost will have to be transferred to the consumers. And it's not only petroleum products. There are other goods that will be taken from the ports, from the Dangote refinery, there is fertilizer, and so many others, which will eventually be transferred to the eventual consumer. If it is from the ports, of course, to the consignee as well as to the consumer. And as much as we believe that they have good cause, but we believe the amount is too high. At the same time, also, if it is true that they want to remove the congestion, so-called congestion in the area, I want to believe that Dangote Refinery should have adequate parking area for the off-takers of the product, be it petroleum product or fertilizer, as well as also Pinnacle. And so I don't see any cause for hiring, parks in the guise of all these. I don't think it's right. And also there are plans way back in Lagos. If you go to Lagos very well in the last 20, 30 years, you know that at times when they do odd and even numbers, and if there is a general belief that there is cure, that they can return odd and even numbers in the Lekki AP zone, as well as also to reduce the amount to the BRS minimum. Let us feel the impact of the project, then probably as we feel the impact, we are not averse to the implementation, but we felt and we have complained, have written to His Excellency the Governor that there is need to look inward and probably review downward the proposed 12,500 per truck, so that we see how well this is done, this is managed, and probably after a certain time we can cover. And see, don't forget that there are a lot of off-takers who are Lagos-based, whose trucks move daily from Dangote Refinery and maybe Pinnacle Depot to service Lagos. And imagine every day they pay 12,000 every day. What is the amount they are being paid vis-a-vis the cost of the vehicle? And, and at the end of the day, we are not even sure of the efficacy of the project, because we've experienced the Apapa call up either MP or whatever. We started, you see, when it rains, it pours. So that is why we are very careful. These consultants, they've not only been to Lagos State, they've been to various states in the coastal area that they have a very good project for revenue drive, where an old truck that pass through those states, they have certain amount they pay. And listen, I want to believe Mr. President has taken care of these extortions, because there was a meeting of some ministers, involving Minister of Defense, Agri, Livestock. I was in attendance trying to see how all these multiple taxations can be reduced so that the cost of goods across the country will reduce. Now, this is another form of extortion or tax, because it's not only Lagos State that are going to experience this. And there are a lot of states, one way, assuming you load from Lagos coming down to Abuja, imagine the number of states you will pass through, and imagine the amount you pay. And also, in Lagos State, for example, we have issues with LASMA. Imagine if you load from the Lekki AP exit, and a driver who is loading petroleum product coming from that area out to Ogere, there is no resting area. You imagine if you follow through the Lekki or then VI, then probably other areas, any stop, you pay 150,000, they will tow it, you can't rest, all these things. So all the facilities are not in place for you. It's not all about paying the money. I would expect that by now, if it is from Ijegun area or from Apapa, when you are coming down, there should be some resting areas for drivers loaded petroleum products. Not only petroleum products, loaded trailer drivers and so many other that. So that in case of any issue, LASMA catch you are getting value, but it's just collecting the money. For the last 10, 20 years, you see LASMA collecting money, but they have not made any provision to see that this money that is being collected, there is some value addition in terms of resting areas, or where a vehicle has puncture, you can pass, you pay certain for certain parts, just to collect the money and no value addition. So that's why we are much concerned about this plan, whatever. Let them collect some few meager amount, then let them bring the service, then everybody will key in, then everybody will be happy, irrespective of the fact that it's going to be additional pain in view of the high operational cost of running these trucks across the country. I wanted them to realize that today fuel is distributed in this country 100% by trucks. Now, if we are having these issues, every step we go will have to pay this amount of money. We have several, 3 different categories of transporters of this petroleum product. There are company-owned or practice. For example, assuming as a refinery, they have their own trucks. There's marketer trucks. Then there's third-party trucks who are off-taker, who's giving service. So in all of these categories, we go across the country. Fuel today is distributed 100% by trucks. Now, if there's no return on investment or no, and multiple taxation everywhere across the country, what is the benefit of getting into the business? At the same time, also, how would you be able to get all this done in a more peaceful environment? Moreover, we in Nigeria are Nigerians doing this business, and we're looking for people who will come in and key into Nigerian activities, and Nigerians are doing these things to themselves, and don't think it's right. So there is need for His Excellency, Mr. Governor of Lagos State, to please look at this issue. We appreciate what they are doing. We appreciate their plans, but look at the pricing. Maybe let us see how it goes from maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months. Then probably we see how we could improve if there is need, but not just to come and just be collecting money for the sake of collecting money, not necessarily for the sake of giving service. Now,
let me follow up with understanding. If have you visited these parks? That's one. What's the capacity? And because your trucks, the turning radius, and all of that, how comfortable is that? That's on one side. But now the state government has insisted that this will take effect on the 16th. That's according to the essay to the governor, who would also try to reach out to get his views on this matter. Now, what will be your position as we move? Monday is just around the corner.
Yes, I quite appreciate we have taken legal measures. We are going to take procedural measures, of course. And you can take the horse to the river, but you can't force the horse to take water. Our trucks can go there. They don't necessarily have to go to the Lekki area. They can remain around the area. They don't necessarily even have to go there. Because if there is nothing done, we will have to tell our members to be careful. If you feel you can pay the amount, you can pay. But as far as we are concerned, we have buttressed the concern of our people to the government and to the general public. I think we have done our bit, and we will not relent in ensuring that we do our very best until our strength is no more.
I talked about the park. If you've visited some of the parks, have you?
Yes, we visited some of the parks of at Badia and some at so many. We have not visited the parks at Lekki.
Okay.
But we believe, but irrespective of the fact that they have parks, the refinery, the major refinery there has its own park.
Okay.
Pinnacle has its own park. Why do you have to go to another park? In any case, if you are going to, what they should look at, what we kept telling them is that, assuming you have an estate and you have a guest, we are guests, or somebody you are sending, or a dispatch person that will come. Once you come to the gate of the estate, he is supposed to take care of your entry and exit into the estate. As simple as that. So if you are going to Lekki Epe, you are either going to Pinnacle to load or going to Dangote to load. They should have provision for you and make sure you are good to go before you come. You can't just come and be gallivanting across the road just because you are a transporter. Nobody wants to come and just waste his time and energy. I appreciate the fact that it's not only trucks that have this. There are a lot of inhabitants, there are government people, there are other businesses whose livelihood and whatever probably, but we appreciate the orderliness, we want the orderliness, but we're appealing to government to look at this price of 2,500. At least for a starting point, let us see how far it will go. Then we will probably, if we will not feel the impact if necessary provision is made. But for now, we do not agree with whoever the Shola Giwa, we don't agree with him. We would rather even talk to the commissioner directly, not even SA, because we felt let me reserve my comment. Thank you.
All right then. Finally, I know recently there were some protests around Apapa area, also around this the e-collop system in Apapa, which we covered and aired, and not just, even other sister stations had that report. So what really was the challenge also with regards to this system, if it's really strategic?
It's still the issue of the e-collop, and we had some truce with them some few months ago, wherein sometimes vehicle will break down, they will call it abandoned. There are certain time frames, certain hours within which if a vehicle breaks down, it's considered abandoned before you send a crane to take it away. And we all so we agreed. There are also provision where some of our members have their own crane. So if such is considered abandoned, we would like to use our crane and take it away. But initially they wanted to use their own crane because it's so exorbitant charges. The issue of this e-collop is something very germane that you see, especially the port issue. You see, it's beyond. Lagos is a state, but it's beyond a state. People managing such their thinking and their planning. People managing should be thinking that should go beyond. Lagos is a nation, and whoever is in charge is speaking should be looking at that, not just looking within Apapa, born and brought in Apapa, my life at school. No, these people should go to Benin, Cotonou, go to South Africa ports, go to Antwerp and see the operation, because some little action you do affects the whole country. That was why several times they've been thinking of how to make sure these ports operate optimally 24 hours. Some of these myopic ideas within certain people within the environment who have been in this over time for the last 10, almost 20 years. That is why there has not been any meaningful progress. We should have people who will think of this Lagos as a nation. It's beyond a state. So the actions and whatever should be, somebody managing such should be an international person, not just people within the people handling their affairs. I'm not referring to the Honorable Commissioner, but the people, small people there who are, they are the people giving us problems. So there is need to look at it as a holistic approach. All right. So that I even told them there is need for some of the operators to go to Antwerp, to go to South Africa port and see. But I don't know.
All right then, Alhaji Yusuf Lawal Othman, President, Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners. Thank you so much. It's a developing story. We'll stay with it and, of course, have updates from all angles. Thank you so much. Do enjoy the Democracy Day.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All the best. Thank you.
All right then. Well, we would take a breather and we will do some look at global stock markets before we wrap up the show after this break. All right, glad to have you back. Now let's run through our market report as we wrap up the show for today. Commodities market, gold, silver, copper, and platinum. Gold is 1.08% in the positive this afternoon, as silver is down 0.54%, selling for $3,379.70 an ounce. Silver is $36.07. Copper is $478.95. Platinum is $1,263.21, and copper is down 0.52%. Platinum is up 0.28%. Now let's see corn, wheat, cocoa, and cotton. Well, for corn it's flat, $439.75. Wheat is $531.75. Cocoa is $9,069, and it's up 0.43%. Cotton $67.38 and is down 0.40%. Corn is flat, wheat is down 0.47%. But the global markets now all dazzling in red now, and the dollar it slipped today as investors sized up mild U.S. inflation reports and a fragile trade truce between Washington and Beijing, while rising tensions in the Middle East and lingering tariff anxiety dented market sentiment. European stock looks set for open lower, with futures tracking German DAX and London futures down 0.8% and 0.4% on this side. Contracts Tracking Wall Street, S&P 500 pointed to a lower start as well, 0.2% down. And stocks in Europe and US also took a breather after a rally over the past session. In Asia Pacific, MSCI's broadest index tracking stocks in the region slipped 0.2% after hitting a 3-year high, while Japan's Nikkei slipped 0.5%. Chinese and Hong Kong stocks also took a pause after touching multi-weeks high. Well, wrapping up the show now, crude oil prices eased today, reversing gains made earlier in Asian market as participants access a United States decision to move personnel from the Middle East ahead of talks with Iran over nuclear activities. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude fell to $67.45 per barrel, down 1.03%. Brent crude futures sells for $68.99, down 1.12%. Bonnie Light sells for $78.62, down 2.84%. While for the OPEC basket, dealers offer $67.35, and it's up 1.31%. Well, that's our show today. Thank you so much for watching. And this is opened. We have a right of reply from the Lagos State government. We call on the special advisor, Shola Giwa, or even the Commissioner for Transport to talk to us about this issue so that at least we can get a middle ground and move on with this truck so that there's no shutdown of activities along that axis. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Chinua Lumogu Achebe was born November 16, 1930 in Ogidi, Nigeria. He went to Government College in Umuahia, Nigeria. In 1948, Achebe won a scholarship to the University of Ibadan to study medicine, but after a year, he changed his major to writing. After graduation in 1953, he became a script writer for the
expansion of the economy through agribusiness. The people have continued to feel the impact of good governance. On your update, you'll be opportune to see how far the Seyi Makinde government has brought governance to every doorstep across the state. Join us weekly at this time for insightful moments on your state, setting the pace.
We will invite all Akwa Ibomites to arise to the faith of greatness with our Rise agenda.
The sun is rising, the land is peaceful. It's so amazing that I can see. I want you to fly, yeah. Say, I am the future, yeah.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
happy 26th Democracy Anniversary to all Nigerians. It's an open house Thursday on Your View. Welcome to the show. I am Murayo Afolabi Brothers. Always have the ladies with me. Wake in the building. How you doing?
I'm fine, Chinese. Ni hao.
That's all we all know. It's so good to be back. Let's go on a very short break.
Stay tuned. Your View will be right back.
Thanks for staying with us. So, Nigeria's democracy has come a long way since its transition to civilian rule. As the country continues to navigate the complexities of democracy and even democratic governance, it's essential to assess its progress and challenges. In this conversation, we'll explore the state of Nigeria's democracy. We'll discuss the biggest challenges facing Nigeria's democracy and its progress since the transitioning to civil rule and its impact on the lives of the ordinary Nigerians. Joining us to help us with this conversation into this thought-provoking conversation is the state of this, is a lawmaker, member representing Oshodi. Inshallah, one of the House of Representatives, Honorable Bashir Daudu. Welcome to the show. He's chairman, House Committee on Disability Matters and Senior Citizens Affairs. It's good to have you on the show. You're representing us in the federal level. Good to have you on the show, sir. Okay. You can join the conversation on 020-163-52013, 090-241-63440. You can also send us messages on X and also on YouTube. We'll be happy to read your messages. I know that we're going to be having other guests joining the show at some point, but just to start the conversation. Ladies, before I come to our guests, what's your own general take? Let our guests come in a bit later. What's your own take of 26 years of democracy? Have we really progressed, or do you think that as a regular Nigerian, do you think so much more can be done? Who would like to go first?
Yes, I will. You know, for me, honestly, I think that there has been progress. But I don't know if I'm the best person really to say that, because during the military regime, I was really quite young. You know, I really started becoming an adult when with Obasanjo, you know. So, but I believe that there has been progress. It has not been perfect. There's still a lot of things to be done. But I know that is how it's meant to be. It's not meant to just write off everything and everything becomes perfect. It's that as long as we're seeing that we're progressing one administration after the other. I also feel that there's been times where it seemed as if we went backwards, you know, and not to call any particular administration out. We had so much hope when we were going in with that administration, and it just seemed like they just, first of all, was now stagnant, and then it seemed like we went backwards. But I feel that there has been progress, definitely. From the stories we used to hear as children of how the military was, you know, all the indiscriminate arrest of people, locking people up, you cannot speak your mind, there are some things you could not say in public, and, you know, families will be shut down, political assassinations up and down, you know, we don't hear that anymore. Then there also seems to be an improvement in our elections. I've seen that. Definitely, we always have people who are not comfortable or who are not, who feel that more could be done. Yeah. But there has been improvement, especially as we introduced technology into it. Even though Nigerians will tell you it didn't quite work, but it showed that there was progress. So progress has been quite minimal, but we're progressing forward.
Okay, Mike, you want to say something to this, or Ramatu?
I disagree with Miriam. I'm not really sure about the progress. When it comes to freedom of speech, I don't think that we have freedom of speech, because in successive administrations, we have seen where people have been silenced by way of arresting them. There was a situation where a young boy was taken because he said something against the First Lady. I mean, when we talk about democracy and freedom of speech, I watch a lot of American programs. When you hear all these comedians talking, try it in Nigeria, that cell, you will never come out of it. You will they will beg. You will not come out of it. So I disagree about freedom of speech. Then the other thing I think where I find it very difficult to agree with you is the cost of this democracy. It costs an arm and a leg. Let's be honest. When, Oga, no offense, so when we have to pay your salaries, buy you people new cars, that for me is expensive. With the military, you had, and I'm not talking for military, no. I'm just saying you had 27, the SMC, they were Supreme Military Council, those are the people chopping, and the governors. Now, you have legislator, local council, so many people. So the national cake is being, in fact, it's as if insects are eating the national cake. So for me, I think we still need a lot of work. For this democracy to work, a lot of work. And I think that it is important. Freedom of speech is 100% important.
Okay. What do you think? Your general thoughts?
Yeah, so I agree with Auntie Waike on what she said, because the democracy, the dividends of it is, we can see that we are achieving, the progress is very, very slow, like snail, as in it's very, very slow, and we're not really seeing much, happening and all. And then I will still say this: there was corruption during the military regime. I think it has gone, in fact, it's worse right now in this democracy, because we can see that our laws and everything are going down. Everything is going down. Everybody is doing whatever they like. Everybody is just going into office not to work. They are going there to, enrich themselves and everything. So I am seeing this democracy, the way it's going, we're not really going to, we'll still be at this same spot. Come maybe 10 years from now, 20 years from now, we'll still be doing this same thing. And there's no continuity from every government.
Is that a safe argument to make? Because I don't want to believe that there hasn't been any progress. I hear you, and you have a right to your opinion. But yes, because the general conversation is that nothing is happening. The whole country is messed up. The whole thing is crumbling. But if we look at different areas, there are some people would argue that getting credit right now for their businesses is a bit better. People will say that right now there's a bit more of money to work for the money that the local government or the governments are getting is much better than what they used to get. Now, are they using it judiciously? They call those different conversations. So there's a bit of changes. So if we continue the conversation of nothing is happening, it brings us back to where we're coming from. But that's not my I'm not trying to debate that. Before I come to you, sir, my own viewpoint, I've never really believed in democracy. I've always, from day one, I've always had a problem. And that's so it's good for you to hear all our views. So you can now come in as a lawmaker to come and share your own thoughts on it. And what was even more interesting was my recent trip to China. I met somebody from Rwanda, and Rwanda is not democratic. In fact, the man, he's been there for over 20 years. And the man was saying that, what Nigerian did, one of my colleagues from Rwanda was telling me, what you need is a patriotic dictator. And that's what they have. Because this is a man who is a patriot, but yet he's a dictator. Because we were talking about the insecurity in Nigeria. When we talk about kidnapping, he said, really? He said somebody tried to steal armed robbery. There was an armed robbery attack many years ago in Rwanda. And the moment they caught those guys, the president just behead them, kill them immediately. Like they did it 2 or 3 times. Since that time, nothing like that. Like, in fact, he's surprised that kidnapping is still going on. Because it was draconian, it was drastic, but because of the kind of government they had, he had the decision. He's a patriot. He's like, if I let these people, if I said I want to wait for democracy or rule of law, somebody will tell them they escaped at the prison. One lock, somebody will open the prison. Before you know it, they'll go and recruit more people. Before you know it, something else. So let me just behead these ones so we don't have them anymore. And that worked for him. Communist China, they made their own decision. 1949, I believe, was when they really started working towards the development of their country. Yeah. They don't have democracy. And here they are. One man is in charge. And then they started building deliberately and said, this is our focus. We shut down our borders. Somebody just woke up this morning and said, okay, no more having children. Only one child per family. Everybody that was training me in that place was telling me, Morel, I only have one child. When I said I had 4, they go, wow, how in the world? But now they've changed this. Since 2016, they've changed their laws now that you can now have up to 3 as much. But back then, most of the adults, they said, we only have one child. Because somebody had the idea and with that draconian law. So my question, therefore, is, Nigeria as we are today, is this democracy as it is, as we have copied and pasted it, does it work for us? Because sometimes, I think it was in Buhari, former President Buhari, that said that during his time, he enjoyed the fact that he was a military head of state, because this rule of law, process going to, it just takes a long time. But as a military officer, he was able to make some rules. So what do you think, looking at June 12, is democracy going to work for the largest African black nation in the world?
Thank you. First, I will say that I cherish being in your midst as an ardent viewer. The divergence or the divergent views on this table reflects the way Nigeria is.
Okay.
We are like that. And we're not different from most people all over the world, including the US. Democracy is government of the people, for the people, by the people. The democracy you get is a reflection of our society. There's no doubt about that. And with Mariam, that there's significant progress. And by the way, I witnessed those times we were talking about. Kudos to the heroes that have always been in the struggle, like the Ransom Kuti family and others. So when we look at that, I don't think Nigerians will ever look back and feel rosy about military governance in Nigeria.
Right.
But for those of us that were actually experienced it, it's not something that we want to wish on ourselves. For the American context that we're talking about, look at how when they started their democracy. And right now, would you say the democracy of America is ideal? When, like you said, like you were citing, they're hijacking people from the street right now and sending them to El Salvador without due process.
Trump has Nigerian blood.
Okay.
That you can't compare Trump, the democracy of Trump,
let him finish
to American democracy.
Okay, what we're trying to say is that it's full of imperfections.
Yes, that's the point.
And that's why the Americans will say, towards a more perfect union. Nigerians will say that we look forward to making the situation better.
Yeah.
And if you also listen to what she said, right now, what are the pillars in terms of the electoral process? Is it perfect? No. But it wasn't where we were before. And now, from the legislative perspective, right now there's an amendment going on about the Electoral Act. There was a previous one. This is to make that one better, which we can have input. There's also the amendment, constitutional amendment. So from my own perspective, when you look at the global picture of what is happening in Nigeria, I think we're better off democratically than we were before.
But some will argue, sir, that democracy works in a nation where the literacy level is higher, such that you are conscious, you're a conscious decision maker, you're a conscious voter, you're a knowledgeable voter, you are voting because you have information. Here you are influenced. Oh, because I like YK. YK is what I feel all of us. YK says go this way, we're all going this way. Because our literacy level is not the point where we are independent in thinking. So in a nation such as ours, can democracy truly flourish? Because other African countries might argue that you don't need, but right now, let us for now, we need somebody who can come up and just set things in order. Because if you keep going by this rule of law, you're not going to go far. And I think it was Ramadan who said that it's kind of at a slow pace. It's not a snail pace. So democracy is too slow for where we are as a people. Do you agree?
I think they are talking about the benevolent, quote unquote, or patriotic dictatorship. What we have had in Nigeria, and this argument, by the way, is one of the reasons that coups happened in Nigeria.
So.
Thank God that we don't have that anymore, because every time that we complain of the imperfection, the guy comes up and says, I can do it better. Nigeria never had the privilege of that benevolent dictator you were talking about. So I don't know whether magically we can create that. And one of the reasons is that Nigeria is a very diverse society.
True.
Even to get elected politically right now, you want to be president of Nigeria, ask yourself, how would you know someone in Borno? How would you know somebody in Kwara? and we know somebody from the East. So ours is not a place that we can say there can be a magic one that will do that. But what do we have now? We have the judiciary, we have the all good and rosy.
Work in progress.
I think we can say that we have made progress, we're growing, and we're not matured yet. And what I love about Nigerians is like what you have on this table. We're never really satisfied. And that is the spirit of the American that got them to where they are today. The average Nigerian, like you're trying to say, will not accept what he will not accept. And we're going to be challenge whoever is there. We challenge.
I disagree, sir. Let me tell you why. Okay. Let me tell you why I disagree with. I disagree with Miriam a bit on that. Because the elite, those of you that are educated, nobody can sway you because you have independent thinking. You can decide who you choose to vote for. But the majority of the electorate, the followers, this 90.7% of those guys out there. That's the reason why one person in the state can say, I'm going to APC, and a whole gamut of people follow him because they don't really care about, is he APC or PDP? They don't know, I'm following my leader. Where we are as a people, we are following leadership. If he said, this is what we're doing, they will follow. That is why there's Baba Saleh, there's Yaloja, there's Babaloja, because it's all about followership. People want to say, this is the person that I'm going with. We're all going, is it red they're wearing? All of us are wearing red. Is it Ashwabi that will be? That is our mentality. It's not even going to say, they're all wearing blue to this person's wedding. Me, I'm going to wear orange. I'm wearing confidently. No, they'll feel like, no, let me not say that. I'm not part of them. You're going to find blue to wear. It is our thinking, our makeup. So who we are as a people, I'm saying let us bring it back. Who we are as a people. I don't think we are mentally ready for what democracy needs or requirements of democracy. As a people, who we are, the majority of those who are not so educated as you, what they need is someone to come and say, today, anybody that steals rice is being beheaded. And we are beheaded, we behead like 50 of them. Everybody will align, say, you must not steal rice. They're cutting their heads down. I'm not saying that's the right way, but the truth is, where we are as a people, maybe in the next 100 years, after more people have been educated and they are now more independent in thinking, they can say, okay, if all of you are doing this, me, I choose not, and then they make better decisions. But as of today, maybe the reason why we're going in circles is because we have not seen that this democracy as it is not working for us.
I think that is really the issue, that the impact, but you cannot throw away the baby with the bathwater. Some people at some point in this country actually said that Nigeria was not ready for independence. If we go into that school of thought, we will still be under the British government, but we're not. And thank God for that. But I know I share the passion. It's because of the challenges.
But there are still our guys at the top.
Yeah, but it's better than that you are a slave to them like we used to be. So, but I get the passion that in terms of what has democracy delivered, at the average person seeing the impact, I think that's where we're going. Now, as a practitioner, there are instances where people give folks money and they don't still vote for them. So it's not the giving that is going to be that follow you are talking about. So the onus is on us to work on all these challenges and not just the legislature. You put our own feet to fire because you have put us there. And the media, the civil society, engagement, enlightenment to the folks, you guys should do more of that so that people will not do what you're saying. Don't follow Baba Sakwe like you said. That is something that can be a source of a kind of advocacy they are going to do. So maybe that should be an assignment.
Let me take this call. Thanks for calling. You're live. I think it's Yakub. Go ahead, please.
Excuse me. Good morning, Mariah, and then good morning to our guest, Sister Ayeni. Good morning, ma. I have two things to say quickly. One is my wishes, and the second one is a question to our guest. Firstly, because today is June 12th, and then I was fully participated in that election as at that time because I'm an adult as at that time. I wish the present president come out fully and declare MQ Abiola as the president, and then everything that was due to their families should be given to them. Because for me, I participated in that election, and then for General Babangida to come out later and also admit that truly MQ Abiola won that election. Professor Okfrin was also say so. So if those two people, as at that time, and then they came out and said this, What stopped the Nigerian government to declare him as a substantive president of this country? And then everything that was due as a president was supposed to give to his family because he already paid a supreme price. That is number one. Number two, my question to our guest this morning, because I was also thinking of this in quite a long time. Sir, with due respect, you are honorable and then you are a lawmaker. Do you think that play bargaining in our law is right? Because a situation whereby somebody is stealing 100 billions of naira, and then he or she admit that, yes, truly I stealing this money, this one it was taken away by me, and then he now say that I was playing bargaining, and then they will ask the person to take out half of the money and pay the remaining one. So if Boraya can went to China, and then in China today you do such a thing, you know that you are going. So in that case, I don't. For me, that's my own personal opinion. Okay. I don't think that kind of a law. I don't think we need it. Okay. Good morning.
Thank you.
First, about the president, I think that for those of us that witnessed it, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was not a bystander; was an active participant of the democratic struggle. There's no doubt about that, and he's one of the heroes of democracy. So there's no, and then there are a lot of pictures, apart from the fact that some of us saw it, that you will see him by the side or behind MK Abiola. So this is someone that was very close to MK Abiola. And I know that what you are raising most likely is on his mind all the time. There's no doubt about that. Now, your other question is that corruption or fraud. Yes, the government is a reflection of society. But if what you are saying is that every time we think we don't agree or we think an offense is grievous, that people should be killed, I refer you to miscellaneous tribunal. In the days of Buhari, Diagbon, there was very minimal due process, and people were just, facing firing squad. So this is not. I want folks don't realize when you want to throw away the due process is that what if you are innocent? That's something that most people don't. If you have ever been a victim where you are not the culprit, so just killing an innocent person, even if you have 50 people that were responsible, I think it's something that is a lot much because you don't want to be on the side of the innocent. So that's my response to that.
So let me go on a break. I'm sorry. Okay. When we come back, we continue this conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned. Your View will be right back.
Stay with us. Still conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah. So earlier you were talking, and I don't know if it was off camera. Well, you mentioned something about we, the people, also have a part to play on how our democracy is run. I'll give you an example. Was in the first term of the Lagos State Governor, the current Lagos State Governor, they impounded some vehicles for different traffic infractions, but especially for those who were taking one way. And I remember during campaigns for this second administration, one of his opposition used that as a campaign strategy, where he says, they're impounding your cars. How much do you people have as Lagosians? They don't care about you. People are crying at the place. But the thing was, those cars were impounded because they were risking lives. Lives were being risked. You take a one-way, an accident happens, an innocent Lagosian is killed because of your misbehavior. But an opposition was able to come and use that to sort of garner, support for himself. And for me, where I'm going with this is, what responsibility should we take as a people for the sort of democracy that we have? Is it only just the politicians that have a problem? How about the Nigerians themselves? We constantly call them out for different things. Oh, they're chopping money. And yet you go to these offices and Nigerians are lined up expecting that monies be handed over to them, and when you don't do that, they'll promise you will not come back to that office the next time.
But you will still come back.
Even
if they promise you, you will still come back.
But that, by the way, will answer some of YK's concerns, which is that the whole process is expensive. But like Mariah was saying, have you ever taken the time to research how do you actually get elected? How do you get the ticket? Yeah. Which is what she's trying to refer to. So the expectations of the community, of the public, what are the expectations? There was a time in the political history of Nigeria where actually political party members pay the party. They have dues every month for the party. I know that for sure in UPN. But when was the last time we had that?
So you people are not paying dues like you are like this.
Well, there are dues now. I'm just saying that the way it was
before. Are you paying is the question.
Yeah, I'm paying dues, of course.
But you just said you are not paying now.
I said there was a time
that you are paying dues. Yeah. So that means that now party members are not paying dues. So it is those dues that you are supposed to use to conduct elections. But what is happening now is that there are some big wigs in the political parties that are the ones sponsoring the election. So those are the ones that will be making
and so you have to make the money and pay the money
to spend. And so the other ones who don't have the money will be quiet. You'll be looking, yes sir, 3 bags or so anything. So until we start to do it right, the democracy cannot work. We have to do it right. And that's my point. And I'm not saying that, military was the best thing. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this one that we are doing better than that one? How? Give me examples. Because we can sit on this show and be making mouth and during the military. But that's not true. During the military, there were still some people that were talking.
Like Delegiwa? Or who?
There were people, a lot of people. Bekoram Sankuti was thrown in prison. Falana was in prison. Akabasharu was in prison for talking. So today, there are people that are talking right now. They are still in their houses.
Excuse me.
What happened to her dad when he was talking?
Her dad.
Yeah, well, he talked a lot, but what happened to him?
He was talking. They beat him. And look, those were the people with confidence. They talked. So today, we still look up to them. That's why today you can still be mentioning their names.
Yeah.
It's not that you will be quiet and be saying anything else. There were some people that had the confidence to come out to talk. They are the people that fought for where we are today. But what are the rest of us now doing? We are keeping quiet, looking.
Okay, you sit on this and you don't keep quiet.
We can't fight now because if you talk, it can be a problem.
No, but we talk here. Why can't you talk?
Excuse me. There are some people that today they are in jail. We don't even know. We have not even heard where they are.
Okay, YK, you are nobody saying you're not right. But I also know that the government has intelligence where there's a system that is sponsoring various groups within our country, with various entities to fuel a lot of unrest in different groups. We are not privy to all this information, but we know that during the elections, there are lots of systematic movements to ensure that certain groups were affected. Even we saw it during NSAS. It was somewhat fueled because not first time we were protesting. A lot of people use the opportunity. You know what? This time for us to throw some crackers in there and see what happens. People are determined to use that opportunity to break the country apart. But it just stays a sovereign nation like ours to sustain it. During that time, I remember the governor then said, what are your grievances? I will carry your grievances to the president. During the military, who is coming to come and see you, come and address you? He's gone, you use the military, you see that they'll be shooting at you. But this time around, they were willing to engage. Yes, things went on eventually. But the thing is that people knew that we can be heard and then we can get a response from government.
Morayo, there was a time during Abacha that they came out to protest. When Abacha brought out tank, everybody ran inside. During NSAS, what happened? Did they bring out tank or did they not bring out tank?
Did they?
They did.
After like 5 or 6 days. Yes, but it was after things started deteriorating. It didn't come out immediately. Abasa will come and meet you immediately. He doesn't want you to start
It didn't go into violence before they brought out the tanks. So it was after the tanks that there was violence. Let's remember
that.
No, during this NSAS.
Abacha didn't even wait for you to be violent or not. Just show them the tank. Everybody will run inside.
Your generation and generations before you, they understand when I see military they run.
Yes,
but these new guys,
we only see it in Hollywood movies.
So they for the audacity to confront a soldier is like, people like our father be wondering, you see soldier, you're still standing.
Yeah.
So but the truth is that it's a different world. But I agree that we must argue these things.
Yeah.
But the truth is, there's been some progress. And as a nation and as a people, if we don't recognize it consciously, we'll continue to bring ourselves back to basics. I'll go back. Sorry, I just got back from China. So you hear of China? The way they speak, like when you're talking to somebody, it's like the president himself is talking. They're speaking with so much pride. Because right in their presence, I was in a city called Shenzhen. Shenzhen practically started developing in 1992. Like the whole city of Shenzhen practically just started. 92. And they started building it, and it was deliberate. They then came to actually, they intentionally wanted to build a city, and you could see the pictures. So the thing is that it was deliberate. The point I'm trying to make is that all these conversations we have is because we are not ripe. We need, that's how I feel.
Yes.
If imagine we're a nation of people who are like people who are a bit more enlightened and exposed, maybe it will be different. But the truth, we need leadership.
Yeah.
Yes.
We need somebody. That's why Obasanjo wanted to do third term.
Yes.
Remember, we're all against it because we understand. Looking at it in hindsight.
Not that because we didn't understand,
but
because we are
in hindsight.
It was not because we did not understand. It was because we understood very well what our rights were. And that also goes to the point where I say that Nigerians will not stand for one person, one dictator, no matter how patriotic he is, because they believe that they have rights and they can make contributions. But, having listened to you, I have to say that there's a part of me that sees your point in the sense that when you do have one person, and if you're lucky, that person is patriotic and wants the best for you, can lead you a certain way in the right path. Unfortunately for you, you cannot determine a human being and what they'll do going forward. And I'm sure in that China, there are cases as well. After all, we still see cases of corruption today, and how they deal with it is another matter. But it shows that a human being can change. Someone comes in with good intentions, seems to be going the right way, and then he'll flip on us. And in Nigeria, we've seen too many of that happen. We have stood up for some candidates who we were so sure of that when they entered in the first 2 years, the third year, they showed us that we were here. Yes.
When Lamido Sanusi spoke about subsidy removal, the entire nation, because we lack understanding, we work against it. Never. How can you remove subsidy? Everybody, even the poor Jonathan, he had to concede. He didn't get it because our thinking at the time did not understand why would you remove subsidy. Because of the poverty that was going to follow us. Yeah. Now, the same thing. Why can I know what you want to say? I know what you want to say. Calm down. I'll come to you.
You don't know what I want to say.
I know what you want to say. Because yes, this president has come in and removed subsidy. As much as many of us don't agree with it, but many people also see the reason behind it. Yes. And all the candidates were all in agreement. Like, this was necessary. But why didn't we take that step during Jonathan's time? Because the people lacked understanding.
No. Because in that situation too, the people, the opposition fought against the fuel subsidy. They knew that Jonathan was right, but it was the opposition that fueled the people that came out to fight against fuel subsidy. So, and we didn't know anything. I still don't agree with fuel subsidy. As I'm sitting here, I can say the truth, but I'm just telling you that even then, it was fueled against Jonathan's government by the opposition. One. Now, I want to go to China. You see China, what happened to China? Why China? Because China was agreed it was not a democracy, was communist. But in 1989, there was the Tiananmen Square where they executed students who went on protests.
I'm telling you, there's a cost.
They killed all of them. And then what happened? What happened?
Collateral damages happened.
What happened?
Not my time.
What happened was that there were sanctions against them. So everybody ignored, the whole world ignored China. And China said, okay. They now went back and looked inwards. And then they started to develop because there was nobody answering them at that time. And today, everybody is looking. China, yes, sir.
Yes.
Come and buy my land. You want?
I have to go on a break. I have to go on a break. I know that I guess
I have submitted. I'm not sure.
Sheon Kuti is going to be joining us in a moment. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned. Your View will be right back.
Thanks for staying with us, joining the conversation. I know before the break, somebody wanted to say something, or I should make it our guest. Okay, go ahead. Let me let you respond. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think I'm actually enjoying myself because you see the full throttle of Nigeria on this table, especially in the midst of women, because sometimes our society looks down on women. But you have been able to prove that you're strong and very, very thoughtful. I'm not just condescending, but this is a fact. Now, there's no doubt that the Nigerian society is not perfect right now. I think we can all agree with that. I think majority of Nigerians will also agree that we have moved forward. We're not where we will be. But one of the most underreported is that the decades that the military were in the lives of Nigerians. If you give birth to a child now, and that child is 30 years old, what have you taken away from the life of that particular child? Because democracy is a process. People grow in it, like we have been growing. But imagine if there was no interruption from the 60s, when Nigeria was actually ahead of most of these Asian countries that we're talking about. But some folks looking for the ideal, like YK is saying, woke up one day and said, this is not good, and took over the government. And we have been in that abyss since that for a very long time. We had this dictator you are talking about. IBB was in government for what, 9 years? And believe it or not, some Nigerians will even still romanticize that particular time. And you want to cry when you hear those kind of people. But that's the whole gamut of the Nigerian society. We are a very resilient, strong people. I think the discussion should be more of how do we get our democracy better?
Yes. Okay, let me bring our guests, because we have with us Mr. Oluwaseun Onikolapo Kuti. He's a Nigerian singer, saxophonist, band leader, and also carries the Afrobeat legacy of his father. And he's a superstar, own personal, international, global superstar. Mr. Seun Kuti in the building. Seun, are you there? I can't hear you. The network in the country you are in has problem, not Nigeria.
Okay.
Let me unmute.
Oh,
Hello.
good. Fantastic. So, Seun, you've been listening to the conversation we've been having for at least the last 1 hour about Nigeria's democracy. It's June 12th today, and everybody's discussing June 12th in one way or the other. But our focus really is democracy working for us, and how do we modify it, or how do we develop? What's your own view?
June 12th doesn't mean anything to me.
I need volume. I can't hear you.
Father's son. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
I
Maybe
said June 12th doesn't mean anything to me. Can you guys? Oh, wow. But the network here is really good. Anyway, I said, for me, June 12th doesn't really mean anything because I'm my father's son, So Abiola and his mandate can just keep it where they are. But generally, in Nigeria's issues, I think our issue is summed up in one word, is neocolonialism. And we are in the process, there are those who have refused to decolonize and those who are in the process of decolonization.
Okay.
I think Nigeria is ruled by those who have refused to decolonize. I mean, that's why we're even getting a lot of even as I'm listening to this show, we don't seem to see the answers that are looking at us right in the face. The reason why China is free is because Chairman Mao, which is a name nobody mentioned throughout your analysis of China, through the Chinese Communist Party, which is a socialist project, has raised over 800 million people out of poverty. To do this, they had to decolonize. And that's why you have a country like Taiwan, right? Because Tang Chi-shek and the Chinese Nationalist Party, who are the capitalists of the country, who refuse, just like our elites, refuse to break colonial ties. Chairman Mao took the fight to them. It was a civil war in China. Until today, those people are still refused to accept and embrace and live with their people as equals. That's why they have their own country. That's why if you support Taiwan, China cannot even talk to you. China don't want to talk to anybody that supports Taiwan because that is a country of their previous oppressors. So we Nigerians too must begin to see our enemies the way the Chinese saw their enemies. It's either they succumb to our will or we eliminate them out of our society. That's the only way forward. Total decolonization. I'm happy people are talking about China, because that is all China did to achieve progress. But in Nigeria, we excuse our oppressors. Because I hear the subsidy talk, and we are talking as if the president did something brave by removing subsidy. It was a cowardly act, a very cowardly act. The problem with subsidy in Nigeria has never been the fact that the Nigerians are giving subsidy. The problem with subsidy in Nigeria is the corruption in the system.
Exactly.
And the president was too cowardly to go against the corrupt individuals. Finish. And instead of going against a few people that makes that system unmanageable, he decided to punish the entirety of the country for the crimes of a few. And we praise that as there was nothing noble about that. He knows himself, because the president of Nigeria today is a man that I know, and he knows I know him personally. So he knows that even that act he took goes against his own principles, at least the principles I knew him with as a young boy, and him as a leader of thought in our school of thought in those days. So whatever anybody is saying today, for me, is because we are all elitists in our That's so.
Let me come to you because of this issue of decolonization. I mean, and I think a few weeks back I had discussed the reigning leader in Africa, Ibrahim Traore, how he seems to be working against the dictators that have come, well, not dictators, the foreign influences of their country.
Please, let's not go back let's not talk about dictatorships. You see, when people talk about dictators, we are going back in Africa. We've been there, we've done that.
Yeah.
Traore is playing directly from the playbook of dictators. There's no decolonization happening in Burkina Faso. I mean, he's telling us to remove French boots from our neck because the Russian boots is better. No, I'm waiting for somebody to come and explain to me how Vladimir Putin has the benefit of Africans in his heart more than the benefit of Russians. This is geopolitical gameplay. I don't want us to discuss military. The fact that Africans are even discussing military today is a failure of our elites, of our political and business elites.
Sorry, Sean, to cut you off. A few people also call Rwanda, they make him an example of that dictatorship that works. What do you think about that?
How does it work, really? This man has to continue going to kill and murder Congolese people for his country to work, because America allows him to commit atrocities upon the Congolese. We need to remove this American and British lens and look at ourselves properly. I don't want the kind of development in my country where we have to cause pain on our brothers for us to survive.
Okay, I guess wanted to say something.
I want us to survive as Africans.
Okay, I guess want to say something. Go ahead, sir.
Let me get a quick response. I think it's obvious that Shehu and YK are chips of the old block. That you are your father's children. So I would not have expected otherwise. We were very close followers of your dad. God bless his soul. But I take issue with your perception of the subsidy. It is impossible for the president to go to the borders to monitor people that are using jerry cans to take the fuel into other countries. So basically,
those are small criminals.
Okay, it wasn't
those are the small ones.
It wasn't only the.
If you remember in 20.
So you have to let him finish so that we can have his perspective, and then you respond.
We have time. Let's discuss what is. This is already public knowledge. In the Senate, we sat there in 2012, where the big companies of Nigeria came out to talk about their subsidy programs. The Senate investigated it. The problem was never jerry cans living and tanks. The problem is right at the core of the big marketers. I mean, all of it was exposed in the Senate.
Okay, I was just using that.
Okay, so let him respond.
I was just using
let him finish.
Go back to blame people carrying jerry cans.
Let's leave the jerry can for a second. Let him respond so that we can get a proper conversation.
All right, and I was just using that as an example of a very difficult issue to resolve.
Okay.
And you being on your outside and quote-unquote leader of thought is different when you're elected and you are the president of a diverse country like Nigeria. So that decision, I believe that was a very courageous decision because it's a decision that has the tendency to cost the person.
To cost the masses,
it's also
not the criminals.
Oh, okay. But if you follow now, you will see that the country actually saved more money from when the subsidy was removed. And would you agree that there were some savings from not doing the subsidy?
Are they sharing these savings to Nigerians to alleviate or ameliorate?
Right, those are the arguments those are the arguments.
Savings, when we talk about savings, when we say difficult. Is ruling a country supposed to be easy? Is it supposed to be a walk in the park to rule a country? Didn't the president know that Nigeria was a highly divisive, mad place before he put his hat in the ring to say he wants to be president of that divisive, crazy place?
I think we should, excuse me, I think we should
don't hold water to me.
Okay, that's fine. So, show, the conversation, wait, one second, okay, so the show is about expressing our views. So everybody is entitled to their view, although we don't agree with it, but we must respect and understand it. So let me let Ramatu jump in here and then I'll come back to you, Sheo.
Okay, so in a nutshell, how do you think democracy is going to be better for all of us? How do you think we will enjoy it? In a nutshell, just give us some tips on how we can enjoy this democracy, because really, we're not really feeling it much.
Until you and I take it seriously, you and I have to take it seriously. I think,
in what ways?
One of the mistakes.
How?
Oh, are you asking me?
Sheo, let me take you up on that for a second. Let me take you up on that for a second.
Okay, that's simple.
Okay.
If you're asking me, I mean, I think that is for us, the Nigerian professionals, to decide the kind of country that we want.
So it's really
I think for too long, the Nigerian professionals have been aligned, and I see this all the time, we've been aligned with the oppressor. Our educational system in Nigeria has not raised us to understand that our talents cannot be divorced from our national development. We've been raised to think that our talents and our skills are just for us to accumulate comfort and wealth for ourselves, to copy these people that are leading us. So we don't have that understanding, that until the doctors in Nigeria truly care about the health of Nigerians, the lawyers care about justice, the teachers, professors, lecturers care about knowledge. All these professionals must care, understand that their talent is linked to the welfare and the well-being of their people, and through that understanding, organize, to form a true people's movement. We that are not part of these people that we know are destroying our country, we are too hell-bent on trying to join that class instead of making the best of our own class, which is by creating allegiances with the people, with the masses, building bridges to those of us that have been blinded by oppression, that cannot breathe because of oppression, and let them know what we know, see what we know, so that we can build together a movement that can truly bring the just aspirations of Nigerians to the fore, where we can all begin to fulfill our potential. But the problem with our so-called democracy is that we have a democracy where everybody thinks an opportunity is a reason to just be better than somebody else.
Sheo, let me tell you something.
That democracy can't work.
Sheo, let me tell you one of the issues I have.
No solution.
Let me tell you one of the issues I have. When people say, for democracy to work, you need to people must be empowered to hold the government accountable. And I keep asking myself, what the heck does that even mean? Who exactly are you holding accountable? Because the truth is, who is holding who accountable? Because the truth is, I always feel that you do better when you know better. The average person, I think the average electorate, doesn't really know better. So for me, you brought in people who you don't have access to hold them accountable. In other climes where there's democracy is functioning, I can hold Ramatu accountable because by writing her a letter, demanding she responds and getting people to vote her out if she doesn't comply with what the people are saying. But here, you organize, you talk, you discuss, you debate, you tweet, you post. Nothing happens.
Yes.
So who are you holding accountable? Is this country therefore ripe enough for a democracy that hold people accountable, or they will be held accountable for what the people are saying?
Yeah, because the people, the representatives that we put in power do not really represent that ideology. So that's why we must create what we do not have. If we do not have that, why are we not working for that?
We have one representative
that is an organized and responsive government, a representative government. Yes, an organized and representative government. That's what that is, right? So if it doesn't exist, with all the know-how we have as Nigerian professionals, they show us on TV, we go to America, we become this one, we go to UK, we become this one. How come we cannot sit down in our country and come together with that love to create that representative government that we want by ourselves? If these people cannot deliver it, why do we want to feel like, why do we also make people feel like they cannot do it? That they cannot create an alternative.
No, I just have a quick...
We all have to
Okay,
always line
Sean,
up
let me
behind
pause
these
you because we have very little
Yeah,
time.
you know.
Our guest would like to say something to you. Go ahead.
Sean, really, I wish we had more time so that you and me can really engage each other. But I'm just curious, since you say that this president...
Anytime. Anytime. Anytime.
Wait,
Give me
Sean,
time and place and date.
the Zoom is delayed, so you have to let him land so that we can hear you. Just calm down.
And your auntie or your sister is here, so that I will get your contact from her. But I'm just curious, since you said that this particular system, the democracy, is not working and you don't believe in it, are you a subscriber to communism like our sister here, Morayo, that they practice in China? Or are you talking about revolution or coup? I'm trying to figure out if we say that, if we get together.
I'm not subscribing to communism. I'm only telling you what
I'm always talking about.
Go ahead, Sean.
I'm always talking about revolution. Always.
Nice, awesome.
Revolution being a change of the status quo. You know,
He's not talking violence.
Okay. So
revolution
of
our youth are not ready.
Remember,
Are not
in
ready.
Portugal, they had the Carnation Revolution. They had the Carnation Revolution in Portugal, where people changed government with just flowers, and not a single shot was fired, because the ideology was already in power, in motion. Revolution is ideology in motion. I believe in a socialist government, because only through socialism can the masses of Nigeria be lifted out of the situation that they are in. Nigerians need a mass poverty alleviation program that cannot work through capitalism. It is impossible. We live in a country where 1.6 trillion naira is being spent on a road. How much was the budget for education in the last Nigerian budget? 1.6 trillion naira. They are telling us they're going to spend on one road from Lagos to back. But the entire educational system of our country, how much did it get in the budget? True. So that is when you understand that the country itself is empowering individuals over the majority. How much did Nigeria give to Dangote's refinery alone? Over $2 billion that the claim was official that they gave for only 20% of that refinery. Where refineries of that same size, I had to post it because that same week, a refinery of that same size was sold entirely for the same amount. So we continue to see a system that empowers individuals. Is it the bankers? Everybody just, okay, what is AMCON in Nigeria? If that this government is not cowardly, what is AMCON still doing in Nigeria? That these people cannot be made to pay the debt that they owe to Nigerian people. We say we are looking for money, we don't have money. But these same people owing these trillions have private jets, have yachts, big buildings everywhere. Nobody can ask them to return this money that was stolen from common Nigerians. This money was stolen from the banks in 2011.
It's only about childhood today.
How can a country develop like that? How can the people ever get the benefit of their resources like that when it is constantly being used to appease individuals? That's why we must become socialists.
Okay, now we know.
Okay, now we know your perspective.
Yeah,
okay, we have to wrap up very soon, but I think in a nutshell, I'd like you to tell your own final words, and let Shehu also give us his final words so we can wrap up the show. Your final words on June 12th, Democracy Day, and how Nigerians can actually move forward from this.
I have to say that, Shehu, I salute your state of mind, your thoughts, and I think that you mean well for Nigeria, that you are looking towards a more perfect Nigeria and a more ideal solution. But this is Nigeria, and what we have now is democracy. I'm not saying that what you are advocating cannot work in Nigeria.
Yes, socialism
Shehu,
is
let him
democratic.
finish now.
I'm not saying that what you are advocating.
I know, but I don't want him to make insinuations.
He's
I've not
making
made.
his
I'm
final
democratic by
comments.
nature. I want
When you are
democracy.
making your final comments, you will now address or redress what he's saying. Let him finish, please. Go ahead, sir.
Since I said that you read a lot, you might want to also read about the Nzeoguku, which has a lot of socialist tendencies. And that was the beginning of coups in Nigeria. And I think that what we need to do right now is to make what we have now better. But any advocacy of trying to do otherwise, like revolution, might make Nigeria, put Nigeria in a very precarious situation. I don't think Nigerian can take another civil war.
He didn't say revolution. In a violent revolution. He didn't say a violent revolution.
He didn't say violent. Yes, he did not say violent.
All right,
he
point
even
taken.
gave an example of the country.
Point taken.
On how
Sheol,
they did
go
it.
ahead, please. Let's have
He
your own
said the
final
flowers
thoughts on
and
this.
all of that.
How are they going to do it?
You people are not allowing him to finish. Oh.
Hey,
You allow him to finish.
exactly, it's YK.
It's your sister that didn't allow you finish.
No, don't mind them. They are trying to call.
Your point is taken, sir. I mean, your point is taken. Sheol, let me let you finish. Your final words. I have just a minute left.
So we're going to meet and have this discussion better.
Go ahead,
A
Sheol.
lot of time.
I believe that only a democratic system can bring the people's will to power. The problem we have in Nigeria is that we've never had a government that has brought the people's will to power.
That's correct.
Okay.
Nigerians are not stupid people. Nigerians are not foolish people.
Yes.
That is why we have almost 90 million registered voters and only maybe 15, 16 million come out to choose president and government every time, because they know that they've not heard a message that resonates with them.
That's correct.
It is not the socialist system or the pseudo-socialist, because it was not the Nigerian system in the First Republic was not socialist, but it had a welfare component to it. And it is the corruption, the capitalistic corruption of those First Republic politicians that led to the military coup, which was a CIA foreign neoliberal and neocolonial intervention in our country's politics. And it was all over Africa. It was not only in Nigeria, because we must understand that the military in Africa still remains.
Okay.
The military in Nigeria still remains one of the strongest tools for neocolonialism.
Yeah.
It's one of the strongest pillars, because Nigerians did not create this military. It's not our military. We did not form it. We did not train them.
Okay.
We did not give them
Sheol,
the
I have to
tools they
wrap
need
up
back.
now. Your minute is over. But
That's why Fela asked a very important question, that in Europe and America, no matter how bad the politics, military can never take over. So how come they do it in Africa? After they've trained them, you understand?
Okay.
So we
have
don't
to wrap up
believe
here,
in
Sheol.
dictatorships.
Unfortunately, that's all we can
Yes,
say.
as I was saying, we don't believe in
we run out of
dictatorships.
time.
We want the will of the people to come to power.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all we can take us. Thank
we
you so
need
much.
another
Sheol.
segment.
Thank you.
Some
We have
other
to
day.
thank our House of Representatives, Honorable Bashir Daudu, Chairman House Committee on Disability Matters and Senior Citizens Affairs. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I mean, I really need to call you back for this Senior Citizens and Disability.
Yes.
What is it about? Like,
Okay,
how
let's
effective?
let's get to that.
We'll bring you back to discuss that.
That's actually very
That's, yeah, I'm just wondering how effective it is. That's all we can take on today's show. Hope you learned a few things as we have. Have a fantastic day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
TVC Sport Desk.
Hello folks, today is June 12th, a significant day in Nigeria's history. It marks 32 years since the historic Nigerian presidential election of June 12, 1993, an election widely regarded as the most credible in the nation's history. Now, at the heart of this historic day is MK Abiola, a towering figure in Nigerian public life whose legacy also resonates in the world of sports. His support for sports was vast and pan-African, encompassing not just Nigeria but 14 other countries. Here's a recap of a review of his immense contributions to sports.
The Abuja Stadium has been called the Moshood Abiola National Stadium. The magnificent sports complex was named after the political hero who also wrote his name in gold on the sands of Nigeria's sports chronicle.
I can provide the money. I provide even the time.
MKO Abiola was an extraordinary philanthropist who contributed in cash and kind to help the development of sports and athletes in Nigeria and beyond. His involvement earned him the award of Pillar of Sports in Africa in 1980 when the then African Sports Journalists Union (ASJU) conferred the honor on him. He was inducted into the African Football Hall of Fame in 1992 when he was honored by the Confederation of African Football (CAF) with an award of Order of Merit in gold.
Abiola was someone whose activities cut across many spectrum of sports. Generally, he was not just a sponsor, he was also an enthusiast, in the sense that he was always attending sports events.
MKO Abiola, during his lifetime, blazed the trail as a major financier for Nigerian sports. His devotion and passion for sports and humanity made many sportsmen and women beneficiaries of his educational and training scholarships, regardless of their tribe and creed.
Anytime a Nigerian team traveled out, he was always reaching out to them, rewarding them financially, motivating them financially, and he did these things in such a way that his interest cut across all the social, cultural aspect of Nigeria.
He remains the only Nigerian to have run 3 football clubs: Concord FC, Lagos ITT Football Club, Lagos and Abiola Babes FC of Abeokuta, which became one of the most flamboyant football club sides in the history of football in Nigeria.
My name connected with something, I want to see that it is very well done. If the Abiola Babes, then Abiola has to be there.
Abiola Babes was his flagship club, and the team was reputably known to be the best club in terms of players, welfare, and general administration. The club won the Nigerian FA Cup in 1985 and 1987 and had Nigeria's football stars such as Muda Lawal, Rashidi Yekini, Friday Ekbo, Tunya Inla, Dominic Lofa, Best Ogedengbe, and Yisa Shofoluwe on its payroll.
Before then, what we have in Nigeria were sectional football clubs, like the Shooting Stars, like the Rangers, like Bendel Insurance. And the catchment area for those clubs were always players within their area of influence. As at that time, you can hardly see a Yoruba man crossing to Rangers, going to the east to play for Rangers. And at the same time, you hardly see an Igbo man coming to the west and say he was playing for a popular club like the then IICC Shooting Stars. But Abiola erased that. When he set up the Abiola Babes, he got players from all over Nigeria.
MKO Abiola sponsored various sports activities in Nigeria and 14 other African countries, including competitions named after other persons, such as the Asheko National Swimming Competition and the then AAA Junior Athletics Championships. Unknown to many, the late Abiola was an athlete who won the All Nigeria School Athletics Championship and the middleweight amateur boxing title as a teenager. He rendered such tremendous support to boxing that the International Amateur Boxing Association, AIBA, made him a member of its World Business Commission. Abiola chaired the committee that raised funds for Nigeria's participation at the Los Angeles Olympics in 1994. He also led the Presidential Monitoring Committee that works to improve facilities, leading to Nigeria hosting the World Youth Championships in 1999. He donated the CAF Cup Trophy in 1992 and was the sole sponsor of the African Footballer of the Year award until his death in 1998, when CAF had to seek corporate sponsorship for the event.
The Abiola CAF Cup that he donated, I was the one who did the design. The original Africa Footballer of the Year trophy, which he donated in 1980 and got damaged, and because I was organizing the event for him, at least for 1990 and 1991.
The late MKO Abiola was an important figure to African sports development, and his absence left a vacuum left yet to be filled many years after his demise.
The man, the myth, the legend, MKO Abiola, not just in Nigerian politics or the business world, but also in the world of sports. Now, Nigeria's former sports journalist and author Kunle Sholaja worked directly and extensively with MKO Abiola and joins the show this evening. Good evening, Kunle. It's good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Okay, let's delve into it. Let's start from the basics. You had the privilege of working directly and extensively with MKO Abiola. Talk to us about that experience. What was it like working with him, not just as a boss, but in terms of his personality behind the cameras?
Yeah, it was one of the most amazing part of my life, having to cross path with the legend, Chief Moshood Abiola. Was one of the best things that ever happened to me, because I never even knew that my path would cross with his, especially the moment I was invited to Concord Press to work in the then African Concord. And I never knew that the man was also following my career, my write-ups and everything in the then African Concord magazine, because that was a weekly Pan-African magazine. I never knew it was really until that August 17, 1989, when he just scribbled a note to the MD when they were having a board meeting and wrote, "I hereby appoint with immediate effect Mr. Kunle Sholaja of the African Concord as my group sports editor," full stop. And that was it. I never knew the man knew me. I never knew he followed my write-ups and everything. And working with him was one of the most amazing things. I gained a lot of insights in management, in relationship, in doing things generally. I learned from MKO Abiola, and also learned something from him, humility. Despite his stupendous wealth and everything, he was one of the most humble people I've ever met.
Okay, interesting one, right? That must be said. Now, more often than not, we have philanthropists definitely invest in sports, but sometimes it comes across like some sort of CSR as against having genuine love for sports and interest in various sports disciplines. Now, the question is, what was his love for sports like? We know quite well he was an athlete at some point, also fought amateur boxing, you know, before delving into the business world. But how genuine, how deeply rooted was his love for sports?
Well, if you talk about one sportsman that is an all-rounder, I think you are directly speaking about Basharon MKO Abiola. His love for sports was not just for a particular sport, but for sports generally. He was one of, and I'm yet to see any person in Nigeria, living or dead, who had the same passion MKO Abiola had for sports. His own was for all sports, be it boxing, athletics, table tennis, everything, you will find him there. Even when he was not even invited. That is to say that first and foremost, he saw himself as a lover of sport. He was somebody who was not waiting for an invitation to be at any sports meet. I remember a particular incident. We were going to the National Stadium, Lagos, in Surulere, to watch a match. I was in his car, seated beside him. And we were involved in a traffic snarl. And as we were going, we just saw that he was feeling uneasy. At the point, I felt maybe it was a call of nature. But all of a sudden, like this, he just beckoned on the driver to stop, and he hopped out of the car, folded his flowing gown, and hopped onto a motorbike. A motorbike, as at that time, was not very popular in Lagos as a means of transport. He just hopped there because he didn't want to miss any part of the football match we were going for. And so you can just imagine somebody at that level hopping into a motorbike to watch a football match. And the same thing in athletics, in everything. In fact, there are many sports events that went by the names of other people. But behind the scene, it was MKO Abiola sponsoring that. I remember even the Abacha hockey tournament. It was Abiola that was funding it. I remember the Ashekun swimming championship. It was Abiola that was funding it, and many things like that. So it wasn't, his love for sport was not because he wanted popularity. It was a genuine sport, a genuine interest, because he showed that interest and he imparted it in us. And I remember in those days, anytime we have a Nigerian team outside the country, and the news just filtered in that, oh, MKO Abiola is in town, the players, the athletes, they were always turbocharged because they knew that their labor would never be in vain. Abiola will more than adequately compensate them. So that's to show you the kind of love Abiola had for sports. He is the only person I've known, at least to date in Nigeria, who ran concurrently 3 football clubs at the same time. He had the best known Abiola babes, which actually broke tribal barrier. In those days, if you see a good Yoruba player, you know he must be playing for ICC Shooting Stars. If you see a typical Igbo player, he must be playing for Enugu Rangers. And if you see a typical Northerner, he must either be with Raka Rovers or BCC Lions. But Abiola broke that barrier, bringing players all over the country and telling them that you can be anywhere and be stars. That's how you see many players coming from all over the country to play for Abiola Babes. He had the Concord Football Club. He had the ITT Football Club. So that is to show you the kind of passion the man had for football. Today, we have the very glamorous CAF Awards. It was not so before. It was Abiola's making. When he decided to, before, when you talk of African Footballer of the Year, you are talking of the one being organized for Africans by France Football. But when I drew his attention to it, he said, no, that must stop. We must be in the position to pick our own best footballer of the year. And he had a good rapport with the former CAF president, that's Issa Yatu, he put a call to him, and he said he was going to donate a trophy for that. And that's how we have the CAF now taking charge of the African Footballer of the Year award. We had the first edition of that informally in Lagos in 1991, where we bestowed the honor to Roger Milla of Cameroon. We had the second edition in Barcelona during the Barcelona Olympic Games. And subsequently, CAF took over, and that's how we have what is today known as CAF African Footballer of the Year award that has now become an international issue.
Okay,
so
let me butt in.
Keep talking and talking about.
Permit me to butt in, please. I know quite well that it's well documented his contributions to sports development in Nigeria, especially in the area of funding for various sports. You just touched on the African scene, and that's what I want us to elaborate on. So many people know quite well his involvement and investment in Nigerian sports, but they are not so much aware of that of African sports. You've talked about the African Footballer of the Year award and how he literally birthed that. But the question is, beyond the awards now, what other ways, other countries did he, invest in or contribute to sports development in those African nations that so many people may not know, but you are privy to?
Yeah, he had sports investment or sports encouragement to the people of Algeria, that I'm sure of, Tunisia, Zambia, even Ghana, and all over Africa. He had sponsorship deals that we was sponsoring sports in those countries. And you also remember that when CAF decided to organize the third tier club continental competition, which was the CAF Cup, then it was Abiola that he actually did that. And I remember, as a person, I was the one who designed the trophy in the form of an outline map of Africa, stated on a pedestal, on a marble. And I was so glad when I was in Morocco in 2023 and I saw that trophy adorning the Hall of Fame of the famous Raja Football Club of Casablanca, because they were the last winner and they had the eternal possession of that trophy. So, and he started, the trophy was in 1992, and Shooting Stars of Nigeria were the inaugural winner. Bendel Insurance also won, I think, 1993. Before, by 2004, I think Raja Casablanca was the last winner when they defeated Nigeria's Julius Baja in the final match of 2004. By 2005, the trophy has been phased up, and all continental competitions now consolidated into two: the CAF Champions League and the CAF Confederation Cup. So his investment into sports was not just limited to Nigeria, but in Africa. And I remember when he made an endowment to that trophy in Dakar, Senegal, in 1992 during the General Assembly of CAF, he put down the sum of $100,000, big money as at that time. And even João Havelange, the then FIFA president, the all-powerful FIFA president then, was amazed that so an African can easily bring out $100,000 just as an endowment fund for a trophy. So that shows you the kind of, and at that occasion, it was bestowed with the highest CAF award. That's the CAF Merit Award. I mean, CAF Merit Award in gold. It was the first recipient of it, and that's to tell you the impact, the continental impact Bashorun MKO Abiola had in sports, not just in Nigeria, but generally in the continent.
Okay, let's turn our attention back home now and talk about the state of Nigerian sports since 1993 till date. And I'm using 1993 because June 12 is synonymous to, the 1993 election itself. But we know that his investment in sports is way beyond 1993. The question is, from 1993 to date, 32 years, what can you say the state of sports is in Nigeria at this point in time? But you would answer that after the short break. Please stay tuned.
TVC Sport Desk.
Thank you very much for staying tuned. We're still talking about the contributions of MK Abiola to Nigerian sports, and we still have the sports historian himself, Kunle Sholaja, well-versed, well-traveled, it must be said, and someone who has worked directly and extensively with MK Abiola. Thank you so much for staying with us. Before the break, I asked, what is your assessment of the state of Nigerian sports since 1993 till date?
Well, I would say, especially if we use football, which is the national sport, to signpost the position of Nigerian football. You remember that even before 93, in October 1987, he led the private club owners to pull out of the Nigerian Football League then. That time it was the amateur league then. That was in October 1987. There was a meeting in his house in which all the private club owners decided to pull out of the Nigerian Football League. That was a crisis year for Nigeria because as at that time, Abiola Babes were in pole position to win the league that year. It would have been the first time the league would go to Ogun State. And the Leventis United, doing very well there, also pulled out. There are a lot of many clubs that were not government run because as at that time, prelude to that time, especially with Abiola's advent into sports sponsorship, especially football club ownership, most of the dominant football clubs in Nigeria then were run by the private sector. So, and that was the turnaround because when they pulled out, the government-run club, Shooting Stars, Rangers, Yimba, and so on, it became the front runner. And we know that clubs run by government are never run professionally. They are just seen as another arm, as a political arm of whichever government is in that state. And that is what it is till today. So because of if the template used by Abiola Babes, by Abiola for Abiola Babes, had been used to run Nigerian football. Nigerian football will be is almost on the same pedestal with those of the other parts of the country, of the continent, especially in North Africa, where clubs are run really professionally. And that's why ever since you hardly hear about any Nigerian club making any impact in the continent. So that is the state of Nigerian sports now. And even when you look at athletics, our contribution to sports have really gone down. In those days, you will still have an athletics championship every year in Nigeria, and we still have the Abiola stamp on it because it was backroading those days. Because we don't have anybody like Abiola again, that's why sports have gone down generally in Nigeria.
Okay, I mean, again, you're not the only one, with that opinion that the lofty heights of Nigerian sports from the 90s to this very moment is, it's gone down a bit. But the question will be, what reforms are needed for sports to thrive in Nigeria again?
Well, the reforms are there. Just follow the template released by, used by Abiola Babes to run the Abiola Babes. And I'm happy to know that a man like Kunle Shoname is already doing that with his Remo Stars. You could see that for almost 5 seasons consistently, now since the team returned into the Nigerian Premier League, the team had never fallen below the 3rd position. This year, they managed the champions, and he tried to take a step beyond what Abiola did in those days by even now having a sports complex of his own with a fully run academy for at least for football. If we can use that same template for other sports in Nigeria and for other clubs to also at least imitate that, we could see that Nigerian sports will be on the track of revival.
Okay, the sports historian right there running us through what it was like to work with MK Abiola and his contributions to sports in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, and the reforms needed for sports to thrive once again in the nation. Thank you so much for your time on the show this evening. Okay, we'll take a breather right about now. When we return, we'll have more details for you on the show. Please stay tuned.
TVC Sport Desk.
Okay, lads, we wrap up the show now. Let's now attention to the very best of golf and tell you that over 140 amateur golfers drawn from across the country are expected to participate in the 7th Olusegun Obasanjo Golf Tournament, scheduled to tee off on Saturday, June 14th at Abeokuta Golf Club. The tournament, which is aimed at developing the sport of golf from the grassroots, will witness several teaming golfers swinging out at the Abeokuta Golf Club. The 7th edition of the tournament will feature professional and amateur golfers drawn from across the country, and chairman of the events organizing committee, Oladipupo Adigbite, said at a pre-tournament press briefing at the club that it has become a tradition to honor the former president for his contributions to nation building, while other stakeholders lauded the importance of the tournament to golf development.
The boot camp tournament was an idea conceived by some members of the club to promote the youth inclusiveness in the game of golf. Most of the golfers you see today, especially the professionals, they started as teenagers. Some of them as caddies, and then from that they emancipated to become professionals.
It's basically to support and to encourage sporting activities across all field of sporting activities in Nigeria. So that is what we do at first as sports initiatives.
On Saturday, we shall commence the game at 7 o'clock in the morning with tee-offs, which will go on to maybe about 11 o'clock. In between, His Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo will be doing a ceremonial tee-off. And hopefully we'll have the closing ceremony at about 3 o'clock on Saturday.
Thank you so much for watching. That wraps up today's edition.
TVC Sport Desk.
Albert Chinua Lumogu Achebe was born November 16, 1930 in Ogidi, Nigeria. He went to Government College in Umuahia, Nigeria. In 1948, Achebe won a scholarship to the University of Ibadan to study medicine, but after a year, he changed his major to writing. After graduation in 1953, he became a script writer for the Civil, and he taught there from 1991 to 2009. In 2009, Achebe became a professor of African Studies at Brown University. In 2012, he published the essay, There Was a Country, a personal history of Biafra.
Okay, good morning and thank you very much for joining us. Happy Democracy Day. I mean, we like celebrating things, and this is one of those more somber celebrations. 32 years on, coming from June 12, 1993. You know what that's all about, and here we are today, June 12, 2025. We thank God. And to talk about June 12, Democracy Day 2025. He's seen every one of those days. It's been 32 years now. Comrade Ayodele Adewale, public affairs commentator, and June 12 activist himself. You know, thank you very much for coming on, comrade.
Thank you for having me, sir.
This is a special day. June 12 is a special day. It always has been a special day. One of the questions we might explore a bit is that has Nigeria kept up with the spirit of June 12? Has Nigeria been true to the spirit of June 12? Or are there instances where June 12 itself could be looking and be saying that, you know, I sort of expected a lot more from you guys? We look at that, but before that, we do have a package that has been put together around this August occasion of June 12. Let's look at that and we'll come back to studio and we'll have a chat.
It was an election meant to usher Nigeria from the grip of military dictatorship into the light of civilian rule. Nigerians yearned for change, and that historic opportunity came on June 12, 1993. Anticipations was high across the nation. Many describe it as the freest and fairest election in Nigeria's history, and the candidate of the people was the Hope 93 flag bearer of the Social Democratic Party, Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola. His name echoed from the lips of both young and old. Abiola, Abiola. But the collective hope was crushed on the 24th of June, the day the election was annulled.
Was generally seen to be free, fair.
Nigerians flooded the streets in protest, demanding that the people's mandate be respected. The unrest spread across the nation. Many lives were lost, but the struggle did not waver.
And without let or hindrance, chose me as their president.
In defiance, MKO Abiola declared himself president in Lagos, an act that led to his arrest. He later died in detention in 1998, never returning home. June 12 etched itself into Nigeria's political history, a date symbolizing an election that produced a president who never ruled. For years, successive governments looked away until June 6, 2018, when former President Muhammadu Buhari officially declared June 12 as Democracy Day, replacing May 29.
May their souls rest in perfect peace.
32 years after the annulment that reshaped Nigeria's political trajectory, on February 20th, 2025, former head of state Ibrahim Babangida publicly apologized to Nigerians for his role in the annulment during the public unveiling of his book, A Journey in Service.
That accident of history is most regrettable.
This year marks another Democracy Day, 26 years of uninterrupted civilian rule. And the story of June 12 returns to the fore, with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, once a frontline pro-democracy activist, now Nigeria's president. He has rebranded Abiola's Hope 93 into his administration's renewed Hope 23 mantra. As the country continues its democratic journey, Nigerians reflect, some with pride, others with questions.
I'm in support, 100% in support of the move to change from May 29 to June 12. But that's not actually the thing. The citizens are quite not so happy with the democracy yet, and it's a good improvement. It's a way to honor those that fought for this the democracy, especially MKO Abiola. But still, we still need something to be done with our resources.
Sincerity of purpose from every leaders, everyone that call themselves leaders, every parastatals, sincerity of purpose. Let's come together and let's sit together, talk, let's be frank with ourselves and move this country forward.
Political scientist Professor Kayode Esuola of the University of Lagos offers a critical perspective on the celebration of June 12 as Democracy Day.
I would have expected that June 12 remained June 12, a day that Nigerians, in spite of ethnicity and religion, decided to vote based on ideology. I would have called that electoral success day. Because democracy is not election. No. What June 12 represented was a fair, free election.
It draws a line between democracy as a process and governance as its outcome.
We were not even developed, let alone getting to the high level, before we adopted democracy. And I tell you, whether you like it or not, when you are not developed before getting into democracy, very few things you'll be able to get done. Because where everybody has opinion, where everybody has to speak, nobody has opinion and nobody is speaking. That is the dilemma of Nigeria and many parts of Africa. Therefore, I reassert that in terms of governance, we are much below 35%. And
Okay, there some opinions going there. Well, that Professor Kayode Esuola, he's a frequent guest on the program as well. He's a political scientist. You know, along the lines that he was thinking, I thought I might ask you the same question. But look, how would you evaluate more than 3 decades later on, 32 years in fact, have we been true to the spirit of June 12, or has, because look, MKO Abiola, he gave his all for June 12, and not just him, because there were other agitators, you know, soldiers in the trenches. You heard IBB say whatever it is he said. I think he said, among other things, that mistake or that whole misadventure, whatever, he was taking full responsibility. Do you think we've sort of stuck with the idea and the gains of June 12? Have we stabilized on it, or have we indeed even gone back a bit from the promise of June 12? Here we are now. You know, what would be your assessment?
Well, thank you once again for having me on your program. And from my standpoint, June 12 is about the people. Abiola, late Chief MK Abiola, was the symbol of June 12. June 12 is about the resilience, the hope, and the aspiration of the Nigerian people. What they envisage Nigeria to be, especially right from when we gain independence, on how we should be governed and how our leaders should also pilot the affairs of state. June 12 is not just about the voting. The voting is an integral of the totality of what June 12 represents to the Nigerian people. The voting process is key, is the first towards achieving the dreams and aspirations of our people. And our aspiration is, one, is to have good governance, to have even equal development across the geopolitical zone, to have self-development that will lead us to self-realization of who we truly are in accordance to our own individual ability and peculiarity. As we also are located to each geopolitical place in this country. It's about freedom of rights. It's about security of life and property. And most importantly, education for all. An educated people, it's a very strong tool to building the country, especially putting the building blocks together. Those are part of the synchronal of the building block of the June 12th. Yes, ever since we've moved on in 1999, there has been some twists here and there. There have been a lot of wastages, especially from bad past government, where we had the opportunity to have transformed our pains to gains, especially in the energy and infrastructure and public power sector, which would have led to individual strength to build their future on how they perceive it or how they aspire to be, not just waiting for government to build their future for them. Take, for instance, your edifice. You're a private sector-driven media corporation. You are building it in accordance to your vision and your ability and the resources that you can put together to build such. It should also sink down to every individual Nigerians to build in accordance to whatever they want to, to envision as a person. But over time, we've envisioned some wastages in government. We've envisioned some misplacement of priorities and all that, to the extent that we mistake welfareism, you understand, for purposeful, building of society.
Doesn't that have to do with, well, first of all, let me start from here. MK Abiola, the man, he had a clear vision, which he, itemized, and people, in fact, that was Hope 93. That was his, if I remember well, that was his slogan, Hope 93. Okay, between then and now, today we have renewed hope, hope renewed. This is, between him and Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is the current president. Perhaps a lack of clarity of vision might have been responsible for some of the things you said, because oftentimes I hear commentators, experts who come up and speak on the state of our nation that, we've lost so much time. Things that are being done now by this administration. Can you just imagine if those things had been 10, 15, 20 years in the making, and now this administration is just, taking on the baton? But look, in particular, the last administration, one doesn't want to compare administrations directly like that, but in particular, the last administration, it was felt that the potential that could have been achieved, for some reason, attention was focused elsewhere, and we didn't do very much in the realms of moving us forward. That's why we arrived in this administration, and everybody's complaining about hunger. Things are being done now that have to be done, started from scratch, but that was not the way it was supposed to be. Do you think we have what it takes to pull us out of it, even though we are as late as we are?
Oh, definitely, definitely. But yet again, it's a question of time. Like you said during your statement, that if things have been done, say, probably 15 years or more,
yes.
But I would take you down to when Nigeria was structured itself, pre-independence. The leaders as of then had envisioned Nigeria as a state where every nation within the confederation of the Nigerian state will be able to control its resources to the extent that we can grow in accordance to our peculiarity. I'm so sorry that my preamble was a bit long, but if you look at the Western region, the Eastern and Northern region, they were developing in accordance to what was endowed within their geopolitical spacing, and that was their strength.
Yes.
The North was primarily on agriculture and all of that, to the extent that they were able to build infrastructures and all of that, and they were putting more money in the center. And the center was not as strong as what it is now. There were federating units that had a lot of things to do. Chief Obafemi Awolowo could envision that we should have television. He could envision that we should have rural roads that link to the farms in order to bring out this produce, sell, and all of that. The strength more from the Southwest was also agriculture, especially in cocoa and education. They invested massively in education to the extent that Nigerians here were going to the West on scholarship. Some were even going to far-flung Russia to get this education, and they were coming back to develop our space. The East was also developing very strongly in commerce and technology, which also helped them to sustain their struggle during the Civil War. But unfortunately, there was a delink after the imbroglio that led us to the Civil War. And when we returned, we started military adventurism. And that destroyed a lot of things. And by the time we got to 1979, and with the advent of a democratic space, those who took power also envisioned in a way, right? But the UPN government, right, continued from where they had stopped. That was why somebody like Alhaji Lateef Jakande could put in structures very quickly. You know, within a few months that lasted to his 4 years in office, look at all the structures that came in terms of structuring government agencies and all of that, to the extent that they wanted to build a railway underground tunnel and all that. And when Asiwaju came in, he reinvented it. Today we have the blue line, we have the red line, and all of that. We have gigantic infrastructures. When he came in as president, he started the Lagos-Calabar Expressway that was envisioned long ago. He started the Badagry-Sokoto that was envisioned long ago. You can see that most of his milestone projects are projects that have been dreamt about, right, in the First Republic, which he understood very well, that this project will open the space for greater economic development and human capital. And
even though you're aware that there are those who are criticizing some of those moves that, yes, but priority-wise, we're hungry. Why is anybody, so the criticism goes, why is anybody bothering with a coastal road when people, you know, still have these other immediate challenges? But it's about being clear about the vision, isn't it? And then forging on.
It's more about engagement. People really must understand where we're coming from, right? If there's more clarity in terms of messaging, which I think the administration is doing and they're trying to push out, is working very well. Because we are coming from a situation where the country was borrowing to pay salaries, right? The country was borrowing to do a lot of things. Even our borrowers were getting tired. The more you're borrowing, are you also opening other access to bring in funds in order to cushion down this borrowing and wipe it off? It's not every time we are going to be as lucky as previous government that went around and many of these Bretton Woods institutions were able to write off our debt, right? They are not going to come write it off right now.
No,
they are expecting that you should be on your feet, open up avenues to wipe off your debt. There's nothing wrong in taking debt. But what is wrong is you not putting the debt where more openings will be created in order to wipe it off, right? So how do you also wipe it off when it's competing with you paying salaries? If you remember, the former governor of Edo State, Mr. Obaseki, was warning that the government was printing money, which again will affect your economy. Mrs. Ngozi Iweala, when she was the Minister for Finance, did warn that the way the economy was being managed is going to create a dire consequence for future government that is coming. Now we are in the future.
But was she listened to?
She was not listened to.
These are the
those are the intricacies, right, that happened then that we are facing now. But someone must bear the cat in order to put things right. So that by the time we are discussing this matter, again, in the next 10 years from now, 20 years from now, God sparing our lives, we'll be laughing at the back that there was a government that put the structures right in order for us to have an assured future.
Indeed. But look at another aspect, because we have 32 years to play with between 93 and 2025. Now, you're talking about resilience going back to 93. You're talking about the resilience, the people knew that the best election Nigeria had ever conducted, it shouldn't be wasted. And, there was a lot of pushback, a lot of resilience. People had to go on exile, but they never ever let go of the idea. So there's that coming from 93. Here we are in 2025, and there appears to be a fear in the polity of Nigeria becoming a one-party state. How did we come from that, where we were all united in this democratic journey that, yes, it is our right, June 12 is our right, everybody across the country will agree. And now here we are, 2025. Is Nigeria going to become a one-party state?
You see, when that statement is made, often I smile. I want to be careful with words now. I smile because this is a country with the figures they've given us in our population, which I differ from. That if we do a biometric population-driven system, I don't think we're up to the numbers they're giving us. Now, this is a country that is said to be over 220 million.
Yes.
The political players now, they are not up to 10% of the population, right? That's why I laugh. I've been with this progressive...
They are not, but sir, as you know, it's the elite only.
Sir, I've been with this
We the masses, they don't let us into the room when they are arranging all these things. With the profoundest
of respect, sir. I've been in this party, I've been involved to where we are since 1999.
Okay.
I've not gone to any party. Even when we're the underdog,
okay,
right? We're one party. The opposing party, which was the PDP, was said to be a very robust party that can be said to be leading Nigeria to a one-party state.
Yes.
But we remained at that underdog party, which was the AC to where we are right now in APC. Now, if you look at the pool is said to be your table of 220 million people, and less than 8% in the dominant party right now, which is the APC. A lot of people are coming in for whatever purpose they believe that is aligning them to it. What happened to other parties to go back to the pool and populate their own enclave in order to match this party?
Well,
so it depends on what program you are giving to the people.
The soup is half done here, or 3/4 done. And that's why everybody says, look, instead of starting from going to the market and then branching to the pepper grinder and the pepper sealer, these people have got it up to 75% of the way. This probably is the place to start.
Well, that is why we differ when we were the underdog.
Okay.
Right? We believe in our programs for the people. We believe that the programs will showcase our ability as it was done in Lagos and some Southwest states that made other parties to form alliance with us to the extent that we are where we are now. So if that is the case and people believe in our program, that's why they are coming in.
Okay, you used a word in there, but maybe we'll come back to the word alliance that you used. There are different, interpretations of the word alliance nowadays. Good morning, Mr. George. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Happy Democracy Day.
Same to you, Uncle Yori, and good morning to the comrade.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Uncle Yori, truth must be told. Nigeria has wasted 30 solid years in a democracy without a driver. That's the way I can describe it.
Would you rather use the word wasted or spent? We've spent 30 odd years. Isn't it?
But it's like a driver going to a particular location and he used 30 years to get there.
Yeah.
So those 30 years, how would you describe it? He's traveling, but he didn't get to the destination.
No, and we spent 30 years getting there.
What the president started 2 years ago is what Abiola wanted to start 32 years ago. And you can see unless people who do not want to see, but if you are really interested in things, you will see that the foundation work is so solid. But people are saying, no, I heard you saying people are complaining. There's no
about
food,
because
then
you're doing coastal road.
Nobody wants to know what caused the no food situation.
Yeah.
If you want to be a doctor, you must address the cause of the ailment, not just the ailment itself. If we don't do what he is doing now, we will continue to get hungry in the midst of plenty. I want to commend the comrade because he's a very good person in history. And he's been, I wonder how old he was then. He was with the Abiola and Co. at that time. So since we still have people like him around from that team, there is hope.
There is indeed.
I want to urge Mr. President to keep on with his focus. There is no way people will not complain. Some are complaining in order to derail the system, not because they are actually hungry. But the truth of the matter is that it is the way to go for a better Nigeria, and I'm strongly in support of that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. George. I think that's pretty well said because it aligns with what people are saying and what Mr. President himself said, that the hardships, if one is to not bury his head in the sand and pretend you don't know what's going. So these hardships, they are there, but quite frankly, there is no alternative if we're going to do the right thing. Not because those hardships are pleasant to anybody, either the person who is being held responsible for taking the actions that have led to these hardships, but he's saying that, oh, we were going to, God forbid, keel over, and we couldn't just afford that. It's been told to us that a lot of us that are out there in the public, if only we were to be able to see the inner workings and see how very close to the bottom we had got, so we are told, then we'd understand. But then that's not our business, in the sense that, look, that's why you have a government who is supposed to, a government is supposed to engage with these tight, tough things and provide an enabling environment. But while we're at it, can people keep on telling what efforts have been made, what achievements have been made, no matter how marginal? You have to let people know that things are going on, and indeed things are changing, we are told. Things are changing for the better, but it's the pace of it, given that we've spent 32 years, I don't know what, twiddling our thumbs or whatever, it might be so microscopic that it doesn't show, but cumulatively, we are not where we were before this administration took off.
Oh, definitely. Where we were then was rock bottom, or borrowing, right? You cannot continue to borrow to survive. At some point, your borrowers would, keep a social distance away from you, because there's nothing productive coming out, and they don't see an assurance of them getting their money back. So if nobody borrows you money, what happens? You are going to cave in. And when you cave in, the country will split. You have different armed groups coming up, because you don't even have money to put into your security architecture and to fund the security operations. And you now have people piecing the country into different places, holding different territories, and all of that. Is that a state that we want? Certainly no. While you were showing your video, showing when Chief MKO Abiola, people came when he died, I was privileged to be part of those who lowered his body into the grave. And when I saw him go into the grave and the sand was being poured in by the Islamic young people, I was scared for that what next? What do we do next? And all of that.
One moment. Let me bring on Mazi Okorafor. Good morning, Mazi Okorafor. Happy Democracy Day.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, our guests in the studio.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Please go ahead, Mazi. Mazi, did we lose you? Are you still there? It might have been one of those freak ones. Okay. Mazi is gone, but thank you very much for calling in. You used the word alliance in a different context, but I'm bringing it into the most recent context where alliances are being formed here and there. Again, It's part of the strengthening of democracy, is it not? Even as it is that the alliance that is out there now, it is said that it's all about replacing, at the end of this tenure of the Tinubu administration, replacing that administration with another administration that will emerge from an alliance that is being worked on now. Now, all of these, I put it in the context of 1993 to 2025, the political dynamism of the country. I have heard people who are saying that somehow APC is to be blamed. President Tinubu is to be blamed for everybody making a beeline for the APC. I say, these are not kindergarten, children. These are politicians, seasoned politicians, that are of their own free volition deciding that we are coming to this particular party if there is space in here. And I think the last time I heard, I think it was about a day or so ago, the president was assuring someone that even though you're not a member of our party yet, should you change your mind and apply, you will be welcome. So I'm just guessing from there that there's much more room. I was speaking with the secretary of our APC some time ago, about a couple of weeks ago, and I had said that, look, are you not a bit concerned? He said, concerned about what? Why am I concerned? Let whoever wants to come, we welcome them. What do you think about this against the backdrop of people saying that APC itself, or President Tinubu in particular, is responsible for everybody making a beeline for APC? And is it to be desired or not, the whole idea?
Well, you must appreciate that democracy is about programs, it's about principle, and it's about numbers. Any party that wants to continue to be dominant must have larger number. So if people out of their self-will, self-volition decide to add to your number, it's to your benefit.
Why are people coming? Why are they coming into the APC?
I said democracy is about programs.
So
it's about principle, it's about numbers.
So
the program of the APC right now is attracting all of these people that are coming to align. Now, if the president decides to revive the opportunities that was put together by our founding fathers across the nation, that we must have this infrastructure, especially during the parliamentary system of government, all right? You should understand that that was an addition of everybody's thought, that let's have a road from Lagos to Calabar, understanding that is going to open the opportunities along that trajectory. If Delta sees that opportunity, that I can key into this, it opens up my space. It allows my people to have self-realization for independent economic growth. The same thing for Akwa Ibom, right? They see the opportunity, and they also look at where they are coming from. There's a lot of harakiri that is happening there, a lot of unrest, and their future is not assured because the crisis they have there, they don't see it being settled. Do you think they want to go into oblivion and not align with the party that have a vision that is following in accordance to the formation and architecture of our founding fathers that will allow the country to grow exponentially?
As exemplified in the programs that
in the program that is working.
Okay, how about the principles? You said, programs.
The principle of the party is that things must work well. Things must be well planned, well designed, and must be people's driven, while trying as much as possible to cut costs, block leakages, to achieve all of these sundry matters.
Okay.
That's the principle of the party.
We've had a bit of a problem with the end aspect of what you just spoke about, blocking the leakages. And here I'm including all sorts of unfortunate reasons why the EFCC is busy around the clock every day, to our credit. I think it was in Obasanjo's era that the EFCC was created. What is it with our people? I'm not saying that there are no corrupt people in other places, but the reckless abandon, and the other day you were hearing about I can't even remember the number of duplex houses, attributed to the ownership of one single person, the former governor of Central Bank. Has nothing changed the way we dip our hands in the kitty? It's not just the hands again, the hands and the feet, the way we dip it in the public kitty. Was it as bad in those days as it is now?
You see, the distortion will continue to reinvent itself until you have somebody that has the ingenuity of managing system and blocking leakages like the president has brought to bear. I'll give you 3 examples of mammoth leakage or leakages that we had in this country until now. One was subsidy. The other was the exchange rate as it concerns accessing foreign exchange. While the third one is what you have just mentioned, one individual owning so many houses to the extent that it led to abuse of office, as we saw from the fact-finding of the EFCC. Yes. Now, for the subsidy, if you go back to records, it was proven that some people will collect mere allocation paper, right? They'll go, tell a lie that there is a big ship on the water ready to berth. They will take that paper to collect funds, and no one drop of the product will be seen. To the extent that they could not even account for the consumption of the petroleum product that the Nigerian people were consuming. And I watched severally. The former CBN governor, now Emir, right, did come out to say that Nigeria could not even account for the figures that they were doling out in tandem to what was brought in. We've seen on social media where some security men would carry phone and say, look at the trucks passing our borders. And they were going to other countries and all of this. All these things we saw. We saw. The government couldn't block those leakages. Now, you had someone coming to say subsidy is over. The money from the subsidy is going to NEL funds, right, to boost our education. It's going to the health sector. It's going to infrastructure and all of these things, rather than going to private pockets. We've seen when some people were arrested, right, collecting dollar at some certain meager exchange rates, we just walk across the door and sell it for unthinkable amount and all of those things. So we did not even know the real strength of the exchange rate, right? And they were putting subsidy there to also hold on to the inflation and all of these things, while some people were putting it in their pockets.
So the country was being ripped off.
The country was being ripped off.
And this is
right? So when you now remove the gag, the realization will come up. It's like God forbid, you have a decayed table made of wood, is decayed, and underneath you have maggots. Right? The day you leave that table, you then see the maggots, the extent of damage that is done. Are you going to close it back because you're afraid that people will laugh at you? Or you are going to remove it, and then take away the maggots, and rebuild that table?
And that metaphor is what we're
going through now. So the process of removing the table, taking away the maggot, and putting new table is also what led to all of these support structures that they're putting in place.
So while we are busy with the elevated language that people much better than me are using, especially in lecture halls and citadels of learning, universities, that's to one side. But the rot is such that it has affected everybody, and it's simply because of a self-interest, as opposed to, because you said about, when you were speaking about to the principles aspect of your equation, that's about people-oriented. It certainly isn't people-oriented to be stealing the national wealth, which some people were doing. In fact, it got to a stage where it was said that some people thought that was their privilege. That was their actual...
That was the norm.
That was the norm and the privilege. And so people were frowned at who actually came along and thought that, we've got to do something about this.
Do you know that the norm was even worse in the local government?
In the local government?
Yes, it was worse in the local government.
And you would know because
I was a local government chairman. I was
there.
privileged to be the chairman of a local government at the age of 33, right? And I served for 6 years, right? Gracefully, Lagos State government allowed the local government get their funds, spend their funds, right? Yesterday, at Ibejuleki local government, I was president of the student union government then, under the military era. My speaker, Sheson Loa, is now chairman of Ibejuleki. Within the pace of 4 years, go and look at what the man had done there. He had also built a world-class office complex. He has built roads. He has built a very good building for the parliament. He has improved on their infrastructure there, their health, and on all of these things. In some of the states, the governors hold on to the local government funds. That was why the Attorney General, under President President Tinubu, went to the Supreme Court to challenge that. Today, the President assigned and opined that funds go direct to the local government. Even some governors are still challenging that. Should local government not have the ability to control their funds? If we can get it right at the local government level, nobody will be remembering the federal.
You know, the struggle continues, because I was talking about from 93 to 2025. You know, it was the struggle then, and MKO was going to come in. He came in with a clear vision, and there had to be this interruption right up until now, when Bola Ahmed Tinubu is in there. And what you see going on is like, it still is a struggle. But
definitely.
But we are making progress.
We've not gotten to El Dorado.
Not at all. Mazi Okorafor, thank you for trying again. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Sayori. Good morning, Akes.
All right,
Good
then.
morning,
Thank you.
Sayori, you see, network have to be very careful, because today is an important day for all Nigerians the world over.
Okay, so it was the network.
Okay. Them 24, we flog them.
Okay.
There is a reminder that they are not supposed to play with us. You see, matters arising for 32 years of they compare with that economy. Now, what do we learn? You see, Chief, before he even went to contest, before that time, do you know he has a block of posters which he did in Imo State University, even University of Chicago. That is social responsibility, not minding state of origin, not minding where the wing and these are what we talk about. So that is why the politicians these days, or politics these days, are very, very good, because in those days, when the just good people that do us over at something years, you can't come to radio and television and talk and complain. Before you talk, the just good to just good. But we thank God for this democracy. What Nigeria should be doing today, thank the present government, to thank Nigeria that have made democracy for 26 years for all of us, is better than the military. People should be very, very listening very well. Look at the story of those who just died in this plane crash in India, just on their way to UK. If you look at what is happening now in California, look at what's happening there. They have to bring unity, which is not. Now look at here in Nigeria, we are sleeping. At least you can come to radio, television, air out your view for the populace, air out your view for the government. But during that military, you cannot do it. Who are you? Before you go that, so that we should be praying for our leaders. We should be praying for people in government. We should pray for everybody in all hemispheres in this country, so that God will give them the grace, the spirit to carry everybody along, to give the dividends of democracy to everybody. Agreed that hunger is, but it means that everything will go gradually, by the grace of God. Around this time next year, everybody should be laughing, their mouth full of laughter by the grace of God. We pray that all Nigerians should be praying one Hail Mary, one group to God.
Thank you very much, Mazi.
Good morning, Sayuri. Good morning, everybody.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much. Encouraging words, from Mazi Okorafor there, that, look, Kome de Kome, as they say, nothing is better than democracy. And of course, alluding to the dark days of even the boys in uniform, the men, I can't call those people boys anymore, the men in uniform. They themselves knew, because they quickly turned around and found an agbada and now joined the fray. They wanted, so actually that thing is a spirit, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
A spirit.
It is, because how many are you going to kill? The consciousness of the people was very, very high. So the fact that you're killing them doesn't mean that they will stop advocating. He talked about press freedom. I remember then that Tempo could not even sell their paper at the newsstand.
That's right.
They would just put it at some junctions. People would go and carry it and start reading Tempo. Newspaper then, right? The News Watch and the rest, they were hounding them.
It was a current affairs,
You understand? They were hounding them.
Mm-hmm.
Station like yours, your competitors, I don't want to mention names because they are not paying for adverts and all of that, that are hitting hard on policies of government and all of these things in order to get people's feedback. They are free to do that.
They are.
You couldn't do that in those days.
No.
You couldn't.
No.
The much we would do as students is to produce leaflets and distribute it, even standing there and being shot at and tear gassed and all that.
And it's an interesting thing that you remembered, comrade. This fact that even the opposition, they have their own stations and they air their views. They air them vociferously.
And even the presenters, none of them have been arrested.
No.
I have not seen. But you couldn't do that then.
You couldn't do that then. It's not going to happen.
Yes.
Everybody's allowed to, everybody's allowed to air his views, no matter how one kind some people might think they are. Right of reply.
Let me bust your bubble, sir.
Yeah.
In recent time, you even see some security men coming to hear their views and post it on social media. You dare not do that in the military era.
So, like Mazi Okorafor said, this is a different time and it is definitely better than what used to be, where just for being a journalist, your life could be made miserable. Just for being a journalist, not to talk about being a critic. But, I guess in spite of the agony that we are hearing, especially if you were to be listening to opposition, and that doesn't mean that I'm criticizing opposition, but at least they come out with their, complaints in quite a forthright manner. It still is, this situation we're in is still better than in the dark days of the military.
Yeah, criticism is the mirror of society.
Indeed.
If you're critiqued, look at it very well. Areas where you're not doing well, pick those information and do well. Areas where is a phantom lie, bring your position and showcase what you've done in order to prove it that is a lie. It's part of democracy.
Exactly. So we don't need any, there's so much to talk about how the advances we have made, but at least these instances we are citing here are things that, will go down on record as these are definite improvements. Well, first, most people probably realize we've been doing this for quite a while now. The order, President Tinubu changed the order of festivities or celebrations or whatever. Normally, he would have had a 7 o'clock, speech, but all of that will now be coming later on from the National Assembly because of a meeting. So things are getting a bit different, but we're still in the spirit. In fact, I was about to close, but I don't know if somebody wanted to say something. Yes, so they're saying that, we have to get out of the way because we continue with the program. We'll be hearing the President's Democracy Day speech later on, I believe, somewhere around, is it noon that is arriving the National Assembly?
I should think about that time.
That's when he'll be arriving the House of Representatives for a joint sitting of the National Assembly. Okay, and then we'll take it from there. I remember back in those days, we would have called you, you would have been with us from daybreak, and we'll continue right through the day. Those were the days, and these are indeed the days. There's a lot of promise to it. I want to thank you, Comrade.
In fact, what I see him do today is a very wonderful innovation. He's not just speaking to the nation, he's also going to speak to a representative of the people in the National Assembly, right? So he's talking from both sides, to the nation and the people's representative, in order for him to have a firmed up process.
And that will give us a lot of material for programs we shall be doing subsequently.
Definitely.
Well, thank you very much, Comrade Ayodele Adewale.
Thank you for having me, sir.
Thank you very much for coming on, as always. Okay, we're going to have to leave it here on this Democracy Day edition, June 12, 2025. Please keep on watching the rest of the special programming that we'll be putting out on TVC. And I'll see you tomorrow, God willing, for a fresh edition of This Morning on TVC. Bye-bye for now.
I was born in 1942, and since that day to today, we have never had such thing. I'm very happy.
It started like any other day until a call came in. It was from Okoye. And this time, it wasn't a cry for help. It was good news. The community now has portable water. We immediately hit the road. Before heading into the community, we made a brief stop at the Abia Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Agency, RUWASA, to pick up the engineer who spearheaded the project. In this Okoye community, nestled in the hill, fetching water used to mean walking miles to a contaminated water. Sicknesses were common, hope was scarce. But today, the story has changed. For years, this community lived in hardship, but now a water system stands, functional and flowing, right in the heart of Okoye. What once felt like a distant dream has become a tangible reality. This transformation didn't happen overnight. It was triggered by that 2024 report.
The Oteyi River, where residents get the water they drink. The only source of water that could be termed the only hope of the common Okoye man. And then we moved through this bush to get to the river. And as we walked down, thoughts of what the people of Okoye passed through to access the river sank my heart.
You can see the color of water these people have here. This is Oteyi River. This water is not looking clean. A turning point that forced attention to the suffering of thousands.
Water became a reality in this land because the hand of providence was involved. So we are really happy. We are excited. Everybody in this land is happy.
The minister posted to this place during dry season. The challenges have been so enormous. We have to buy tankers of water within a period of time. That one is exhausted. But today, that challenge has been overcome by the grace of God.
It's been years. Right from when I was small, I've not seen anything like this. But this government is a very good government. So, for bringing water in this community, it means nothing. Wherever there's nothing, there must be something there.
According to UNICEF, over 70% of households in Nigeria lack access to safely managed drinking water, with rural communities like Okoye most affected.
Okoye has gotten the water, finally.
This is the Oteyi River, where the residents were scooping the water they drink. It was a pathetic situation as the water contaminated. Those who could afford a tank of water did so while complaining. From the governor's directive to drill water to the moment clean water gushed from 120 feet underground, it has been a community-wide journey, one marked by prayers, persistence, and partnership.
Very happy to see this type of development in my place here.
Solar panel now powers the borehole, an intentional design to ensure sustainability and avoid the challenges of fueling a generator.
There were challenges on ground. We did our own survey, brought our own report, compared with what was existing on the ground. And we saw the soft leg on how to go about the situation. Like the villagers can testify, this is one of the communities that have stayed for years without potable water. We looked at the soft spot whereby we can be able to harness it and get that. And with the little consultations we did, we were able to arrive at this. We are not here to tell the stories of what we passed through. But the joy is that if you see the smiles on the faces of the people here, you know of a truth that this was a community that saw water as a luxury. But now, we've changed the scenario through the instrumentality of His Excellency, Dr. Alex Chioma Oti.
It shows you the voltage where that is running presently.
Victor Carlo is the engineer in charge of the water project. He takes us through the processes involved in drilling water in the community.
What it does is that the submersible pump, all the pumps are powered by solar. There are 8 solar panels that are controlling both the submersible pump and the surface pump. So the water comes out from the well, then goes through the composite filtration system, then goes into a storage tank. Then the surface tank picks it up and takes it up before it is now distributed to the villagers.
The water is treated and tested, safe for drinking. For residents who once rationed unsafe water, this fresh tap is more than a utility. It's dignity, it's health, it's life.
I'm very happy that today Okoye people now have a potable drinking water. All thanks to God and all thanks to Dr. Alex Oti. And I also always say all thanks to the TVC crew in Abia State here who initiated this. And today, we have our results.
This has been a dream which we have been, and today it has come to stay. We praise God and we thank God, and also the government of Abia State. Courtesy of you, we also appreciate you.
God is good.
With this milestone, Okoye joins the list of communities breaking free from water poverty. A success story driven by accountability, partnership, and the power of the media. Water, a basic necessity, once out of reach in this community, now flows freely. It is now a new chapter for the residents of Okoye. Naina Gabriel, TVC News, Okoye, Abia State.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
be our TV station of the year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to Journalists Hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays 1:30 p.m.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Happy Democracy Day to all Nigerians, and thank you for joining us on the Thursday edition of Journalist Hangout. I'm Benga Oreshegun. Today on the program, we discuss June 12 and 26 years of unbroken democratic journey in Nigeria. Well, I'll be hanging out with Babajide Kolade Otitoju and Kolawole Johnson, while Sule Yao Sule joins us via Zoom from Kano. Journalist Hangout starts right now. Now let's begin the conversation. Numbers, they say, don't lie, and they most times remind us of the stark realities of issues. For 29 years out of its 64 years of existence as an independent country, Nigeria endured military dictatorship from 1966 to 1984 and 1984 to 1999. A bold attempt to return Nigeria to democracy in 1993 resulted in the annulment of the June 12 presidential election, adjudged to be the freest and fairest in the country's history by the military junta of General Ibrahim Babangida. That action triggered years of political crisis, with the winner of the election, MKO Abiola, dying without reclaiming his mandate. While democracy returned to Nigeria on the 29th of May 1999, June 12 has become Nigeria's official Democracy Day due to its significance. It's been 26 years of democracy in Nigeria, and the country can roll out the drums for its sustenance thus far. Okay, Biko, let's begin this way. I mean, looking back 26 years of uninterrupted democracy, the journey in Nigeria, in comparison with the military rule. I mean, what are your thoughts on the journey so far, looking at all that has taken place?
Yeah, I can talk about progress. I was an active participant in those giddy days of military rule. Was an active journalist at that time, young, unmarried, and very determined, always eager to take risk. And I can say even my love for the military and my love to do stories and documentaries about the military were forged in those years. We took risk. We covered the election, and we were happy that something remarkable happened. You know, but the elections were the election was annulled, throwing Nigeria into big crisis. But so far, we can report progress in the area of political participation. In the area of development of our institutions, we can report progress, because during the military rule, you didn't have representatives who could speak for you, who could talk about what your community needs. But democracy allows you to be able to elect your true representatives who can be your voice at the National Assembly, at even the local government level. You have councillors who represent your ward and all that. So in terms of citizen participation in the political process, there is significant progress in that area. Problems remain. We still have electoral malpractices happening in our country. We still have elections that show both our ethnic and religious divides. That is unpalatable. That is not the lesson that June 12 taught us. And we still have corruption on a rampant scale, and nothing undermines democracy more than corruption, because it makes the people to lose belief in the democratic process. So successive governments must do their best to defeat corruption as a way of getting our people to believe more and more in the democratic process. So if you were part of, if you are mature enough during the military era, you will not compare what we have now to what we had then. I lost a friend in Bagauda Kalto. I could not operate from my from the state I was posted to as a correspondent for a long time. I escaped arrest by the Whiskers thanks to my female secretary, who faced two military intelligence people came into my office and told them that I was not the one. I was looking at them when they came to pick me up. Yes, in my office in Galadima Road in Kano. She told them in Hausa, Bashibane, you know. And once she said that and they stepped out, I moved into the inner office. I went inside the Ankura market and I traveled that same day to Jos without picking my things. Because a few weeks before then, Kunle Ajibade, my boss, editor, had been picked up, driven to first to the DSS headquarters here in Shangisha, and then kept in detention at in one of the cells of the military intelligence. I wrote the story for which he was arrested. So they were looking desperately for me. They wanted to get some facts. Because the anchor of a story, the person who writes a cover story, usually has far more facts than those who contributed to it. Exactly. So even if you pick my editor, you may not get some of the facts that you wanted. So they desperately needed to pick me up. They had come once, lied to my secretary that I was their drinking pal. So I returned to Lagos after spending like 3 months hiding in Lagos. I mean, I returned to Kano after spending like 3 months hiding in Lagos. By the time I got to Kano, I was sitting in front of, there were 2 offices. There is an inner office and the one in front. And they didn't want to pick the wrong person. So the moment they asked, Shinewonako, you see the one? The girl just instinctively, because she remembered that she had met that the same.
Okay, the when they came earlier.
Yes, that those 2 guys had come before and claimed that we were pals, we were drinking pals. So the moment they asked that question a second time, she knew that was something.
Intelligent enough.
Yes, you know, and Roslyn just said, Bashibane. So they went out. They didn't want to pick the wrong person because they knew, and they had information that we were 2. I had Laiwola Adeniji, who joined. Laiwola Adeniji is an oil player now. He works for a big oil company in Nigeria today. He joined us from The Guardian. After The Guardian had been proscribed, so he came to work and was working with me. So they didn't want to pick the wrong person. So asking that girl, Chinewonako, and she said, Bashibane. They then walked away. After that, I slipped into the inner office, opened the back door, and I went to Jos to stay in Jos for another 3 months. So people today, I was reading something today where some people are comparing Tinubu to Abacha. It was the most idiotic thing I've ever read on social media. But it's not, or a lot of them who are not victims of that era, who never lost a friend. One of the closest journalists to me that we used to sit down and plot stories was Bagauda Kaltu. And we lost him. We were always communicating until they took him away to kill him. Now, if you were a member of his family, or you worked with him, you knew the circumstances of his death. If you are related to people that Abacha, because he was going to the airport, and protesters barricaded the road, and he ordered them to open fire on them here in Lagos. If you are related to Baba Rewane, if you are related to Kudirat Abiola, that Barnabas Jabila, Sergeant Rogers wasted, and other people that we cannot mention one after another, there is no way that you will have your sanity in place and say the Abacha era, that was a military era where you could just disappear.
It was better.
I just hope that the current leaders will do their best, because some of the propaganda from Burkina Faso is actually turning the heads of our people and comparing military. Okay. So the comparison is needless, is asinine.
Absolutely. All right, now, so nice to have you here on Journalist Hangout. This is my first time of having this conversation with you. But yes, it is June 12. Talk to me. What does it mean to you?
Well, you know, June 12 has become phenomenon like a watershed, a landmark. And you can look at June 12 as a single event. You have to look at the pre-June 12, during June 12, and the post-June 12.
Okay.
The spirit of June 12 did not start on the 12th of June or even that very election. It started long ago.
Long ago.
You can even trace it back to independence, you know, after nationalists, you know, activists, people love their country, their land, who wanted to own their land, you know, wresting the nation from, you know, from the arms of the colonial masters. They wanted a democratic, you know, nation, but a few years down the line, it was taken away from them. Now, the military took over, and another struggle began. They started another, you know, struggle to have the nation back under a democratic rule.
Yes.
Now, that continued for a long time until 1780 when we had a very, you know, brief stint. Yes. And so the military came back again. So the struggle continued, you know, continued. So when June 12 came, or when the June 12 era came, and the people sensed that we were returning to a democratic, you know, nation after all of the years of military rule, so it was like a fresh air. And you can see, if you look at the entire scenario, the entire event, you will see that there was no much of ethnic or tribal sentiment in those days. You have a Tofa from Kano and not being able to beat Abiola, you know, squarely, even in his own place.
Yes.
And so you have people voting, you know, people, you know, from the north voting for somebody from the south. So you didn't have this element of ethnic coloration you have today, where today what has defined our politics is identity politics. So you had a nation that came together, you know, to drive a democratic process. And when that mandate was denied, so what you saw, what happened thereafter, again, defined the spirit of June 12, where those who had struggled prior to that event actually continued to struggle. Of course, you had some element from, some part of the country who pulled out of it. Even some, you know, nearly, of course, they even formed a counter NUPENG, you know, a parallel, you know, NUPENG to create some crisis. But you had people, you know, nationalists, people who believe in this country, who stood for that struggle for years. So the post days actually brought the spirit of June 12, you know, alive. Then you can also complete the story without looking at the fact that you had a president, even though he was a military president,
yeah, he said
sat back and said,
self-styled?
Yeah. Okay, if you said that, who sat back and said no? June 12th actually should be a memorable day. Some political historian will see 1914 as the, as that watershed, point in the nation's history. But present political actors, Democrats, will see June 12th as one because of what it stands for. So when Buhari declared June 12th as Democracy Day, again, it is part of the story of post-June 12th. So today, if we sit back to celebrate June 12th, we should ask ourselves, what are we celebrating? Are we actually celebrating, what happened? The free and fair election, the spirit of the nation that came together, the absent, almost a near absent of identity politics. Not today, that the only reason you are voting for Mr. A is simply because he is from your own neighborhood or from your own identity, either religious or tribal sentiment. All of that was not in place on the June 12th. So for me, if we're talking about June 12th today, we should be talking about the things that June 12th represented, all of the good of June 12th, all of those things that, that can make you, beat your chest and say, no, I am from this country.
Exactly.
So for me, I think looking at June 12th, we'll be looking at those things that made it thick, strong, those collective efforts, those virtues that brought us together as a nation.
Absolutely.
So June 12th for me means much more than a single day event.
Biko, I like the point you raised. 26 years of unbroken democracy. Do we have something to celebrate?
We have a lot to celebrate. I spoke about citizen participation in governance. We are able to hold our leaders accountable far more than anybody could dare.
During the military.
Some were saying, oh, people were criticizing Abacha. How many such people could do it openly? True. Even a minister, somebody who served in your government, the moment he turned against you, they made him pay by going for his son. Some of the people who are even calling for military rule today, they were in their diapers when the military ran Nigeria. They can't tell the story. A nation that is extremely forgetful. Even some of the things that happened just a few years back, people have forgotten. So how many things can they recall about that epochal period? The June 12th period. How many things can they recall? They just know there was an election. Look, this was an election in which we had a Muslim ticket. But the people were not concerned. What did we see in 2023 when we had a Muslim ticket? Some pastors even lost their heads. There was nothing they didn't say on the pulpit. People were being turned against innocent judges. Pastors were telling people, no, don't vote. Vote for somebody who is... We didn't have that then. People were just happy to choose their leaders. And I covered the election in Kano State, the home state of the then head of state, the home state of the candidate of the NRC. There were just two political parties. Two political parties foisted on us by the military. Have you seen a situation in which they say, okay, you have two parties, join either of them? The military forced two political parties on us. No options outside of those two.
Two-party system.
Yes. How many people can allow that now? You understand? How many people will be happy to see that now? That is progress. We must report that, and I said in terms of participation, citizen participation, in terms of the vibrancy of our civil society organizations. We see when people don't want something, through the instrumentality of the social media, They respond. They say we don't want this, and we will see government take action. Look at the cyber
crime.
Cyber levy.
Okay. Oh, cyber levy.
Cyber levy. The people resisted it.
Exactly.
And government decided, no, okay, we are not doing anymore. So many things happen like that. How many people? The military didn't even care about you. They had their own armed forces ruling council. That is the body that advises the president. Your opinion did not count.
Okay. All right. Just hold on. We have Sule Yao Sule, a veteran journalist and also a public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for joining us on Journalist Hangouts this beautiful day.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and happy Democracy Day.
Absolutely. So let's begin this way. I mean, can you recall your experience June 12, 1993? Tell me, where were you? And just give us your experience. Take us down memory lane.
Yes. June 12, I was a reporter with the Triumph newspapers in Kano. I was freshly out from the university and employed as a reporter in Triumph newspapers with a zeal to work under the military regime. June 12 reminds me of a united Nigeria. It reminds me of a Nigeria of our dream. It reminds me of Nigeria where everybody sees himself as a Nigerian. For instance, if you look at the primary election even that brought about Abiola as the presidential candidate of SDP, the primary election was held in the northern state of Plateau, in Jos. There were candidates or contestants from the northern part of the country, and yet Abiola beats them all in the northern state, in a northern state. That is one. Two, the election was contested between Bashir Osman Tofa, who is from Kano, who was contesting on the platform of NRC, and Chief MKO Abiola from the southern part of the country. To a southern. So you can see, and remember again, the ticket was a Muslim ticket. There was never a noise. Nobody raised alarm. What happened in 2023? So June 12 actually symbolizes a united Nigeria. And I monitored elections. People willingly queue up to vote for their choice candidates. No vote vying.
Yes.
Nothing absolutely of that nature. I will support this argument with a point. In Kano, during the gubernatorial election, between SDP and NRC, SDP was the dominant party. You know, those days, governorship election is conducted before the presidential election, unlike now. Already, you had House of Assembly, Kano State House of Assembly, dominated by SDP members, which means likely the candidate of SDP is going to win the election. But that was not the case. The primary election, which was held between the Magaji Abdullahi, Ahmed Rufai of People's Front, that was Eradua's faction, and the Rimi people, they felt they were cheated, meaning they could not have a candidate as a gubernatorial candidate. Over a night, just a day to the election, they went to town announcing that all SDP people, supporters, should vote for NRC candidates.
Yes.
Over a night, this thing was changed. No money, nothing, just mere announcement. And that was how Kabiru Gaya was elected as a governor. So you can see people were not after money or any inducement then. People were after a right candidate, and they believe in their leader. Because Rimi and Sule Lamido and co, they went to town in the night, a day to the election, telling people, look, don't vote for the candidate of our party, vote for NRC. And that was how Kadiru Gaya was voted. So you can see, Nigerians were actually good people. Something just happened along the line, and that is why we changed to what we are now.
Okay. You made some very key points.
Yeah.
Who vote buying? He even said Nigerians were good people there. I still believe we are still good people. I mean, where did we get it wrong?
Maybe we are just not as good as that.
Okay, not as good as that. I like that.
Well, nobody is good. Oh yeah, nobody is good. We are only better, you know.
Okay. So, but where did we get it wrong?
Can we actually point to a single event or a single historical point where we got it wrong? I think no. It was a gradual erosion of trust, both in the process. There is. Let me describe what Reyes used to describe democracy. He used the ocean to describe the strength of democracy and the flow of the ocean.
Okay.
You know, he said when the currency is strong, it helps the flow, you know, to surge forward.
Okay.
Now, the building blocks of democracy, the currency of democracy, the institutions, now, when they are strong, it propels the culture, you know, those cultural elements, those ethical elements of democracy, it helps to propel them forward. But when you have weak institutions, now, you have democratic recession. Now, that recession would always lead to lack of trust from the people.
Voter apathy.
Of course. So those democratic recession those elements, those indices of democratic recession you're seeing is they are actually product of a system that is losing its strength. Now, let me give you an example. If you have an INEC, for example, let's go to 2003 or 7, when you have, well, I was about mentioning Ewu. I won't mention the real name. Okay. We used to call him Ewu in those days, you know. Who was, you know, the head of INEC, take for example. And no matter what happens on the right at the polling center, you will get, they can't even take it away from there and go declare result. Even when you have total violence. Now, people would not have trust in such a process. And what would happen is that when they start losing that trust, it will tell on, you know, on those who are driving the institution. That's one. Two, when you have leaders who peradventure will make you see that you don't come from my place, so, you know, I'm not as responsible to you. Again, you will have a lot. You have people not trusting the system enough too. Now, let me also give you something very close to that. There's something in pole science. I can't, you know, remember the exact thing. When people see that, oh, we are from the same country, but in this social, social demography, this person is better. Why is it better? It is because he has somebody in power. Now, when you have such, where people can no longer graduate from school and get jobs because of merit, but because of who they know.
It's a policy of proximity.
See, whatever you call it. So when people start losing, when they lose that trust in the system. So getting it wrong was not a single event. It was a gradual process. Now, fourthly, you have people you vote into power who do not deliver the dividends of that power. But you suddenly see their pocket being swollen. The same person that you were together before in the neighborhood who was nowhere, you suddenly see his or her children, you know, going abroad, driving the big cars, telling you to your face that your hunger continues while their own riches come. You don't expect people to still try the same system. However, in all of this, losing hope will be the worst thing we can do to ourselves.
Absolutely.
It is for us to get ourselves together and say, no, we can make this work and start channeling our energy towards how to make it work, not how to divide it further through hate speech, hatred, and all of that. I was looking at something, very recently. If you know the number of people that have been arrested in the UK or that was arrested in the UK in 1 year, for saying terrible things on the social media, not even as terrible as the things you see here. You understand that if you want to safeguard your nation, there are some things you must control, you must seize, and never allow them to fester. But we are allowing those things to get deeper in our country.
All right, let's move straight to the next conversation. I mean, as part of activities to commemorate the 2024 Democracy Day, President Bola Tinubu addressed a joint session of the National Assembly and stressed the significance of the day. Now let's hear from the President.
Year, election after election, every time we debate instead of battle, we discuss instead of fight, and argue instead of destroy. We preserve the institution of democracy. More importantly, we weave the culture of democracy into very fabric of our nation. We thank God for this. Whilst Chief M.K. Abiola is June 12th central figure, we must not forget the long list of those who equally deserve to be called heroes of democracy. We must celebrate the courage of Alhaja Kudirat Abiola and Pa Arfe Rewani, both of whom were murdered by agents of military repression. We also remember the many civil rights activists, journalists, and politicians imprisoned, exiled, tossed aside, tortured, and beaten by the military regime. We remember Chief Anthony Enoro, Commander Dan Suleiman, Chief Abraham Adesanya, Ayo Adebanjo, Chief Gani Fawemi, Balarabe Musa, Ganiu Daudu, the journalist Bagoda Kato, and Commodore Ndibusi Kanu. I mention these names not to exclude or degrade the profound contribution of anyone else, but to illustrate through these few heroes the universality of our pursuit of democracy. The struggle was never the province of any one group or section of the country. It was pan-Nigeria in its conception, and it will even be more pan-Nigeria as we strive to perfect it. It is fitting that I come to this chamber to you. You are the authors of the People's Law.
Okay. All right, that was the President earlier today, addressing the joint session of the National Assembly today. He said something. He said the June 12th struggle was a pan-Niger. But talk to me. What are your key takeaways from the things the President said?
Yes, the President emphasized the need for us to be ready to engage rather than fight one another. Emphasized the need for unity because one of the big signposts of June 12th was unity. And the President also talked about the heroes, those who fought for this June 12th and the democracy that we enjoy today. It's not, there were some people that I remember that the President didn't mention, but of course, it's always like that. People like Colonel Dangiwa Omar, the prince from today's Kebbi State, who lost his commission because he insisted that Abiola should be given his mandate. It takes extreme courage in the military regime for an individual fiercely loyal to the man who annulled the election to step forward and say, no.
No, let's do the right thing.
Let's do the right thing. General Ishola Williams was also a hero. There was a meeting of the military top brass. General Ishola Williams said, as soldiers, our word is bond. We said we are handing over. There should be no reason for us to hold on to power. So there were all kinds of people like Moshood Erubami, who was also an activist at that time. People like, so many of them. I can't even begin to talk about them. But I remember people like Shehu Sani, who went to jail.
He was mentioned.
People like Governor Ubasani, they used to come to my office at Junction Road in Kaduna when I became the bureau chief of the news in northern Nigeria. So people fought for June 12, and they were not thinking about ethnicity and all that. So I'm happy. It gives me joy that President Muhammadu Buhari took that decision to immortalize June 12 at a point when people before him, presidents before him, were deceiving themselves that Abiola was the presumed winner of that election. I remember Goodwill Jonathan using those words, presumed winner. What is presumed? 19 out of 30 states he had already won. Some of the states that had not even been announced when IBB truncated the process were states that he won resoundingly. And we said, okay, the results were out. We knew state by state who won the election. Yet some people were deceiving themselves that he was the presumed winner.
That's not fair.
In fact, Goodwill Jonathan pronounced as the presumed winner of the June 12 election. But it took Buhari to do the right thing. Because we can't have Democracy Day, we can't have May 29 as Democracy Day, when the real Democracy Day, on the day that Nigerians stood as one people, was brushed aside. So that anomaly has been addressed. We now have Democracy Day. I still believe that there are people who are unnecessarily victimized, made to lose their commission in the military just because they did not support the annulment.
Okay.
So such people still need to be honored. So every year, I expect our president to honor
those names. And
yes,
honor
it should be a
them.
continuous thing. Those who genuinely fight for democracy. Some of them were in campaign for democracy. Some of them were in CLO, Civil Liberties Organization. The Agbakobas. They were able to put people together.
Yes.
There was even one of them, I'm trying to remember his name now. Glory Kilanko, for example.
Okay.
Glory Kilanko, you know, the wife of our lawyer friend, Jiti Ogunye.
Okay.
You know, who was
also
a female president of NANS at that time. So many people that we worked with as journalists that we still remember.
Okay.
So it should be a yearly thing. Honor some of these people.
Okay. All right, Suleya, let's bring this to you. Still talking about the heroes of June 12. I mean, the heroism of those who suffered, lost their lives during the struggle. Talk to me. Do you think their sacrifices have been truly recognized? I mean, we have the likes of Franco Kori, Odumaki. And do you think their sacrifices have been truly recognized?
Well, quite frankly, there are some that are yet to be recognized, especially in the media, actually. I can see those that were picked from the media are very few among those honored today. But there are lots of them. Babajide is reeling out some names. I have some names as well. For instance, OSA director. OSA director was arrested, was chained, was taken to court. So many journalists that need to be recognized. Coming back to your question, yes, if not for journalists, they stood by June 12th, we wouldn't have what we are having today, actually. It was, and that's why I pity the younger ones who are coming up now. And that's why Babajide, I don't want him to get worried with the comments of these boys on social media. They are not familiar with the history. They were not there when these things were happening or happened. And unfortunately, we don't have the culture of reading now. We don't want to read what happened.
We don't even want to learn.
Exactly, exactly. So if we go back to the history, we read what happened. The 2023 episode of Muslim ticket wouldn't have happened because this is not the first thing. The first time it's happening. It has happened before, and it was fine. We just look for the best candidates and go for them. Nigeria was at that level before. What happened? How did we descend to this level now? We need to look at that, and journalists need to do more on this to educate the younger ones. Yes, this thing happened before, and it can happen again, depending on the orientation we are having. So I think journalists have a role to play in this regard.
Beautiful one. You said journalists have a role to play. Now let's still talk a little bit more. I'll come to you, Kola. Let's look at some of the things the president also said. You know, he talked about the issue of the one-party agenda. You know, what are your thoughts on that? Kolawole, you have the floor.
Myself?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were talking. Let me just, I wanted to say something. We're blaming the people who do not know history. I also feel there is a deliberate effort ongoing to miscommunicate or to pass the wrong perception. You know, I believe some people are pushing some narrative right now that you may not be able to separate some external forces from this. I'll take you back. I'm a student of political history. During the Cold War era, it was not about the gun. No, not about the bomb. It was a war of ideology between the East and the West. I believe that is going on now, unfortunately. And Africa is becoming the theater of this game. And Nigeria will be a major target, a very major one. Don't forget that in those days, you know, because of our westernized, you know, background, we were tilting much more towards the West, even when we said we were non-aligned. That was not just real. So, in the present game ongoing, I believe there are some forces, I don't want to mention country, but from the East now, are deliberately pushing some narrative. What is going on in Burkina Faso? They don't even have the machinery to push what is being pushed in Nigeria. This is being pushed from somewhere else. This is why we must also ensure that the government will not fold its hands and just be watching. The national orientation, is there. NOA is there. The government should fund NOA to do the needful. You have Larry there. He's capable to do that. I don't think.
Do you think they're not doing enough?
Do you know how they are getting the little they are doing done? It is through their blood. Where's the funding in that place? I don't think I've spoken to that man for how many years.
But they are doing much better now
than before.
Yes, it is because of the competence of the man, not the funding. I'm saying that.
No, you cannot do it without funds.
Okay.
You can't do it without funds.
Check their budget.
Hold on now.
Yeah.
Shebi, we knew what the people before now were doing.
Yeah.
It's made the president.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there is improved funding.
Oh,
we are not saying that it's there, but
yes.
let's give a little credit for the
exactly.
improvement in funding,
Okay.
which has enabled them to
do
push
what they are
some of
doing
those
now.
campaigns that they are doing now. I'm sure that even Larry will readily admit that there is improvement in terms of their engagement, in terms of the awareness that they are trying to create.
Correct,
we can say, yes, they need to do a lot more. But it's dependent on sufficient funding.
Oh, yes. Now,
because the people must, their minds, especially young people, their minds must be disabused.
Exactly.
From the notion that there is an utopia somewhere in Burkina Faso or another, is absolute rubbish. A lot of the videos that they are pushing on social media is AI generated.
That is why you should know that they
It's
are pushing
AI
this
generated
thing deliberately.
So
who are those
some
pushing?
of those things are lies.
Who are those pushing this? It can't be the man
No,
who
it's
is
a battle for the hearts of our people.
I know that.
And you saw what happened during the protests.
And I said it immediately, flagging another nation.
All right, gentlemen. All right, gentlemen.
Let me land on that.
The question you asked him, he has not answered.
Please, come again.
I talked about the issue of the one-party agenda.
Yeah. The president talked about it.
But before you answer that,
yes.
I mean, the president, while talking to, speaking to the joint session, he denied the one-party agenda, saying that the APC is open to all. So let's hear the president.
At this point, I plead for your indulgence so that I may put a terrible rumor to bed. To those who ring the alarm that the APC is intent on a one-party state, I offer you a most personal promise. While your alarm may be as a result of their panic, it rings an error. At no time in the past, nor any instance in the present, and at no future junction, shall I view the notion of one-party state as good for Nigeria. I've never attempted to alter any political party registration with INEC. Equally, my dear friends and colleagues, we cannot blame anybody seeking to bail out of a sinking ship, even without a life jacket. Look at my political history. I will be the last person to advocate such a scheme. In year 2003, when the then governing party tried to sweep the nation clean of political opposition through plot and manipulation, I was the last progressive governor standing in my region. In all their numbers and the false grandeur, they boasted of ruling, not only governing Nigeria, for the next half century or more. Where are they now? Yet I stood alone. My allies had been induced into defeat. My adversary held all the cards that mortal man could carry. Even with all of that, they could not control my destiny and could not control our national destiny because fate is written from the above. A greater power did not want Nigeria to become one-party state back then. Nigeria will not become such a state now. The failed effort to create a one-party state placed progressive political party forces on a trajectory to form the APC. It put me on the trajectory which has brought me before you today. I dare not such a favor to any political adversary by repeating the same mistake of political overreach. A one-party state is not in the oven, nor should it ever be. That said, we would be guilty of political malpractice if we close our door on those from other parties who now seek to join the APC. I sincerely welcome our party's newest members from Delta and Akwa Ibom states, led by Governor Sheriff Oboweri and Pastor Umo Eno and other national members of this respected National Assembly. You are all welcome to the progressive fold. Nobody should close the door. Political parties fearful of members leaving may be better served by examining their internal processes and affairs rather than fearfully conjuring up demons that do not exist. For me, I would not say try your best to put your house in order. I will not help you to do so either. It is indeed a pleasure to witness you in such a disarray.
You heard the president. He will not help them to put their house in order.
It's not,
okay?
It's not the first time that he's talking like this. I remember before the 2023 election, we had an outing with him, and he was saying, if any of you tries to pray for them to come together, I will swear for you. So he knew that the opposition coming together will cost him the presidency. So he was happy that they failed to come together. So you had Kwankwaso, who used to be in the PDP. He went to NMPP. You had Peter Obi, who used to be in the PDP, who was actually the running mate to Atiku, going to Labour Party. And you had Atiku, you know, slugging it out as the PDP standard bearer. If they had come together, all of those people that I talked about, it would have been about 14 million votes for them, which will have been overwhelming.
Exactly. When somebody be signed.
So
that means
all right,
over
gentlemen.
60.
Kalawale Johnson, appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming to the studio. You know, this beautiful day, June 12th.
Good to be here.
I mean,
new studio, beautiful place.
Exactly.
World class.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I really enjoyed the show. It was history lessons, taking us down memory lane. BKO,
thanks.
As always, thank you so much. Appreciate you. And that's it on Journalist Hangout today. We're on YouTube at youtube.com/TVC News Nigeria. I am Benga Oreshegun. Bye for now, and God bless Nigeria.
Albert Chinua Lumogu Achebe was born November 16, 1930 in Ogidi, Nigeria. He went to Government College in Umuahia, Nigeria. In 1948, Achebe won a scholarship to the University of Ibadan to study medicine, but after a year, he changed his major to writing. After graduation in 1953, he became a script writer for the visiting professorship in African literature at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. After that, he returned again to teach at the University of Nigeria. He became chair of the Association of Nigerian Writers and edited Uwandigo, a journal of Igbo life and culture. Although he wrote many essays and kept involved with the writing community, Achebe did not write another book until 1988's Anthills of the Savannah. In 1990, Achebe was involved in a car crash in Nigeria, which damaged his spine so badly he was paralyzed from the waist down. Bard College in New York offered him a teaching job and the facilities to make that possible, and he taught there from 1991 to 2009. In 2009, Achebe became a professor of African Studies at Brown University. In 2012, he published the essay, There Was a Country, a personal history of the
answered in details with documentary evidence. Don't miss it. Keep a date with us every Sunday on TVC News by 9 p.m.
Good governance at any level is characterized by 4 pillars: transparency, accountability, fairness, and responsibility. The Seyi Makinde-led administration since inception has upheld all these traits, making life more meaningful for the people of Oyo State. Resting on the 4 pillars of the administration, which includes education, health, security, and expansion of the economy through agribusiness, the people have continued to feel the impact of good governance. On Oyo Update, you'll be opportune to see how far the Seyi Makinde government has brought governance to every doorstep across the state. Join us weekly at this time for insightful moments on your state, setting the pace.
We will invite all Akwa Ibomites to arise to the faith of greatness with our Rise agenda.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to journalists' hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays 1:30 p.m.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
"26 years ago, Nigeria took a historic step, shaking off the shadows of military rule and embracing the promise of democracy. The journey has been turbulent, hopeful, and at times deeply frustrating. Yet through the cycles of elections, constitutional debate, and citizen protests, we remain committed to this ideal. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this special edition of Beyond the Headlines. I am Nifemi Okuntoye. As Nigeria marks another Democracy Day, the Interministerial Committee, we understand, has announced federal government's plans ahead of the 26th Democracy Day celebration. The committee announced that President Bola Tinubu will address the nation tomorrow by 7 a.m. There will be no Democracy Day parade. It also states that President Tinubu will attend the National Assembly joint session at 12 noon. Later in the day, a public lecture will be held at the State House Conference Center by 4 p.m. with the theme Consolidating on the Gains of Nigeria's Democracy, Necessity of Enduring Reforms. Tonight, on the eve of Nigeria's Democracy Day, we're joined by a frontline party figure, Senator Ajibola Bashir, the National Secretary of the All Progressives Congress and a key player in both national politics as well as the unfolding political development in Osun State ahead of 2026. He wears many hats: lawyer, legislator, party administrator, and now a declared governorship aspirant. But with ambition, they say, comes scrutiny and controversy, from allegations of disloyalty to Mr. President to rumors of courting political alliances across fractured lines. Senator Bashir has had to fight off what he calls a coordinated smear campaign. We'll speak about Nigeria's democratic journey at 26, the integrity of political structures in the Fourth Republic, and of course, the politics of power, loyalty, and legacy in Osun State. Let's get started. Distinguished, thank you for joining us on the program.
Yeah, good evening, Nifemi.
Glad to have you come. You served as a senator and now manage internal party administration at the national level. Would you say we've really evolved institutionally, especially in the area of internal democracy?
I think first and foremost, I must say that I don't personally believe in what they call internal democracy. And I say this because of the background that I have as somebody from progressive ideological background. What is called internal democracy today is actually foisted upon us by the Nigerian legislators at some point in time when they turn political parties to be more of an appendage of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Classically, a political party is an organization of people who believe in certain set ideology, perspectives, and program, and seeking to put one or many of them into holding political offices for the purpose of actualizing those programs. So the question of emergence of candidates for political party, from my own personal belief, should be a matter for the political party to determine which method by which it will evolve such kind of candidature.
But
maybe
by
by
whatever
caucus,
method, you don't think it should still meet democratic tenets?
What democratic tenets will be tested at the general election. So it will mean, for instance, if you have a political party, you may be able to decide whether it is caucus of leadership of the political party, whether it is some set of parameters. That should be an internal rule of political party.
But are you looking at it from the point of view of how it ultimately impact on the people? Because some will say the challenge, for instance, is the fact that we don't have the best of us to lead us. And it begins from the party. So the best minds usually are expected to evolve through a democratic process.
In fact, it is because of the so-called internal democracy that the best of us are not leading us now. And I will give you an example, for instance. Let's look at the inception of democratic government in Nigeria. In 1999, those crop of leaders that emerged in our own political party, Alliance for Democracy, they emerged from what I call democratic consensus within the leadership of the party. That's how Baba Bisi Akande emerged in Osun State. That's how Chief Olusegun Osuoba emerged in Ogun State. That's how Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu emerged in Lagos State, and so on and so forth. And you see the quality and caliber of this leadership.
Through consensus.
Through consensus. Gladly, that's how they emerged. And in 1979 and also in 1983, you also see within our own tradition of the progressive tradition of Action Group, UPN, Alliance for Democracy, and now the APC. This will ensure that people who have actually have track record of experience, leadership, and confidence of leadership of the party to be able to articulate the programs and vision of the parties will be able to emerge in that process. What we have today is that if you have billions of naira, you can just emerge through what is called democratic process. You may not represent the ideals and focus of that political party until our legislators go and amend the provision that makes it the business of INEC or the national legislator how candidates emerge from party. We cannot really talk about grooming leadership that will be able to now put
by consensus, that means that we are largely just expecting that people will sleep and face the same place, because consensus means that majority of people have decided to pick a particular person, right? How does that differ from having them truly elect the person? Because you are really counting on the leadership of each party to be able to make the best decision for them.
A political party should be a reflection of the core ideals of the leadership of that political party. And they will be able to determine who best represents, who best could be put forward for the purpose of advancement of that. I know people who are in the civil society may not agree with me, but from the tradition that I come from, ideally, the question will now be, when you present somebody, let the general electorate determine whether the person should be elected or not elected. And when you look at some other claim where democracy actually evolved. You see a kind of different system by which you now pigeonhole all political party to evolve their to ensure the emergence of their candidate must be from the same parameter.
It's an interesting position you have taken, but another way to look at it is that even with the current democratic setting, it is still the leadership that determines who emerges winner. I had a young fellow here yesterday who is the youth party candidate for Etiosa local government. And I asked him, why didn't you join the APC? Because the APC wins all the local government election in Lagos. And he said he was there. But they tell you a primary election will hold on Saturday, and then during the week they send you a message that a winner has emerged. That's under the leadership of the party, whatever means they use, whether through direct or indirect. But I want us to touch on a few other things. I would like to get your point of view on whether or not you support the call for restructuring or the absolute rewriting of the 1999 Constitution, when you consider the arguments that it was a military-imposed document that lacks national consensus.
You see, we like sloganeering in Nigeria without actually looking at substance. Between 1999, yes, I agreed, 1999 Constitution was an imposition by the military government of Abubakar Abdul-Salam. But since 1999, there have been some fundamental changes in the structure of Nigerian Constitution, by which power in certain dimensions have devolved to the state. The question we first ask ourselves, those power that have devolved to the state, to what extent have our subnationals been able to utilize those devolved power structure? I'll give, for example, the correctional system. It's now permissible under the Constitution for our state government to set up their correctional centers. How many states have utilized that devolved power to them? Power has also been taken out of national grid, by which it is now possible for state actors to be able to participate in that critical sector for infrastructure development. How many of our subnationals have been able to utilize that that means? And also the mode by which businesses are carried on. You don't have to carry on businesses by way of company incorporated under Companies and Other Matters Act. You can use limited partnership and some other form of business by which you encourage commerce within your territory. To what extent will have been able to test those constitutional latitude and use it to advance the interest? So it's not just enough to just castigate 1999 Constitution, as it were, as imposition of the military. Yes, that is a treason. But then within the ambit of effort that have been made to devolve power, there's a need for the subnational to take critical look and see how best they will be able to advance the economic progress of our people, and as well as infrastructure development. I was reading a story talking about how much money had gone to local government structure because of the removal of the first subsidy and the flotation of the naira. The question you can ask yourself is that within those structure, to what extent has this important development of freeing resources for infrastructure development impact positively on the people at the grassroots? So there is a need to have a mental construct that development should be the focus of our democracy. And therefore, rather than sloganeering, we need to ensure that we also do what will advance the education of our people, the health of our people, and as well as bring prosperity.
There's no sense to which you think
Nigerians.
that the Constitution is also hindering development to that extent, to some extent.
You see, I've told you what we could do within the present anomalous constitutional provision. I'm not saying
it is currently constructed.
The way it's currently constructed, but if then I'm a reformist. I believe that we can do much in terms of restructuring, but we also need to utilize what we have been able to get in terms of
which you think that we haven't done enough. Let's take a short break and we'll be back with more. Stay with us, everyone. Thanks for staying with us, everyone. Senator Bashir, thank you for staying the course on the program. So you have now declared your interest to contest for governor in Osun in 2026. But in the build-up, we're seeing reports alleging your criticism of President Tinubu over Governor Adeleke's visit. You have denied that. But do you think such reports, in a way, is a reflection of internal party tensions in Osun APC?
First and foremost, I have not formally declared my interest in contesting for governorship of Osun State.
So how come it is formally known?
Maybe.
Are you going to contest?
You know, Nigeria, the people talk about taking more from body language. By the INEC notice that was published about a week ago, notice of election for Osun will be made on August 25. And I think at that point in time, that you can now talk about formally making declaration to contest, election. And of course, contesting, just as I said, from what you said from my position on the issue of internal, democracy, our party is a party of, leadership.
Just for clarity, is it accurate to call you an aspirant for that position?
I have not collected form.
Do you want to run?
Of course, I would like to run.
So informally, you have declared your intent.
Possibly, you may say that you need to be.
Maybe I used the word formally wrongly. So informally, you have declared your interest to run, right? But the real question I'm asking is that with all the conversations that have happened following Governor Adeleke's visit to Mr. President, what does it say about internal party tensions within your?
Formally, I don't know where the news media that published that story got their story. I never made any criticism of Governor Adeleke visiting the president. Why will I, as a party bureaucrat and as a former senator of the Republic of Nigeria, say that a sitting governor should not pay visit to president? So it's some other people that made such criticism, but of course maybe they thought that the team boomerang and decided to pay some yellow journalist story to say Ajibola Bashiru made criticism. I have never had cause. Then I cannot make criticism of President Bola Tinubu in public because I have access to him. So even if I have things to say, I don't have to go to public to say that this is what is it. So if you have access to, for instance, I have access to you, if you have done something I need to make observation, I would definitely do that. So that is total falsehood.
So I think that there's a context to it. The context to it is that the perception is that 5 PDP governors are going to join the APC. We have seen 2 of them join in the past. I'm sure you've heard that narrative on the papers that there are some 5 governors who want to join your party. So when they saw Governor Adeleke visit Mr. President, they are thinking, okay, perhaps they want to decamp as well. Then some people in Osun APC now said, the APC ticket is not for sale. And then you're wondering, who wants to buy it? Are they saying, Mr. President, who wants to buy? Is it Governor Adeleke that wants to buy it?
I think that
give us some clarity as to that.
You know, I had a meeting with former councillors of our party some few days ago, and I said that that statement, from where it comes from, is very reckless and also indecorous, and that should not come from somebody who believes in the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He is the leader of the party. He will decide ultimately whether somebody should decamp or whether the party should accept some. And with his political sagacity, which he has put into play since he was governor of Lagos State, I don't have any doubt whatsoever that he will be able to take a decision whether is it in our overall interest to admit Governor Adeleke to the APC, or we want to go a whole hog of feeding our own candidate in that election. So that is within the province.
This possible defection
to do so.
Does it bother you?
It doesn't bother me, because I believe that power flows from God, and then you also have to strategically agree and align whatever vision, whatever ambition you have with the overall context of what will advance the interest of the polity.
So let us play the scenario, because we have seen the Akwa Ibom State Governor decamp, we've seen the Delta State Governor decamp. Let us play the scenario that the Osun State Governor also decamp. Would you acknowledge him as a leader of your party in Osun State?
Of course, I don't have a choice. And the decision whether he decamps or whether it's accepted is not even my own decision. It's a decision of him looking at what he wants to do, and the decision of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and some other leaders of our party, including Bababisa Akonde, whether they want to go that route. And once that decision is taken, I'm an absolutely loyal person to the party. I call myself an establishment politician. Whatever the leadership decide, I take, because
but given your position,
this aphorism, let me just conclude. There's an aphorism. If you want to be a good leader, you must also be a good follower. For now, I decided to be a good follower because I ultimately one day also aspire to be a good leader.
Earlier on, we were talking about party leadership, and you're saying that the leadership of the party should stand for the ideals. I believe you're talking about the ideology of the party. What happens to the ideology of the APC if Governor Adeleke, whom you have, so brazenly criticized, now becomes the flag bearer of your party. Are you able to stand by your party to say it is still the APC and the progressive that you claim
are
to
still
be?
talking on hypothetical.
Yes,
that
because
that decision has not been
That's
taken.
why I said 2 governors have left already. So it's not going to be some form of impossibility for it to happen.
Of course, let us deal with it when it comes to reality. I don't want to deal with hypothetical and
but
academic
it will automatically
issues.
impact on your ambition. Does that bother you?
I've told you that I'm not inordinately ambitious. I will align whatever ambition I have, whatever vision I have within the overall vision of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Is there a sense to which you think your ambition is at odds with certain power blocks in the APC?
Have you ever seen where such will occur, that somebody will have ambition and everybody will automatically align? There's this saying in Yoruba language that it is only Oriburuku that people don't contest. Only bad luck that people don't contest. And the position of governor is not a small position. And you expect within the party in Osun, I think our membership should be at the minimum about 75 to 150,000. And of course, we have people who are gladiators who want to contest. We have different power blocks. So it should not disturb you. Aspiration is a legitimate thing for any politician. So I'm not bothered. And as I told you, I'm not bothered about whether I get a position at any point in time. What I'm concerned about is that the overall goal of the organization that I believe is still being furthered. I lost senatorial election in 2023. I didn't go to tribunal. A lot of people will expect, as a lawyer, you want to go to tribunal. And within 2 months that I left the Senate, the leadership of the party under President Bola Tinubu deemed it fit to elect me as the national secretary of the party. And I put all my effort in being able to make the best out of that. Now I'm committed to make the best out of that effort. I just flew in from Oka on a party and legal assignment. And here I am today also talking about the advancement of democracy. Whatever will be, and it can only be better as far as some of us are concerned.
I don't know how extensive your consultation has been, but do you have former Governor Oyetola's support?
Of course, he will not be opposed to my aspiration.
Because there are reports that he has another candidate in Bola Oyebanji. Have you heard that?
People always talk about it, and of course, all of us, is our state leader today, and I don't believe he will go to say that of all of us who are under his watch, that he will prefer one against the other. Ultimately, the leadership of the party, including himself, Bababisi Akonde, the president, all of them will sit down and look at how and where the pendulum will swing. And wherever they decide, as I told you, I'm a party man, and whatever decision the party takes is well and good for me.
You have denied allegations of seeking collaboration with former Governor Aregbesola. What does that say about the state of reconciliation or lack of it within the
It's
APC?
not my beat to talk about reconciliation, but it's my beat to refute false allegation. The last time I had any personal and political connection with the former governor of Osun State, whom I work under as commissioner for 2 terms, was in 2021. And since 2021, I've not even had a one-on-one talk with him. So for somebody to write from the blue and said Bashiru is seeking reconciliation with him because of personal ambition, it's not today within our party. According to him, he said he has left our party. He said he formed a splinter group, which we don't know which party he has begun. And of late, you have also seen some videos coming on of him having meeting with Atiku Abubakar, of people singing in his sitting room, which we call in popular parlance parlor, against Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. As national secretary of the party, I deem it fit to make it categorically clear that I don't have any connection whatsoever. I've not had any personal or political relationship with former Governor Aregbesola since 2021. So it is insensitive. It is absolute falsehood for anybody to say that because of aspiration that I have, I will seek such kind of connection. I will not do that. As told you, I'm not desperate about becoming anything. I thank God for what He has made of me, and I will not work in a way that will be with anybody, no matter how it placed, that
But
has a diametrically opposed position to President Bola Ahmed.
They say it has a huge influence in Osun, and that's probably why you lost the election in 2022.
I will not say that. With respect, I said people are contested. And when you talk about political influence, even when he was a sitting governor in 2017, we lost a senatorial election in Osun West. 9 out of the 10 local government, we lost under his watch. And in 2018, even when he was governor, it was a hard fought battle for our party. So whether election is won or lost is not about the sagacity or the popularity of an individual. It will be too positioning him in a larger context than what he actually is, to say he will be the decider of who win and who will lose
a good place to live
election in Osun.
We have completely run out of time. National Secretary of the APC, Senator Ajibola Bashir, thank you so much for talking to us.
Yeah, it's my pleasure being here today.
And hopefully we'll continue this conversation subsequently. That's our show today. Thank you for being a part of it. Remember, you can watch it again at midnight and at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I am Nifemi Oguntoye.
Chinua Lumogu Achebe was born November 16, 1930 in Ogidi, Nigeria. He went to Government College in Umuahia, Nigeria. In 1948, Achebe won a scholarship to the University of Ibadan to study medicine, but after a year, he changed his major to writing. After graduation in 1953, he became a script writer for the Nigerian Broadcasting Service, NBS, eventually becoming the head programmer for the discussion series. In 1956, he visited London for the first time to take a training course with the BBC. On returning, he moved to Enugu and edited and produced stories.
A serial entrepreneur. I am Murayo Afolabi Brown, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of Your View are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. Unlabeled to believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own. They want to know how the world of work operates, what it means to the employer of labor, how policies affect workers in the workplace. Unlabeled are ensure we engage effectively the organized labor, organized private sector, and government to get out of them information workers are in need of. I am Sharon Ijason, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to Journalists Hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays, 1:30 p.m.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
For decades, these three communities have been locked in a bitter dispute. The question in everyone's mind is, why can't they find common ground? Is it pride, ignorance, or greed that's driving the stalemate? And what's holding the government from stepping in to broker a lasting solution?
Ilobu is one of three communities currently in a land dispute with two of its neighbors, Ifon and Erioshun. The land controversy predates most of the residents here. One would have thought with time this controversy would have ended. But it has snowballed into deadly attacks for most of the communities around here.
The drums greet the chiefs and bales of the community, but in the silence of the drums you will see the grief on their faces. They too have lost loved ones, property, and their peace to the land.
We had clear-cut boundary, but if our Osun community would not want to respect the agreement about the boundary, before the present Urulu local government was carved out of Irekpodo local government, the old Irekpodo local government used to have 3 communities, major communities. There are other small communities and villages and settlements, Ilobu, Ifan, and Neri. But in 1996, Ifan Osun was carved out of the old Irekpodo local government, and they were given Urulu local government. Then, before the local government was carved out, the 3 communities were contiguous with each other. Hardly you know the boundaries amongst the 3 communities. But among the 3 communities, Ilobu was first to settle in or around 16th century, and thereafter some other people who were displaced in their place of origin by intertribal or intratribal war or Fulani raids came to the first settler in Ilobu, La Rosin, to seek for land and to seek for an abode from attack. And one of such communities is the community known as Ifan Osun today. And they sought refuge from the then Olobu, Omalara, who settled them at a place near Akwipanroro. It's not far from Ilobu community. So later, the ancestral founder of the present Ifan Osun came from Ifanle to seek refuge here, and he was first settled at Akenno compound within the Ilobu community.
The echoes of violence still linger in this community. The story of destruction bears disturbing similarities to that of Ifan. They both lost members of their community, families are displaced, in search of safer grounds, and a cycle of blame that refuses to break. Both communities point fingers at each other, each side convinced that the other started the recent clashes. Just like the people of Ifan, those in Ilobu took us to at least 7 affected communities. These places were destroyed during the communal clash. This middle-aged man with the name Adekunle Olaliko started building his 4-bedroom apartment about a year ago. He had saved up his earnings for 7 years. His plan was to get a permanent residence for his family who currently lives in Ondo State. His dreams are now shattered. All that remains on this piece of land are rubbles and outgrown weed.
ọ̀nà bíyì tó jẹ́ shortcut bíyì òní wọ́n gbà wá tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n pọ̀ tí wọ́n fi wá láti wá dìmọ̀ ní síbíyì wọ́n ti wá dìmọ̀ ní síbíyì tán ní wọ́n bọ́ sí àwọn ìgboro ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ba àwọn kan náà jẹ́ ní àwọn iná lọ́hùn.
So láti bí báyìí so gbogbo bí báyìí sí bí Ọláníyan estate.
Ọláníyan estate ní Ìlòbù òní bíbájì àti shortcut yẹn wọ́n ní ọ̀nà ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kan wà ń bíjì tó jọ́nà ojúgbó ibẹ̀ ni wọ́n trespass tí wọ́n fi wá sí ibi láti bílù. 4 bedroom yẹn ló wà wájú ní ọwọ́ ẹ̀yìn 4 shop yẹn ló wà ní wájú bíjì ìgbọ́n láti ìgbà tí ṣẹlẹ̀ yẹn ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ mi ò wá sí ibi mọ́ torí ẹ̀ ló jẹ́ ráyè pé igbó yẹn ò ní ó fi kún tí kò fi dàbẹ́ ni pé bóyá ó clear.
As this Islamic college is not too far from the narrow road the invaders came through. Although it was not touched in the invasion, the school is now abandoned. The fear from the attack is still as strong as the attack itself. For the safety of the children, the school relocated from the contentious area and is now closer to the rest of the community. But the children have to walk a few more meters to get to school. But that's not the only problem with the makeshift school.
It is not convenient for us.
it is not convenient for us at all. Because according to Yoruba adage, one ilé èèyàn kò dàbí ilé onílé kò dàbí ilé ààrẹ ni. It is not convenient for us. There is no enough space for us. There is no enough space for the teachers, for the students.
In Odoje, one of the hot spots, you will see houses owned by indigents of both Ifon and Ilobu destroyed, with a barrage of bullet shells littering the community. The health facility is now deserted. It's hard to tell where the boundary is between the communities. While the three communities are laying claim to the land, houses are being built on the borders. Brick by brick, the communities expanded, and are now closer than before, at least geographically. Now, a family from Ilobu has a family from Ifon as a neighbor. But when the crisis starts, neighbors become enemies.
I was in the house. I started contacting police. They could not come down because everybody, we were fasting. They couldn't come. But when it was around 7 a.m., we could not bear anything again. My palace is over there. Look at this building. This building belonged to my community member. Look at it. After they put fire, after they raised building completely, they even started demolishing the building. You can see it physically. By my left-hand side of this road, up to about 800 meters from the starting point, you can see that the road just completed. You can see chinnages. The chinnages started from the starting point of the road. About 800 meters has been raised out. No any building there again. They put fire, they burned the building completely. By looking at the right-hand side also, almost all the building has been raised, they put fire, up to the market.
lóòrùn náà tẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbàtílẹ̀ máa kàn gbọ́ pé wọ́n ti sún gbogbo ṣọ́ọ̀pù ọjọ́ olóbùlà wà yìí gbogbo ṣọ́ọ̀pù yìí pátápátá báyìí ló ti sún kódà àwọn ilé wọn ti innovate ẹ̀ ní gbogbo yìí báyìí àwọn ṣọ́ọ̀pù wa orí ṣọ́ọ̀pù mẹ́ta ní ṣọ́ọ̀pù tiwa gangan ṣọ́ọ̀pù ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹrin ẹran là ń tà ń bẹ̀ ẹran bíi 50 àgbò ni kò sí mútu kò sí tún bẹ̀ kìkì àwọn àgbò ní ńláńlá la rà síbẹ̀ fún ọdún tàfẹ́ àṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ rà ni ṣọ́ọ̀pù eléyìí foodstuff là ń kó síbẹ̀ àwọn ọjà àpò èlùbọ́ dáwà soya beans kan ló wà níbí báyìí ṣọ́ọ̀pù kejì nìyẹn aṣọ àwọn bùtíìkì ló wà níbẹ̀ àwọn wíìgì attachment kankan ló wà ní ṣọ́ọ̀pù kejì bẹ́yẹn ìkẹta wines là ń tà níbẹ̀ ọjà millions bí in fact mi lè zero rẹ̀ going to 100 million over 100 millions lówó ọjà tó ń bọ̀nù ní tí ìdí kankan máa ṣe báyìí for now mo kàn wá jókòó sí ṣọ́ọ̀pù torí wọ́n ṣẹ̀ ń tó ṣọ́ọ̀pù mi ò tí ì ní kankan ṣe.
2009 ni mo ra ilẹ̀ bíbá yìí so láti 2009 yẹn náà mo ti ń develop ẹ̀ so last year 2024 ni mo parí rẹ̀ even sef mo fẹ́ ṣe ìtúnu àwẹ̀ ní bíbá yìí gbogbo ẹrù ti wà ń bẹ̀ sàdédé ni wọ́n pè á láti gbòòrò pé wọ́n ti sun ilé ọ̀dọ̀ mi mo ti sáré dé bíbá mo rò pé irú wàhálà wo lélẹ̀ ọdún òun tó fẹ́ kọ́ ilé mi báyìí so àtìgbà yẹn kò sí nǹkan kan tá a fẹ́ ṣe pé kọ́lọ́n sáà hẹ̀pù wa kọ́lọ́n gbàdúrà wa torí wípé n tó tiẹ̀ ń ṣẹlẹ̀ láàrin Ifọ̀n Ìlóbù Ẹ̀rìn kò yé wa ibi tá a kọ́ lẹ́sìn kò ń ṣe pé ààrà lẹ̀ kì í ṣe pé ajílẹ̀ ìyàwó mi àti àbúrò mi ti ń gbénu lé family house gbogbo wa padà sí nìsín nígbà lé tẹ́yẹ afẹ́ wọn àmọ́ gbé jẹ́ ti sún so kò síbi kankan tá a fẹ́ gbé mọ́ kọjá ká padà sí family house.
wọ́n máa tún ilé nǹkan ó máa tóbi èlò.
wàláì tí yóò bá kọ́ ilé nìsín lẹ́yìn 50 million torí pé tíìfì tí mo rà close to 600 àga tí mo kàn bí 1.7 million owó èyàn gan lásán yà wá fẹ́ ṣe rúfin ilé lásán pop lásán pop gbà tí mo ṣe bóyá bíi 2 million naira tí bá fẹ́ ṣe pop nísìn yóò lé ní 5 million so láti lè sọ pé actual amount iye báyìí tí wọ́n bá di 50 million lọ nísìn pé èèyàn fẹ́ ṣe lè tó wà taste torí gbogbo ẹ̀ pátá pop mo ṣe so àti lè sọ pé èèyàn fẹ́ ṣe gan nísìn gan ó lágbára gan bá ní 50 million lọ gan nísìn lẹ́yìn kí n kó Nàìjíríà pé màá sọ pé mo tún wá fẹ́ fi kọ́lé síbi wàhálà èyí lé ní 50 million nísìn kó Nàìjíríà pẹ̀lú ìyàwó àtọmọ ni àmọ́ pa ápù lọ́mọ ṣe rú náà á padà mú ire bọ̀ náà ni tọ́lọ́run dáhùn fọ́mọ́ dáyàn padà sẹ́yìn so gbogbo àtàwà ládùúgbò ní kò sẹ́ni tínú rẹ̀ dùn ẹni tó lè sọ pé òun tó fọwọ́ sọ̀yà ní ìsìn pé kódà kí ìjọba kó fún àdìsí pé ọyẹ wa tó lè yín kọ́ kò rọrùn fún aláìsọ pé a fẹ́ kọ́lé bì mọ́ torí pa á mọ̀ wò pé ní tí ẹ ṣe fún àìkílódé tí wò ní ṣe padà ìgbà tí ẹ̀ ń talẹ̀ wa gbogbo létẹ̀ ń wò ládùúgbò ìpátá báyìí kò sí ilé ìfọ́n kankan bí báyìí ilé kan péré tó jẹ́ ilé ìfọ́n ìlọ́wà lẹ́yìn wa wọ́n sì ń pè ní kẹ́lẹ́ ajísáfẹ́ ó nìkan wò súnlé rẹ̀.
The battle for the land is fought both in the court and on the street. While documents are filed in courts, houses in the communities are razed down. The people are hoping for a quick resolution before they run out of shelter.
Okay, the committee agreed on a boundary demarcation amongst the three communities. Erin had agitated for a place. Erin had agitated that part of Ilobu community belonged to Erin Osun, and the agitation was recent. It was not as old as that of Ifon Osun. So they now set up the committee. The committee now agreed on a boundary demarcation, and that demarcation, unfortunately, Oyinlola could not complete the process because Rauf Aregbesola took over from him through judgment from the court before he completed his tenure. So Rauf continued where Oyinlola left the issue of the demarcation of the boundary, and Rauf Aregbesola completed it. He approved it, made it a document called Gazette, a 2014 Gazette. I'm coming. Immediately the Gazette was released, the Ifon community went to court again to challenge the Gazette and took Irepodo local government as well as Oba Ashuru Olatoye Olaniyan and Oba Yusuf Oyagbodo Eleni of Erin Osun to court that what is contained in that particular Gazette is not acceptable to him. And the court said what the committee did was in line with the law. And Ifon also lost that particular case. They are presently at the Court of Appeal.
At this point in the story, we knew two things about Erin Osun. They had reached a deal with Ifon to settle their land disputes peacefully.
I have testified before the committee that the committee should not come in between the Ifon and Erin. And Erin also testified that we have resolved our matters amicably.
And they were accused of joining forces with the same Ifon community to attack Ilobu.
When there was communal clash, the two of them descended on Ilobu community. Is this going to be the first time though? That is the first time.
Well, that's if you choose to believe them. Every community has their own story.
When we talk of the land issue between us and Ilobu, it has been so long to the extent that there was a period the Council of Obas in Osun State, they came and mediated between the two communities, Erin Osun and Ilobu, to the extent that what we regarded as the praying ground, Muslim praying ground, was ceded to Ilobu. The same thing, the part of the AUD Assaudin praying ground also ceded to Ilobu, and some part, even the present police station, Ilobu Division Police Station, the land there was ceded to Ilobu just to make peace. So thereafter, after some years, the land between us and Ifon Because the land that is causing problem today between us and Ilobu is the issue between us and Ifon. There's a particular compound in Ifon, we refer it to Afin Ifon. So the land is between us and that particular chiefdom. That compound in Ifon, Afin, started selling the land to Ilobu. Ilobu bid on the land. They now named the place Ayedade Ilobu. Our contention is that even if the land in question is sold to you by Ifon, the address on that land is supposed to be Ifon, so that the case that we are having with Ifon will continue the case. But they name it Ayedade Ilobu. And in 2021 precisely, during the demarcation, as demarcation by the National Population Commission, that time I sent message to our Kabiyesi that Kabiyesi should inform the Olobu that the land in question, in contention, that we should agree before the Population Commission staff get to that place, so that there won't be problem. Kabiyesi did exactly that. Olufon sent 4 of his chiefs to the palace of Elerin. And when they got here, they went to that land and they told us that, okay, they are going to give Olobu feedback, that actually the land in question belongs to Erin. That people from the Ilobu that are staying there, if they don't want to be counted as part of Erin, that they should move to their compound. But we didn't get reply from Olobu until the day the Population Commission people went to that place to do the demarcation. That's when we saw about 25 people marching down to Erin with veil and guns. So that's how that 2021 crisis started. It belonged to us, and it's already stated here. We've been to court about it. We have won at the High Court. And so we have also taken the panel set up by the state government to the place, including our schools there. We even showed them the pillar they destroyed at the eve of the panel's visitation.
Mo wà ní travel, mo gbọ́ pé wọ́n ń jà. Ìgbà tí màá sì fi dé ilé, mo bá ilé mi pé wọ́n ti jó ilé mi. So nínú ilé yẹn náà, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni gbogbo ìṣẹ̀mí ayé mi wà. Dúkìá mi, dúkìá ìyàwó mi, dúkìá àwọn ọmọ mi, gbogbo nǹkan tí mo ní pátápátá ibẹ̀ náà ló wà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ torí pé mo sì ń tún ta mọ́tò fún yàn, gbogbo mọ́tò document pátápátá, gbogbo certificate mo fi lọ sí school, gbogbo nǹkan tí mo ní pátápátá inú ilé ló wà. So mo bá inú ilé jíjóná láì rí nǹkan kan mú jáde níbẹ̀. Mi ò rí nǹkan kan mú jáde níbẹ̀. Gbogbo plasma, gbogbo certificate ọmọ mi tán lọ university pátápátá, gbogbo ẹrù ìyàwó mi, ẹrù ọmọ mi, ẹrù ẹbí, ẹrù ará. Wọ́n jó ilé yẹn ní ọjọ́ Friday. Ọjọ́ Friday ni wọ́n jó ilé yẹn. Obì la kó síbì. Bí tí mo ń gbé ni. Bí tí mo ń gbé ni. So bẹ́ẹ̀dì tó wà nínú yàrá inú ilé yìí ó tó mẹ́jọ. Àwọn ox fan tí mo ní 4. Mo dẹ̀ ní ceiling fan 6. So mo dẹ̀ ní àwọn bíi báàgì ráìsì 3. Àwọn wine torí ìnáwó dáàdì mi kújọ́ 15 ni wọ́n jó ilé. Dáàdì mi ṣe kú nígbà tí àwẹ̀ di 7 ni dáàdì mi kú. So a dẹ̀ láti wá ṣe 40 ọjọ́ wọn. 40 ọjọ́ wọn yẹn kújọ́ 15 ni wọ́n jó ilé. Gbogbo tí mo fẹ́ fi ṣènáwó pátá ní ilé ló wà. Wọ́n dẹ̀ jó gbogbo ẹ̀. Mi ò rí nǹkan kan mú jáde. Lẹ́yìn aṣọ kan tó wà lọ́rùn mi, aṣọ kan ló wà lọ́rùn ìyàwó mi, tó wà lọ́rùn ọmọ méjì tó wà nílé. Náà ni nǹkan tá a ní. Gbogbo dúkìá tí mo ní jọ́ ti bí mi sáyé, ìbí náà lọ wọ́n dẹ̀ jó gbogbo ẹ̀. Mi ò rí nǹkan kan mú jáde o. Àwọn òbí tó jó nínú ilé náà ní báyìí. Òbí tó jó nínú ilé náà ní. Àwọn òbí yẹn ni. Òbí ta lórí sínú ilé nu. Bó ṣe wá ń gbónú stone bend lọ́rùn. Gbogbo àwọn gas cooker àtẹ̀yàwó mi fi dáná ọdún ni. Gbogbo gas cooker fi dáná ọdún ni. Yàrá àwọn mi tó wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ni. Church office ló ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. So gbogbo ó fẹ́ ṣe wedding lọ́dún ni gbogbo tó fẹ́ fi ṣe wedding pátá ibi ló wà wọ́n jó gbogbo ẹ̀.
CAC Primary School was founded in 1954. The school has 2 buildings, but one was burnt down during the crisis, leaving teachers to merge pupils from different classes into one classroom. Although the attack happened months ago, only a few pupils have resumed. The teachers and pupils are scared.
It is around middle of night that they started burning our school, and they burnt it to ashes. When I got to the school the following day, I was so sad. And now we are suffering from so many things like chairs, buildings, chalkboard, certificate, and all of our, and we needed some textbook and all our skiji that we are using for teaching this. We are expecting government to provide it for us, but inside the buildings and burned to ashes. Yes.
So help us understand. So this particular block that was burnt, apart from this block, were there any damage to the other buildings?
There are some damages on some other buildings. They tried to burn some other buildings, but they are unable to succeed there, like that place.
Okay.
So we are expecting government to come and intervene quickly so that we'll be able to start the normal duty. We are just renovating some of 4-5 classrooms by ourselves from the money we got from the iron roof that we sold in the other time.
Okay, so you sold the iron roof?
The remaining one that not burnt to ashes. That is why we use that money to manage the remaining classroom, but that we kept our pupils.
Back in Osogbo, the state capital, the state government constituted a 100-man committee, 25 members from each warring community, and 25 members to represent the government. But no sooner had the committee started its peace talks that one of the communities claimed some of the government representatives are biased, and so they were asked to step down.
The difference between this committee and the previous committee is that we have 5 traditional rulers in this committee. It has never happened before. So in essence, when there is crisis between communities, the traditional rulers has major role to play. And those traditional rulers in this committee, they are doing a yeoman job now. We have visited the lodges. We've moved around all the areas. So currently now, we are meeting the traditional rulers on how they think we can solve it permanently. And I believe the report of this committee will be the permanent solution to the problem. Because they have judgment of court, they have various. If judgment of court cannot stop it, 18-man panel cannot do it, 6-man administrative panel cannot do it, I believe this 100-man committee should be able to achieve success over the matter.
Àwọn kọmitì tíjọba Ọ̀ṣun ṣe ti gbé kalẹ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí, lè sọ pé wọn ò lè parí ìjà yìí, sì lè sọ pé wọn ó parí rẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n kọ́má kan wà mẹ́ tí wọ́n bá máa ṣètò ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í sọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n lè wòran pẹ́ wọn ó tètè ṣe tí wọ́n bá ṣe tí wọ́n jẹ́ kí a kọ́mà láti ẹ̀ kí b kọ́mà láti ẹ̀ kí c kọ́mà láti ẹ̀ torí tó bá ń pẹ́ nǹkan mi ò tó súyọ ìjọba federal kó gbà wá kí wọ́n bá dá sọ̀rọ̀ yìí kó bá lè níyànjú kíjọba àpapọ̀ ràn án lọ́wọ́ afẹ́ àlàáfíà tí búkàkà bá bàjẹ́ nílòbù kò yé àwọn wípé ní àtifọ́n àtẹ̀rìn àtìlóbù ló bàjẹ́ fún tó bá ti pọ́ bá bàjẹ́ nífọ́n kò yé àwọn pé àtìlóbù àtifọ́n àtẹ̀rìn lájọ ní tó bá bàjẹ́ ní ìlòbù náà ní ẹ̀rìn náà kò yé àwọn lọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
As the people of Osun State look to the future, they hold on to hope. Hope that their leaders will find a way to resolve the dispute without further bloodshed. Hope that their communities will be rebuilt and their children will grow up in peace. Hope that one day the drums of war will be silenced. The sun sets over the state of the living spring. The people of Ifon, Ilobu, and Eriosho are left to ponder the uncertain future of their communities. Will the 100-man committee be able to broker a lasting peace, or will the cycle of violence continue? One thing is certain: the people of Osho yearn for peace.
Stay ahead with the biggest news stories. Go beyond the news headlines. Experience impactful investigations. Enjoy resourceful news coverage in real time. TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. Live every day on this channel.
TVC News. First with breaking news.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. Unlabeled to believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own. They want to know how the world of work operates, what it means to the employer of labor, how policies affect workers in the workplace. Unlabeled, I ensure we engage effectively the organized labor, organized private sector, and government to get out of them information workers are in need of. I am Sharon Ijason, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace.
I'm Miriam Lunge. I'm a passionate environment advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon.
I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amako Arakwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Barka mu da warhaka. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur. I am Muriah Afolabi Brown, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of your view are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Welcome to Friday's edition of TVC Breakfast. Okay, let me say it. Thank God it's Friday. My name is Etoma Edu.
You had to decide if you wanted to say thank God it's Friday, but thank God it's Friday. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I am Veronica Danny Boy.
Good morning, Nigeria. It's always a pleasure to have you join us. You know, I love Fridays, but then again, I don't really love Fridays because I wouldn't see you tomorrow. But anyway,
but the show continues.
I know. I am Ria Abdul. Welcome to our show. It's quite a packed show this morning.
Indeed. It's TVC Breakfast on Friday. My name is Nelson Etta. Good morning. A lot on the table will be breaking for you in just a minute.
A lot on the table, a lot on the table. Okay, let's just tell them what it is. And like we rightly pointed out earlier during the headlines, we are looking at blood donation, and then we're also going to look at women in leadership and stories that are trending now in the course of the program. We'll definitely bring you stories on the front page of the newspapers. But first, let's begin with the news, where former chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Kwara State, Honorable Bashir Bolarinwa, says building Nigeria is a collective responsibility that requires active participation of both leaders and citizens. He made this comment during an event in Ajashe, Kwara State, to commemorate Democracy Day. While acknowledging the progress made in Nigeria's 26 years of uninterrupted democracy, Mr. Bolarinwa urged Nigerians to be cautious of critics who fail to offer viable solutions to the country's challenges. He commended President Tinubu's commitment to addressing these challenges and called on Nigerians to support the administration with prayers for wisdom and guidance. Now, Nigerians agreed that the country has made remarkable progress in the 26 years of democracy since 1999. But the panel of eminent Nigerians and young people agreed on this as they called for more development at the 2025 TVC News Town Square series to celebrate the June the 12th Democracy Day. TVC News Solomon Ajuziogu has details.
This is an all-star team of panelists for the TVC News Town Square series. Carefully selected for the conversation on Nigeria's democratic progress since 1999 are individuals from the public and private sectors, civil society, lawyers and government representatives on the one side, while young people from different institutions as participants on the other side. Titled 26 Years of Unbroken Democracy, Celebrating the Wins and Charting the Path for the Future, panelists spoke about the Constitution, rights and freedom of expression.
I guess some of the criticism we have about the Constitution in how it was made are not justified.
While panelists agree on the benefit of democracy above military rule, they appear to differ on the degree of rights civil leaders have allowed.
It's important to also say that there are some milestones that we're able to hit as a country. There are new laws that came into being.
We know that, there are some few improvements, few developments, but we are really still concerned.
The Republican system of government is not just a concept. It's not just an idea. It is a struggle that involves the participation of a responsible press, accountable government, and citizens that are willing to engage.
A lot of these people who talk about the military rule with extreme excitement. Some of them, after the election in 2023, even went to the defense headquarters to sheepishly call for military rule.
After taking stock of the gains over these 26 years, there is a consensus there is more to be done to take Nigeria to meet the expectations of the people.
It speaks on the suzerainty of democracy and how it has advanced over time. It also speaks on some of the perceived weaknesses.
And whilst we've had advancements, I feel like in comparison to our advancements, we've had a lot more challenges and issues to deal with or talk about.
I would honestly say there's been significant improvements, but I think we still have a long way to go.
The hope among the participants at the 2025 TVC News Town Square series, young and old, is that Nigeria will make more progress in deepening the democratic experience to meet the aspirations of the people. Solomon Ajuziogu, TVC News.
All right, we'll take a break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation here. Stay with us.
Every weekday on Business Nigeria, we uncover the secrets of the financial world.
We analyze the stock market, shares, bonds, and the thrilling world of cryptocurrency.
Facts matter. Our team dives deep to separate fact from popular opinion.
We simplify complex government policies as it impacts your everyday life, helping you navigate the ever-changing financial landscape.
Watch Business Nigeria every weekday at 2 p.m. only on TVC News. First with breaking news.
I'm Nifemi Oguntoye, news anchor with TVC News.
My day is usually busy and it's difficult keeping up with breaking news stories, trending stories, business news, stock exchange and what have you. But with TVC News on WhatsApp, I'm able to catch up with all the breaking news, real-time updates and trending stories on the go right on my phone, no matter where I am. It's quick, easy and always on. And hey, you can join us by scanning the QR code or using the link on our X and Instagram. Why wait? Come to the side of news that keeps you ahead. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
All right, thank you for staying with us. Nigeria commemorated Democracy Day yesterday, June the 12th, where President Bola Tinubu used the platform to deliver a strong message, not just to celebrate the past, but to clarify his stance on the present and future of Nigeria's democracy. Speaking at a joint session of the National Assembly, the president reassured citizens that democratic institutions remain intact and dismissed fears of a drift towards a one-party state or one-party system. National Assembly correspondent Tijesu Adeoye has details.
This year's Democratic Day was more than a ceremonial event. It became a powerful platform for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to assert political authority and address growing concerns about Nigeria's democratic space. Speaking before a joint session of the National Assembly, President Tinubu struck a confident tone, both reassuring and provocative. In a pointed remark to the opposition, he mocked their lack of coordination and asserted the growing influence of the APC. The president insisted that Nigeria remains a multi-party democracy where diversity of opinions and political competition must be preserved and protected.
To those who ring the alarm that the APC is intent on a one-party state, I offer you a most personal promise. While your alarm may be as a result of their panic, it rings an error. At no time in the past, nor any instance in the present, and at no future junction, shall I view the notion of one-party state as good for Nigeria.
Lawmakers both from the ruling and opposition parties responded with mixed reactions. While many applauded the president's bold tone, others viewed the speech as politically charged and dismissive of legitimate concerns about inclusivity.
The message there is that the opposition has the right to protest against his government, but at the end of the day, we believe that he is doing the right thing.
He was also a victim at one point. That thank God that he was able to navigate his way through, and today standing before us as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Mr. President is one of those that struggled for this democracy, and by the grace of God today, he was here to show how strong our democracy is. So I believe what we are seeing today is a manifestation of the fact that democracy have come to stay in our country.
Lawmakers also emphasized the importance of the president's physical presence at the National Assembly. They say this demonstrated his deep respect for democratic institutions and reflects a maturing relationship between the executive and the legislature. Democracy, they say, is not a destination. It is a continuous journey. And even in the face of criticisms and political tension, the duty to protect democratic values remains the shared responsibility of leaders and citizens alike. Tijesu Adeoye, TVC News, Abuja.
Joining us for this conversation is lawyer and public affairs analyst Jide Ologun. Good morning and thank you for joining us.
You too. It's my pleasure to be with you.
All right. Quickly, from your perspective, listening to the president speak yesterday, what was the high point of his speech for you, and did it capture everything you expected?
Thank you very much. Let me start by the fact that he decided to make his presentation in the National Assembly. I've always said it, that the National Assembly is a unique feature in a democracy. You don't have that under the military dispensation when we found ourselves there. And the National Assembly represents the electorate and the citizens. We have 109 senators, 360 House of Reps members, who should project and protect the interest of the citizens. So I appreciate the fact that the president was there to emphasize the need for them to collaborate. I mean, in his words, the effort is not to eliminate political competition, but to make the competition, salutary to the national well-being by working across the political issue wherever, and whenever possible. So he has gone to harmonize with the National Assembly. And since the attention is on economic and social development, I expect that they will all leverage on this and ensure that the dividends of democracy are delivered to the people. And I also appreciate the fact that he recognized the martyrs of democracy in Nigeria, and some have lost their lives in the course of it. And then, like we used to say under the old national anthem, that the labor of our heroes past should not be in vain. And again, he brought to fore how his predecessor, Muhammadu Buhari, recognized MKO Abiola, and of course with Kingibe as his running mate, as the winners of the 93 election, because June 12 has been institutionalized as Democracy Day, because on that day in 1993, Nigeria had an election that has been reckoned as the best ever in this country, free and fair, credible and transparent. But somewhere along the line, the military, led by Ibrahim Badamos Babangida, the then head of state, truncated that democratic victory. So, and that is why in this dispensation, the president has come with the offer of renewed hope. And as far as I am concerned, I have decided to hold on to hope as an acronym, which means helping other people excel. And he has come to showcase some of the efforts his government is making to move Nigeria in the direction of prosperity, though it has not been easy. For instance, he mentioned the program of NEL Fund, because right now a lot of reforms are going on and some policies. And the NEL Fund is to invest in education, vocational training, and make education available to some citizens who probably would have found it difficult to access education.
Yes, sir. What stood out for me in his speech is when he
walk in that direction. Why not? Those jobs will be created. But right now, the results cannot manifest. I just mentioned the NEL Fund case. I also know there is this Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation that was just created, which is also to make business support available to serving citizens, and then other policies like that. But there's a caution here. The government also, and I'm talking about the executive now, the president, should also look at what the citizens are saying, the cost of government, because as we speak right now, the total indebtedness of Nigeria
So
is
not
in the region
to cut you short, but I want to speak about some of the things he said yesterday, and one of it was talking about the one-party system. He promised Nigerians that, Nigeria is not turning into, a country where it's just going to be one party and democracy still lives. But we still see the trend of a lot of politicians going to the APC. So I just quickly want to take your thoughts on that statement that he made, because he actually promised Nigerians that we are not going to a one-party system.
You see, I cannot fault the president on trying to drive us in the direction of one party. And my argument has been very clear. Is anyone forced to join APC? The answer obviously is no. I think what has happened, and in his statement he mentioned it, is that some politicians, perhaps in the interest of their political career, have seen their parties have not been able to offer them sustainability in career. So they are jumping. So whether they are jumping credibly or otherwise, we don't know. And I have said this. As we speak, there are about 18 registered political parties in Nigeria. We know the role of opposition. So if the parties who are expected to be in opposition are not actively putting the government on her toes, then too bad. And it's not the business of the president to go and drive the internal democracy of the other parties. And I think it's just clear. And again, let's look at the other side of it. If, as the leader of a party, people are now migrating, it shows, and there are evidences to that effect, that perhaps he knows how to play the politics. Right from inception, look at what he did by bringing a strong force in the PDP to join his government.
Mr. Logun, my apologies for butting in. We don't have a lot of time. I need to put in this question before we let you off this morning. You mentioned a line in our old anthem that talked about the labors of our heroes past. And I think one of the labors our heroes were trying to entrench in this country was the accountability of political office holders, a legitimate system that is accountable to the people. Are we there yet? After 26 years of unbroken democracy in this country, is our system accountable as our heroes past wanted it to be?
Absolutely not at all. And that's my position. And let me use what is making the nation bleed now: oil theft. I have read how illegal refineries are busted, how some are arrested. But who are the sponsors of this oil theft? The law should go after them. Section 15, subsection 5 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999, as amended, says that the state shall abolish corrupt practices and abuse of office. So when you talk about fighting corruption and ensuring that we have a nation that is not at the mercy of a few who have decided to, hit us with economic sabotage and terrorism, then we are far away from it. That is an area where I challenge this government. At the time, the federal minister said that powerful people are behind illegal mining. And if you don't deal with this sponsor crime against the state, the journey will be more difficult.
I believe that that's a fine place to leave this conversation now. Because of our time, we must say thank you, Jide Ologun, lawyer and public affairs analyst, for your time on the program this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God continue to bless Nigeria.
Amen. All right, we'll take a break. When we return, it will be time for the newspaper review.
Welcome back to our newspaper review segment this morning. We'll quickly run through the headlines of all the papers, and if we have more time, we'll come back to analyze some of the things we are seeing. Quickly to the Nation newspaper. Honors for Heroes, post-mortem or post-humor award for Kudirat Yaradua Sarawiwa Shoinka, Obasani, Akinyemi, Dare, others get national recognition for pro-democracy actions. Tinubu affirms commitment to multi-party politics. That's what the Nation is giving to us this morning. As we quickly make our way to the Leadership newspaper, the headline also right there: Democracy Day, Tinubu, confers national honors on Kudirat Abiola, Nwosu Yaradua, and others. All right. The Daily Independent would be the next to see this morning. Don't blame defectors jumping off a sinking ship. Quoting the president right there. And this Nigeria is giving us something else to chew right here. Nigeria won't descend into one-party state under my watch, Tinubu pledges. Okay. And the blueprint is coming up with something else as well. And that is alarm about one-party state rings in error. Tinubu tells opposition. Seems like a lot of one-party state conversation really stood out in the president's address yesterday. And on the weekend, a hope, one-party state not healthy for democracy. All the headlines is joining on that cue. And very quickly, the Platform Times this morning, ladies and gentlemen, 26 years after Falae accuses military of rigging 1999 election to install Obasanjo. That's a very heavy conversation to be brought to the fore at this time. But maybe we won't have a lot of time to deal with that. On the Sporting Life, something to smile home right there. Fatherly love in Benue. Chukwueze builds 500 million mansion for dad. And the writer there says the dad never, wasn't expecting this. But I hope my team of Veronica, Ria, and Etoma would be expecting a 500 million house.
I thought you were going to say we will build a 200 million naira mansion for you.
No, I'm not a selfish man. But Etoma, yesterday, it was quite an impressive thing for me to see the president honor some of the men and women who laid down their lives for what we're enjoying today. What do you think about that?
Yes, when you go back to think about what they were doing at that time, I was in some of those cases. I was in primary or secondary school, and I was wondering, why are they so stubborn? Why are they so stubborn?
Yeah,
why are they...
It would seem like that.
Yes, and today it is very clear that it wasn't stubbornness; it was the need for the country to be a better place to live in. I so commend Mr. President for giving them those honors, posthumous. I wish they were alive when these honors were given to them.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately, however, Nigeria recognizes what they have done. Nigeria appreciates them, and Nigeria has shown by giving them those awards.
And Veronica, quickly to the leadership newspaper, which of course is taking the same thing. We had Senator Shehu Sani yesterday on Politics Tonight, and I sat and I was looking at his face. To have to be alive, to be recognized as at the highest level for your labor. The line Mr. Logu mentioned, the labors of our heroes past. This is the labor of our present hero.
Of course, we also had Governor Obasani of Kaduna State join us yesterday to have a
conversation. And he reeled out his experiences.
Of course, he reeled out his experience, and you could tell that they were resilient. They were young people at the time. So these are the lessons young people need to learn from these persons. They were resilient, and what they were pushing for was that Nigeria should shift into a democracy. That's the word I'm trying to get. A democracy. But at the end of the day, they achieved what they wanted despite the challenges they faced and all of the things. Unfortunately, some people lost their lives. And kudos to Morayo, who her father was also honored. Alao Aka Basharun as well. Morayo is the MD of TVC Entertainment. Her father also was part of those who fought, and we are seeing that he's been recognized as well. So we must give kudos to the president, and that we should learn as well.
And just to quickly touch on that, they say, give me my flowers when I'm alive. So I'm happy that some of these people are getting their recognition while they are alive to see, the great work that they have done.
And Ria, let me take you quickly to the Daily Independent. We don't have a lot of time this morning. Don't blame defectors jumping off a sinking ship. Quoting the president, it seems the PDP is sinking, from what the president said,
Well, but of course, we cannot fault him. So if someone is leaving one party to another, it means it's shaky. And then he said something. He said, you have to make sure your house is okay. He's not going to come and fix your house for you. So, basically on that one, I think I agree with him on that one.
And on this Nigeria, Toma, the president is, assuring us again that the country will not descend into a one-party state under his watch.
Yes,
I hope so.
He should say that, And what bothers me is that how come, with all the beautiful things he said in that speech, the one that stood out for almost every newspaper is the fact that he says, look, we're not going down to a one-party state. I pray that we don't actually get down to a one-party state, but with so many people trooping into APC, you can understand the sentiments of those that are afraid.
And I think the reason why that stood out is because that's what everybody's talking about. We've been seeing the trend of a lot of politicians going into one particular party, so that's what's on everybody's mind, and everybody was expecting him, to say something on that as well. So I think that's why it stood out.
And we would have stayed on the blueprints as well, which of course is also saying the same thing. But let's quickly run to the Weekend Hope newspaper this morning. Veronica, on June 12th conversation, we see a CAN, Christian Association of Nigeria, is pushing for sustained action against insecurity. Whilst we're celebrating democracy, we need to also be secured at home.
Absolutely. Security of lives and property, according to the Constitution, is the primary purpose of any government. And so if they feel that they are not safe and the government is not doing the needful in that aspect, of course, it's their right to call the government out to say, do the needful. There were those who were also saying that the president did not speak or touch on the aspect of addressing security challenges. But I believe that sub-nationals also need to begin to take responsibility, even though we know that they do not have the powers because of what's on the exclusive list as it is. So we need to look at how to devolve power, how to address matters of policing at the local level so that Nigerians can feel safe.
And Vera, I will still stay on you with this as we run to the Platform Times. 26 years after, Falaye is accusing the military of rigging the 19th. That's such a heavy accusation.
Well, it's a heavy accusation, but he was there at the time. He was under the Alliance for Democracy, All People's Party. That was where he ran on, the platform he ran on at the time. But I'm wondering why he took him so long to begin to speak about this. He should have spoken out all the while, then we'll address that. But if he wants that recognition now, then perhaps certain investigation needs to be carried out to know if he really won the election, because he's accusing the military of imposing Olusegun Obasanjo to cover them. Those are weighty allegations. Can he defend them?
Very weighty.
Does he have facts to back up all he is saying? That's where I'll have to do.
Ria, you want to say something about this as well?
Same, when you bring out these kind of allegations, you need to be able to back it. And why did he get so long to bring it out?
Well, it's as if people really wait for years to bring out weighty allegations. I can give you examples, but we don't have time.
And quickly to our last newspaper this morning, the Sporting Life. We took that story. Chukwueze, there's been that conversation about that his father abandoned him and all of that. But and the dad is saying, man, I wasn't expecting a 500 million naira home, and says he regrets dumping him as a kid.
Oh, the father said that?
Yes, exactly, Ria. And so you never can tell what you're carrying except you nurture and see it come to light.
But you know what? I love the fact that even though his father was not there for him, he did this for his father, because the Bible says it. It says, honor your father and your mother. It doesn't mean whether they do bad or do good. So I love the fact that he still took the responsibility to do that for his father. And for his father, I'm sure he's sorry for what he did. So.
Ria, you need to be a pastor right now. Because I like what you just said right there. And I told her quickly, Iheanacho's looking forward to returning to Sevilla. He left. Again, okay, let me not say what I wanted to say. Football sometimes seems like you have to do all of running around. But he's thinking of coming back again. It sounds like a good thing for Sevilla, yeah?
You asked the wrong person that question. Maybe.
The question went to you. So answer.
I'm pushing it to you.
Don't push it to me.
I don't do football.
Don't push it to me. But if he decided that he needed to return, because what footballers do is look for platforms that will showcase their career and help them build, their profile over the years. And so if he felt that wherever he was when he left is not doing that for him and he needs to go back to Sevilla, then that's fine.
Well, I hope Sevilla would bring him back and do justice to ensuring that his pocket is well greased, because that's what this is all about. But that's how far we can go with you on the newspaper review segment this morning. But still, how safe is blood donation, and what should people know when it comes to donating blood? We will discuss this after the break.
Thank you for staying with us. In Nigeria, the need for safe and regular blood donation is more urgent than ever. Each day, thousands of lives depend on the availability of blood from women in childbirth, complications to accident victims and patients undergoing surgery or cancer treatment. According to the National Blood Service Commission, NBSC, Nigeria needs over 1.7 million units of blood annually to meet the country's medical needs. Despite the high demand, voluntary blood donation remains critically low. One of the many persons advocating for safety blood donation is the founder of the Project Smile Group, the 500 Lives Initiative, and Nigerianism. This is a movement that is recruiting about 1 million voluntary blood donors across Nigeria and is also committed to driving healthcare reform in the country. He's also a dual certified medical doctor, Dr. Osai Jude. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Good morning.
You're welcome. Now, ahead of World Blood Donor Day, which is tomorrow, I believe, a number of concerns from persons, professionals like you, have been raised regarding how there is a waning donation of blood, not just in Nigeria, but seemingly across the world, as the case might be. But talk to us about perhaps the importance, when you look at our peculiarity, what we do not know about why we need to donate blood, and perhaps there are myths surrounding it, and what even is blood donation?
Thank you very much for that question.
Right.
First of all, the major issue in Nigeria is culturally, we are not, what I say, in tune to donate blood. Nigeria is generally a traditional country. And it will amaze you that not many people who are aware that someone else can benefit from the blood in their body. Talk less of even realizing that there's something called blood shortage. So with that being a major problem, our two things we need to solve is, first of all, we need to inform people that people can actually benefit from your blood, and which is what we need them to donate. And secondly, if you don't donate as often as you should, there will be called blood shortage. So now, why would people not even donate? Those who are aware, there are several myths. Some would say, especially let's start with the women. Someone would say that they donate the monthly flow. That's even a good reason. I mean, there are ways we can go around that, basically. But some would say women are not supposed to donate blood for some reason. Okay. Some would say that I've not eaten since morning. So is it blood I was supposed to donate? Yeah. Another would say that if I donate blood, I will die. You know. So all of these are all false myths that we need to burst, basically. But then we also need to tell people that if there's a shortage, there is going to be a whole lot of disaster in our healthcare system, which our healthcare system is currently undergoing.
Really?
Yes, it is.
It's good you mentioned it, because I wanted to ask, why are you putting, your organization putting such an elaborate program to get people to donate blood and so on? Are we...
The question is 500,000. And what is the equivalence in percentage? That is about 25%. The question is, what happens to the remaining 75%? So there are about 75% of emergencies actually in Nigeria needs blood. So how many of those 75% of emergencies actually get blood? You to shock you that of the preventable deaths we have in Nigeria, 20% is because there's no blood. 20 to 30.
Yeah, and let me just, first of all, I want to say this is a fantastic idea, because I know people that they've gone to hospital and they say there's no blood, and it's either they were admitted or they didn't even get blood and they passed on. So I think this is a beautiful initiative. But now my problem is I want to go grassroots. I really want to talk about the myths, because some people actually want to donate, but they've put it around their mind and they're scared because, like reasons that you said, how well are we going to educate people on that? You can still donate blood and be okay, and these are the important reasons why you have to save a life. Because trust me, we speak a lot about it, but people are still afraid. Like, and I'm going to use myself for example. I still have some speculation. I'm afraid, like I still have my reservations. How are we able to educate people more that you can do it, you'll be okay, and it's okay to save a life?
I'll say information abhors a vacuum. Or let's put it this way, the mind abhors a vacuum. If there is no information to fill the mind, or good information to fill the mind, bad would. So the question is, how much information is out there? How much advocacy? And this brings me to the government. What is the government doing about creating awareness and advocacies? And this is the difference between the European countries or other countries who have gotten it right compared to Nigeria. Because unlike these countries, the governments are putting information there so that people are able to, educate themselves and then make their choices or make their decision. But we don't have it. So what now happens? fear is giving permission to seep in. And you know, what's the essence, or where is the source of the myth? It's from fear. You'll be shocked. Someone just slept and woke up, and if this is what he feels that if I donate today, I'll die, and he just publishes it on Twitter or something, and that's what becomes the trend, basically. So, what is the government doing? What can we do? And even what is the government doing to support NGOs that are actually doing this public awareness? Basically.
Interesting. What is the government doing? But you know, we always put the bulk of the blame on the doorstep of government. But government cannot do it alone. And that's why NGOs like yours come in to work perhaps hand in glove with government. If government is not doing enough, have you tried to engage government to say, you see, we are here to help bridge the gaps that we are seeing regarding this matter to addressing emergency situations in this country? And if you did, what did government say? What kind of response did you get from government? Maybe from state government like Lagos State or anywhere around the world.
You just defined what our project is all about, Nigerianism. Nigerianism is a movement to galvanize the whole country and all stakeholders involved to actually look at this problem of blood shortage, from government to even NGOs to blood transfusion services. And in the last 1 year, we've been doing that. In fact, tomorrow, which happens to be World Blood Donation Day, we're having a blood drive across 36 states in the country. That's massive. So the question is, if you've not engaged enough stakeholders, we won't be having that. We've engaged a lot of blood transfusion services in Lagos State, for instance, which is holding at GJT Park tomorrow from 9 to 4 p.m. We'll be having Lagos State Blood Transfusion Service and Lagos University Teaching Hospital, two of our very great partners that have really helped us so far. But to be honest, a whole lot of things is actually based on funding, because even when you want to engage government, we want to encourage government to do some things like fund the blood banks, like create a lot of awareness. I was so shocked that awareness and campaign cost a whole lot.
Yeah, sure.
It cost a whole lot.
For how long have you been doing this for?
So the Family Lives Initiative has been in existence for the past 7 years. But the Nigerianism movement is just a 1-year program. We just wanted to just give it a very big shot. And hopefully at the end of, which is tomorrow, we'll be able to recruit 10,000 volunteers, which means we'd have been able to convince 10,000 volunteers, 10,000 Nigerians rather, to join the Blood Donation Club, because we are also a Blood Donation Club.
Okay.
You should join.
Maybe, okay, I'll follow suit. Once you register, I'll register.
Don't worry now.
I'm already registered, but let's go.
Okay, that's just on the lighter note. You know, we've been talking about blood donations and all that, and the average Nigerian watching us right now might be wondering, why is it necessary? Quite a number of people have not found themselves in situations where they have to donate blood, and we are now talking about how important it is, and it's like we're talking over their heads. So could you please give us blow by blow reasons why donating blood is really important?
The first reason is saving life. I know that has been flogged, because the average Nigerian will come to this same quote, have I finished saving my own life? But that's the core of humanity.
Yeah.
We have to help one another. I give it to Nigerians, to be very honest, despite the very precarious socioeconomic situation. Many people still go out of their way to help one another in several ways. And this is one of those very great ways. You might be so surprised, because thank God God has given us this blood freely. Just imagine if there was a price to the blood. How many people would really afford it? And then the other day I was in the hospital, and there was a woman who had just given birth, and she was bleeding, she was pouring out, and we just needed 2 pints of blood. She was O negative. Of course, we had to run to Twitter, because that's now the trend. If when you need blood, you run to Twitter, you run to your WhatsApp status, you run on Instagram, which is very cumbersome. It's not the way it's supposed to be, basically. And that's where we come in, where we have registered or recruited blood donors who at any demand, when we put up in our communities, one person will probably be willing to donate. So we are going to 1 million in the next 5 years. But come to it, we are helping. Eventually, we got the blood, and if we hadn't gotten the blood at that time, this woman would have passed away. The person who donated the blood I'm sure he's probably sleeping in his house and he doesn't really understand that another woman is walking on the street because he donated. So it's a whole lot of joy to get. Then there's also benefit of free health check. It's the cheapest way, let's put it that way, to have a free health check for donate blood. They will check your BP. You will know if you are hypertensive or not. Do you know the number of people who have been checked or flagged for hypertension and asked to go to their doctors for follow-up? And
but not to cut you short, this takes me to my next question. Let's say I'm listening to you on TV this morning, our audience are listening, and they're like, okay, what he's saying, I want to donate blood. Let me put it this way, what are the criteria you need, or how can you be fit to say that you can donate blood? Let's say I, Ria Abdul, right now, I want to come tomorrow to donate blood. What are some of the things, how am I eligible? What makes me eligible to donate blood?
First, I'm actually expecting you tomorrow.
I will be there. I will come.
Because number one, you're above 18.
Yeah, definitely.
We want to be sure that you're not a child and you can make that choice of your own accord. Then secondly, we want to be sure that you're not underweight as well. We want to be sure you're not underweight.
What is underweight and what is
underweight?
overweight?
Is when you're less than 50 kg. Basically.
Stop my diet.
So that's the next thing we want to check. Then other things we want to check is, in the past few days, have you been treating any
blood donation?
Yes.
There are those who have gone to do that and did not remain the same afterwards because of one issue or the other. So the safety is on the one hand. The other thing is that some persons think that once I mix malt and milk, I'm fine. I don't need blood donation. There's even one leaf, they call it Yanopaja or something, that people believe that that's the way they can get blood. So all this one that you're talking about is flying over their heads. But help us address that one as well.
So there are different levels in where you would require a transfusion. Yes, there are some levels you have, it's called mild anemia. You just need to probably look at your diet. You want to, your diet, basically take things that are rich in iron, basically. The doctor may put you on some hematinics as well, fesolate, folic acid drugs, basically. And then there's another level, right? Now, we start thinking of transfusion, depending on whether you are probably severely anemic, or maybe you could even just be moderately anemic, but then you have an underlying condition and you need a transfusion. Basically, in that case, you need blood. You actually need blood. It's not diet that would actually.
Also, malt and milk is not.
Doesn't work. I was just going to say something.
It doesn't work. No, we need to clear that.
To the best of my knowledge,
it doesn't.
It doesn't work.
But safety. How about safety?
Safety. When you come to donate, we are screened. If you go to any center, I'm saying international, if you go to any center and you're not screened, they just come enough for yourself, remember. So you want to check every 3 months.
But sorry, talking about ladies and men, as a doctor here, let's clear it here. Do you think it's more advisable for men to donate blood than women? And be honest.
Ladies and men.
Are they all on the same?
They are all on the same.
Or one is higher than one?
They're all on the same.
Okay.
I don't know why.
No, because we all hear that.
Blood has no gender. Let's just put it that way.
Thank you, I like that.
Blood has no gender. All right. This initiative you are pushing, it sounds good. And when it succeeds, not if, when it succeeds, it's going to save a lot of lives. But we have seen initiatives like this before. They come here, we talk to them about the initiatives and all that, and after that, we hear nothing about it. Is this going to be a one-off, or it's something you'll do regularly?
First thing first, I would not forgive myself if this is a one-off. I know what the last 12 months has been for myself and my team, basically. In fact, my team would forgive me. But let me speak for those organizations who have one-off or who have had a one-time wonders kind of streak. It's not easy to run an NGO in Nigeria. The funding,
that's a major challenge.
The funding, basically, I'm very privileged to have very committed core members. Shout out to my core members; they're absolutely the best, basically. But then I'm looking forward to. as much as it's an NGO, there would have to be paid staffs, basically, because we can't be running on vibes and vibes and inshallah. And if there was anything that was going to probably stop us is, the funding, like many organizations. But what we are trying to do is we are trying to build a structure where we are able to apply for grants, and as many meaningful Nigerians too, who also see what we are doing and appreciate it, can also support us and all of that. And hopefully the government too. I'm sure the government is watching.
I see funding is like your major challenge.
The funding is a major challenge for many organizations.
Yeah.
I would say.
So talking about awareness, I want to take it back now. It's your team looking at taking that conversation to schools, government organizations, and all of that. How are we going to create that mindset in the mind of younger generations so that when they get to that age of 18, they can now see the need to be a part of a cause like this? So what is the role of government, state government or federal government, schools, organizations in being a part of driving this initiative?
Everybody is needed to drive this initiative, and my team, we acknowledge that basically. For now, we are just all about creating a national awareness. And post project meaning Nigeria is just a one-year project. From next tomorrow, what we now want to start doing is trying to trickle it down. How can we now go to, like you said, secondary schools and bring more government parastatals and what have you not. But more importantly, we are doing nationwide blood drive because we want to tell people, expect more thought-provoking and audacious projects. In fact, you won't be surprised if we go for a Guinness World Record for the highest number of registrations in a single day in the coming months.
But what does registration achieve if people are not willing to donate?
Registration and recruitment. So let's break it down. Why do we have blood shortage in Nigeria? One of the things is, yes, a few times we don't have enough donors. But even the donors we don't have a sustainable and comprehensive database for them. And this is one thing that many countries who have gotten it right have. If you have donors, you're supposed to have them in a system where you're able to send them personalized messages like birthday messages. If blood is collected from me or from you and it gets to someone, actually you're supposed to know. Oh, really? So person just received your blood. The idea of encouraging commitment comes with, being able to, what's the word now? Help people feel happy about what they do.
Feel gratified that you've done something good.
Tomorrow is World Blood Donation Day, and actually the government is supposed to sponsor nationwide celebration of these donors, so that you look at it, you feel like you're in a family, and it's like a badge you carry, basically. So this is some of the habits and cultures we want to bring in, basically. And so we're going to be very audacious about it. Registration goes a long way. Registration, and then continue to reach out to our community and keep the community fighting.
Do you incentivize them at the end of the day?
Well, incentivization always a little picky when I talk about that, because no one should go and donate blood and be expecting money in return. It's not right, basically.
Because you're not selling the blood.
Yes, and it's going to encourage unsafe blood donation.
But hospitals sell them.
These are some of the things we are fighting.
It's not supposed to
hospitals sell them. So I should be careful about that. Some hospitals probably would sell them. And I believe this is some of the reasons why some Nigerians are angry, like hospitals sell blood, this and that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so if I'm giving my blood for free and the hospital is selling it.
But generally,
it's 100% profit for them.
Generally, hospitals are not supposed to sell blood.
Okay.
If you actually pay money to a hospital, this is how I want to say it, in a standardized hospital, you're actually paying for screening. Blood is not going to be collected from me and given to you straight away. It is not right. What if I have one terminal illness? So, it makes sense that I will ask from you just a token to screen that blood.
Those monies don't look like tokens to me.
So now, there are several hospitals in Nigeria, let's put it that way, and I can't speak for all hospitals, but I can speak for the standard way. Because even Nigerians feel like they shouldn't pay anything. Actually, the government, this is another place where we need the government. The government is supposed to either subsidize or actually take that burden. In some countries, in the UK, for instance, there's massive subsidization for the screening of blood, basically. It costs a lot to screen anyways. So there's going to be massive investment by the government. But if the government is not doing that, or if the subsidy is not good enough, you would have to pay. It's for your own safety. Absolutely. And it is just screening fee, basically.
Not the blood itself.
It's good to know that, hospitals are not supposed to, collect money for blood, because I tell you what, hospitals, you pay for oxygen, you pay for blood, you pay for almost everything.
But I would also say that, because there's also a flip side to it, you need urgent blood right now, right? And then there are these touts going around the hospital, because it's somewhat a business that we are fighting with all our might. And no, please, Nigerians, if you come in mass and you donate, this would not exist. So there's these touts who are running, floating around, basically. And because you don't have someone who wants to freely donate for you, you're left with no choice but to approach these touts, basically, to say please, and then you give them money, basically.
Okay, and because of our time, quickly talk about tomorrow's event and how people can attend quickly.
Tomorrow's event is happening first of all, it's happening across the country, Akwa Ibom, Ebonyi, at different states. You can get the locations for those states on our Instagram page, 500 Lives Initiative, or on our website, the 500livesinitiative.com. But for Lagos State, we're having our event at JJT Park in Alausa, Lagos. It starts from 9 a.m. and it ends by 4 p.m. There are buses available for people at the following locations: Lascom, Lut, Unilag. Those 3 locations, and Yabatek. There's a whole lot of fun and games because we try to make it very interesting.
Who are those that can't come? At what age? The age bracket that's
18 to 65, basically.
18 to 65. You should be there.
Veronica, you should be there. But well done.
Doctor, dual certified medical doctor. Thank you so much for your time, and we wish you all the very best. Ria will be there tomorrow.
And you'll see me there tomorrow. I think we should all go rally around and support. It's a fantastic initiative.
That's where we have to wrap up the conversations.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, still ahead on TVC Breakfast, despite decades of advocacy, female voices in Nigerian governance remain limited. We will explore the systemic barriers and path to progress. All right, we'll now link up with Eshomomoy Modu and TJ Suadiri in our Abuja studio for FCT Brief. Good morning, guys. I hope you are willing to donate blood tomorrow, being World Blood Donation Day.
Veronica, it's Friday already. We are looking forward to rest. You're bringing in blood donations, but it's a good one. Anyone that is, able to donate is good to, donate. I believe Eshomomo should do that.
Yeah, thank God it's Friday. Nice to have you there, Veronica, and the rest of the team. Yeah, donating blood is a good one. Maybe we'll try that, TJ. Tomorrow is the day.
You have to feed me a lot of water and milk before that.
Don't worry, we'll handle that today.
Well, looking at what happened yesterday at the National Assembly and also the president's speech, a lot of reactions have trailed that, especially when he says he has dismissed all fears that the country will not move towards a one-party state. But of course, the doors still remain open to those that want to come into his party. Of course, he says it is his pleasure that the opposition find themselves in a disarray. I found that a bit funny.
Exactly. The interesting part was that the president yesterday decided to put on the 2 caps he has. One cap as the president and the statesman, and the other cap as the politician. Now, he spoke as a politician and said, look, you think I will help you fix your party? Every politician will think that way. There was a time the PDP had control of over 27 states. And they even said we're going to rule for the next 60 years. They didn't turn Nigeria into a one-party state. So if APC is having that play today, it's their game.
Being a Democrat,
exactly.
He has played opposition for so long. So he doesn't. I think he even finds pleasure when there's a bit of a competition because he has found himself. So he will not, shut the door on opposition parties.
The challenge is on the opposition parties
to
fix
put their house
your
in
game.
order.
Exactly, fix your game. You won't expect. He's not the leader of a pressure group. Exactly. He's the leader of a political party, and political parties want to win election. And one way you win election is to make sure that your opponent is weaker.
Exactly.
And so he's just doing that.
Well, it's a good one.
That is not the talk for today. So let's give you what we have today.
Yes. Good morning, Nigerians. Well, we'll jump straight into what we have today. Around the world and here at home, women are at home. Women remain vastly underrepresented in leadership roles across political and governance structures. This is despite accounting for nearly half of the population. But a change seems not only necessary, it is also possible. In parliaments, executive offices, and boardrooms, the gender gap persists. According to recent data from the International Interparliamentary Union, women just hold 26.7% of parliamentary seats globally, and in many developing nations, the number are even lower. But across the globe, a new generation of women is stepping up, challenging old norms and demanding equal representation.
However, challenges persist, from cultural stereotypes to political violence and limited access to campaign financing. But clearly, the path to closing the gender gap in governance is complex, but the momentum is building. The voices of women, long silenced or sidelined, are beginning to shape the policies of tomorrow. And as more societies embrace inclusive leadership, the message is becoming clear. When women lead, nations progress. For more on promoting women leadership in governance and politics, we have in the studio the CEO, TOS Group, Osasu Igbenedion Obuche. Thank you for coming on the program today.
Thank you both for having me, and
good to have you. I'm proud to the women.
Yes,
glad
power to Nigerian women.
TJ, you want to take the first shot?
All right. Well, as much as we say that, we're pushing for equality, gender equality, and, for women to have better representation, we still find challenges, in this space. A lot of women, yes, we have a lot of women being represented in some leadership roles, but they still find, it challenging, to hold these positions. Why is there still this gap, despite, our willingness to give women equal rights to represent?
Thank you for that brilliant question, TJ. I completely agree with you. Nigeria, unfortunately, ranks amongst the lowest when it comes to female representation in politics. We rank worse than countries like Afghanistan. So this is not only an abysmal representation of 50% of the population. We all know that women make up 50% of Nigeria's population, but yet in parliament we are less than 5%, right? So the issue here is structural, it's financial, it's cultural, and even legal. That is why in the 10th National Assembly, a solution has been preferred, which is called the Reserved Seats for Women's Bill. This bill seeks to increase the participation of women in politics, particularly in Parliament, by bringing one reserved seat per state and the FCT in both chambers. That's the Senate, that's 37 seats in the Senate, 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives, and 3 additional seats per state across the 36 states of the Federation for only women to contest. This does not stop women from contesting the traditional seats. It just increases the number of seats in Parliament so women can participate and reflect the voices of Nigerians. So this is a solution that is being currently discussed in the National Assembly.
But to some, they feel that, look, reserving particular seats for the women folk signifies that they are weak, they can't compete, so let's preserve certain positions. Do you share that thoughts with this group of people?
Of course not. Women are powerful, women are intelligent, and if the field was leveled, then women wouldn't need this. But unfortunately, right now, you see structural and systemic barriers that prevents women from emerging victorious, even when they possess the intellectual capacity, when they present the political stamina to be able to emerge victorious. It's both structural in the political parties at the primary level and at the general level as well. You see ballot box snatching, you see the power bags, the money bags come out and fight. You even see physical violence. So we need to start off this transformation by reserving these seats for women. And even when they do contest under these reserved seats, we're going to still be at less than 30% representation, which is not still reaching the global gender agenda, which is 35% affirmative action. So this is just a starting point. We're not asking for much. And I have to give kudos to the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, who proposed this bill alongside 12 others. And his not superior, because they're all colleagues, but the Speaker himself, who yesterday emphatically stated that the 10 10th National Assembly is fully in support of this bill. And by the grace of God, by December 2025, they will be able to churn out a piece of legislation that would be reflective of the Nigerian populace. So I really want to use this platform to commend the Right Honourable Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, the Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Kalu, and a host of others, even the Senate President and its leadership, who have thrown their full support behind this bill. We're very, very hopeful that this time around, because as you know, in the 8th Assembly, Biodun Olujimi had proposed it from Ekiti State, it failed. In the 9th Assembly, Right Honourable Speaker, then Femi Gbajabiamila, alongside Nkiruka, had proposed it as well and had failed. But this time around, what we've done differently is to focus on one thing, which is asking for these reserve seats. We're not conflating issues by bringing in independent candidacy and bringing in, a host of other issues. Our demands are very clear. We want additional seats in the National Assembly and in the state assemblies for women to contest, and that is it. Support us.
Well, it's good that you mentioned that, because I was going to come to that. The bill was introduced in the last Senate, and I think in the Senate before that, and, it didn't get the support it needed. It was thrown out, and that is, I'm talking about in the Constitution review, but I'm not really going to dwell on that. There's this sentiment that, women don't support themselves. Even when it comes to elections, we see a lot of women, they galvanize for elections, but you see them tilting towards the male folk. How are you correcting that mindset that women should also support themselves when they ever see any of their, folk in the ring?
I would like to emphatically declare that it is not true that women do not support women, right? It is an evil machination from some select group of society that keeps indoctrinating the minds of women that you guys don't support each other. Women are fully in support of other women who have the capacity, because we're not just saying support people because they're women or support people because they're men. Support people with capacity. And when women step up to the plate, they have a wide array of people supporting them. What we do see is money politics, where votes are being bought for cheap due to the poverty rate in the nation, right? So it's whoever pays the most. So we look to change that. And the reason the reserves bill, seats for women's bill is the solution is because it, at its barest minimum, gives you only women to vote for, right? So at the end of the day, under this bill, you can only vote for a woman with the reserve seats. So there's no male contesting against her.
So it's
right?
like a free way.
It's not tokenism, right? It's this ticket or this bill, when it's passed into law by the special grace of God, will actually ensure that women are campaigning across state. Because remember, the constituency for this bill is the entire state. So they have a lot of work to do. So it's not necessarily free or tokenism. It is a lot of work. However, it guarantees that there's a minimum number of women who are representing the Nigerian people in parliament. That's at the national and at the state level.
Okay, where do we place this, that it's a woman's world? Now, if it's the woman's world and it's not the man's world, why is it difficult for the women folk to be that assertive when it comes to election? Yeah, it's a good stuff that we're having this proposed bill that gives the affirmative action for women representation. But we're looking at 50%. Why is it that the women folk are not assertive? They have the money also. Why is it that you allow the men to beat you to the game and politics? Is it because the qualified women don't usually come out in elections? So when it comes to competition, the men seem to have the edge because those who are most qualified among the women folk don't present themselves.
I believe a lot of women with competence, with character, with integrity present themselves. But unfortunately, the system does not allow them to emerge victorious due to the violence, due to the money politics, due to cultural stereotypes and limitations, and generally due to the structure, due to the patriarchal system that we practice here in Nigeria, right? So when we talk about women, there isn't a lack of capacity. There isn't a lack of competence. There isn't a lack of character. We have them throughout all 6 geopolitical zones, in the south-south, in the southeast, in the southwest, in the north-central, in the northeast, in the northwest. You have women of character and competence. So the issue here is the systemic barrier that continues to hinder women from emerging victorious. And this is what this bill seeks to change. And with the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President, this is in conformity of what they claim to believe in. So we believe strongly that Mr. President, sooner than later, will throw his support behind this bill as well to ensure that there is a level playing field. I say all the time when I get a chance to discuss this, Mr. President has shown through the support of his wife, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, his support that he supports women who want to emerge victorious in politics. His wife was a senator, right? So it shows that he has a track record of supporting women who are brilliant, women who have the appetite for politics, and therefore he will throw his full support behind this bill. And when it gets to his desk, he will assent to it as president.
All right, we'll still discuss more on this, but we'll have a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere, there's more. After the break, stay with us.
Introducing the new Jig Sachet. Whitening your whites has never been more affordable. Now you can keep whites shining brighter and disinfect by killing 99.9% of germs on your floors and other surfaces. Just jig it with Jig Sachet.
We don't like to eat better, more nutritious meals, more veggies, but we want it tasty and easy too. Knorr Cubes, that's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, and garlic. And enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you and more delicious too. That's the cocoa. Let's give it some accolades. Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
Our major currency unit is the Naira, while the minor unit is the Kobo. They are both in notes and coins. The Naira is more than just a medium of exchange. It bears the images of our heroes. So, stop abusing the Naira. It is a criminal offense to spray the Naira at events. Stop stepping on the Naira. It's not your enemy. Do not squeeze, ruffle, or write on the Naira. Handling the Naira with dirty or oily hands can deface the Naira. Love the Naira as you love yourself. Be a real Nigerian.
This message was brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
We're glad to have you back. You're still watching FCT Brief, and we're still discussing women in leadership, and we still have with us in the studio a very pretty lady, Mrs. Osasu Igbenidium Oguchi. Well, it's still good to have you in our studio, and thank you for still shedding light on this very important topic. Now, before we went on the break, you were talking about a few barriers.
To have a piece of legislation that is backing you, then unfortunately we'll keep on repeating the same cycle. In Nigeria, if you look at our political trajectory, we haven't made a consistent increase or improvement in terms of the representation of women in parliament. It's always shuffled. Sometimes we have about 10%, sometimes in some assemblies it drops to 7%. As of today, we have only 14 women in the House of Representatives out of 360 members. In the Senate, we only have 4 women out of 109 members. It was better in the 9th Assembly, it was better in the 8th Assembly. So this state is actually very poor. So there are a lot of barriers, as you mentioned. They're structural, they're financial, they're cultural, but I think the legal aspect is the hurdle that we really need to scale through first before we can even go towards addressing the other aspects. And that's what the reserve seats for women's bill seeks to do.
Okay, that's one phrase I don't like people use, and it is that let's give them. And I ask, who are the let's give them? It's as if they have the power to distribute. Now let's talk about the capacity of the women. They say, what are you bringing to the table? Tell us, what is the capacity of the women, the capacity of Nigerian women in helping to rebuild Nigeria?
I tell people all the time, women are peace builders. Women are strategic thinkers. Women, as you can see from our private sector, are leading at the forefront. Our banking industry right now is led by predominantly women. Our fintech industry is also led by women. I was looking at the story of a young girl who created this app, Bamboo. I'm sure you guys know about the trading app. The co-founder is a woman in her early 30s, right? So women are leading at the forefront in so many different industries. Why not politics? Women are proven to have the capacity, as I've said before, and there's sometimes you hear the questions, yes, you're saying let's give them, is it tokenism? Do they have the capacity? I said, maybe we should start asking that about the male folk who occupy power today. If we ask those integral questions, then I think our nation would have developed a lot further than it is today. So competence and capacity is required from both sexes, right? The men need to have the capacity, so do the women. And what we are trying to do while simultaneously advocating for the passage of this bill is to continue to build on the already established capacity of women folk who intend to contest for office so that we can build this nation. Nigeria cannot continue to fly on just one wing. We cannot continue to fight and build with one hand tied behind our backs. That is what we are currently doing by excluding 50% of the population. We can't think strategically, we can't think creatively if we do not involve women in governance. So it's high time that we do this. The world is a global village. The world is evolving faster than you and I can even comprehend. With the advent of technology, with the infusion of AI in our everyday lives, we cannot afford to leave half of our population behind. By 2050, Africa will be the largest continent in the entire world. 1 in 3 Black people are Nigerians. Can we really afford not to involve women in politics and in governance and in decision making? I'll leave you to that to answer.
Well, some parties try to give women free nomination forms at the last election. Quite a very kind gesture, I must say. But aside this, did it go really far? And even if this does not work, what other support would you say political parties can also put in place to support the women just before this bill actually passes and is assented to?
We say thank you to the political parties who put that policy in place to either subsidize the cost of nomination forms, because we know they're astronomically high, right? So thank you to them. However, we can do more, right? Giving nomination forms to women, but still putting structural barriers where you've already decided who the candidates that would emerge is. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul and you're just, pretending, right? So why don't we create an opportunity, because women will still be contesting the general elections and the traditional seats. Why don't we ensure that we create more space in our political parties for women to come in, not just as women leaders, right? Not just as, for women positions, but they come in and participate fairly, right? So open up the space, create structures, create policies within your political parties for women to build with you. Political structures have traditionally been known as a boys' club. I think it would make do, and Mr. President, you alluded to it in your opening remarks, where Mr. President was saying that he does not want a one-party state. He's a Democrat. He encourages, all the political parties to build and to contest. So for the political parties who want to challenge, the incumbent political party in office, ensure that you allow women come and participate in your party to lead from the forefront. This is the only way that you're going to make any true progress.
Okay, let's take a look at this aspect, because politics is a trickish game. Now, it's possible that, a seat is reserved for the women folk, then the men behind the scene play the game to determine the type of woman that emerges. What are your own type of group or groups like yours doing to ensure that women that are assertive, not the yes sir type of women that can bring effective change into the system, are the ones that picks the ticket at the end of the day, not the one that some persons decide for them?
That's a very important point, and that's also another thing that we're looking at. That's why we're urging political parties now to put women who are competent within your party. Because remember, the way this is going to work when the Reserve Seats for Women's Bill becomes law by the special grace of God is that each political party is bringing forth their best candidate. The APC will bring forth, its best woman. The Labour Party, the PDP, the coalition government, all of them will bring forth the best person. They will then compete against each other. And by the grace of God, we're hoping that it's the best woman who will win that position. So it's very important that political parties now start to think strategically about how do we ensure we're fielding our best candidates so that we stand a chance at winning, across all these seats in the 36 states and in the FCT. So it's very important that we start to build now structurally, internally, that you're ensuring that you're welcoming of more women who have the intellect and the capacity to lead.
So what are organizations like yours doing about grassroots mobilization? Because as we all know, when it comes to election, the votes come more from the grassroots, and we have more of those women there. What is your group doing to reach out to these women, to educate them that, look, when you see a woman coming in, support her. Don't be moved by, financial inducements, or what is your organization doing in that regard?
Brilliant question. We all know politics is local. So organizations such as TOS Foundation and a host of others, you have Women in Politics, you have WIMBIZ, WIMPO, you have so many others who are mobilizing at the grassroots level. The League of Women Voters of Nigeria are also mobilizing. We're all going to marketplaces. In fact, the National Association of Market Women did a solidarity walk asking for the passage of this bill. So they're all hands-on, and they're speaking with each other, they're educating themselves, they're sensitizing their communities to ensure that when this bill passes into law, that all women, irrespective of age, irrespective of social class, are all coming out to support their women folk who have the competence and the capacity. And also the students. Young women across Nigeria are mobilizing themselves in mass to throw their support behind this bill, and also to educate their peers that this bill will transform the trajectory of our nation developmentally.
Now, when we speak about reforms in education, reforms in the health sector, the women folk tend to benefit more. Now, what type of reform? Because we're talking about grassroots mobilization. Now, if the women benefit from health care and they benefit from education, they'll be interested even in election because they know that, okay, there's something for me in the system. What kind of reforms would you also expect that government begin to introduce? Yeah, government is doing much, but they can do much more. What are those specific things that you feel that, look, let's touch this place in education, touch this thing in health care delivery, and let's have a better society? What are those things?
Interestingly, research shows that when women are on the decision-making table, when they do participate in governance and they can actually legislate for the general public, they focus on social amenities and social welfare that have to do with the improvement of education, health care, and the general well-being of society. So what we can expect when the Reserve Seats for Women's Bill becomes law is that women will legislate for the betterment of the general public. Social amenities will be improved, healthcare, such as healthcare, will be improved, education will be improved. This was proven in Rwanda. It was proven in Senegal. It was proven in South Africa. Ghana and Kenya are also implementing this. So there is a track record of when women lead, the nation rises. So this will also happen in Nigeria.
Well, there's also this growing concern that, when women tend to ascend to leadership roles, they tend to weaponize gender. And if you cast your mind back a little bit, you understand what I'm talking about. How do you, change this narrative and, make it more comfortable for people to accept women in leadership roles and not have that fear of them weaponizing gender, and know that it's just for the common good that the women also have a say when it comes to leadership roles and in terms of power?
I would have to throw the question back to you. What do you mean weaponizing gender?
Well, I don't know how to put that, but when I say weaponizing gender, in the sense that maybe you accuse the men or maybe play mind games on the men. I don't want to sound offensive, but I believe you understand what I'm talking about.
Okay. I would say just because we're national TV, I'll say that's total BS. That's bollocks. Women don't do that. I think a subset of people are threatened by women folk, right? As I said earlier, it's been a boys' club for so long, and opening it up to a different set of people can be a bit threatening. But I want to assure our male folk, do not be threatened by women entering into politics and into the decision-making table. We can only enrich the quality of your decisions and make Nigeria a better place.
Yeah, I know there's that support that, and you're positive that it will be passed by the 10th National Assembly. Assuming the 10th National Assembly is moving against it like they did in the 8th and the 9th, what are groups like yours going to do if the National Assembly eventually is turning their back? Because there might be groups that are also mobilizing, this thing must not be passed and all that. What do you want to do?
Thankfully, we're doing a lot of advocacy. It's hard work. We are not yet at Uhuru, as the Right Honourable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Sajudeen Abbas, said yesterday, that we still have a lot of work to do. However, the leadership is in support of it. I think we've also seen that there's a critical need for it, right? We've seen when women ascend into power, when they shatter specific glass ceilings, there have been a lot of progress. There have been a lot of dividends trickled down to the poorest of the poor in our society. So we want to replicate that until it becomes critical mass. So as of today, I can categorically say to you that the National Assembly is behind it. And I'm the type of person, I don't plan for plan B. I don't plan for failure. I'm one-track minded. We are going to succeed. We are all going to mobilize ourselves. The media, both of you are going to become ambassadors of this bill, and all hands will be on deck to ensure that this becomes law.
Well, let's talk about empowering women to the future. Currently, girls contribute to the highest number of out-of-school children as we have it here in Nigeria. So how are we tackling this to ensure that our future is more secure, especially for the women?
That's a brilliant question. At TOS Foundation, I'll speak specifically about the foundation I run. We focus on women and girls. Our core focus actually is giving women startup capital.
The Inspector General of Police has met with senior officers to review the state of security. We are continuing our coverage.
You know, these are girls who have yearned for quality education, and all they needed was a helping hand. And we've been able to provide that to them. And we believe that education is critical for the development of our nation. So there are other foundations like mine who are doing a lot. And we just need to couple, you know, the work that we're doing with those in government, with the policies of government, to ensure that we're able to scale these programs to reach, all the corners of Nigeria. Because education is critical. And not just education in the traditional sense, but education to lead in a global world, right, is what is needed as of today. So we're empowering our girls with the tools that are needed, that they could yearn for leadership tomorrow, and they'll have the competence and the capacity to do so.
Wow, Mrs. Osasu Ibinidium Ubuche, it's quite a pleasure speaking with you this morning. I must say I really, really enjoyed the conversation, not because I'm a woman, but because you made a lot of very strong points, and I must commend you for that. Thank you so much for your time with us on the program this morning.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both so much. I truly appreciate you both. And remember, you're ambassadors of the Reserve Seats for Women's Bill.
Of course.
Definitely.
You recruited us now. Well, that's what we have for you today on TVC Breakfast, FCT Brief. We'll now hand you over to our Lagos studio where Veronica and the rest of the crew are standing by to continue with the rest of the show. Veronica, I believe you must be proud with the conversation that we had this morning.
Absolutely, and I couldn't just not hold back looking at the pretty Mrs. Ogucha in the studio there. She was also speaking facts, but thank you for having that conversation.
Exactly.
All right, back in Lagos, it's time now for stories that are trending now, and Olamide Odekunle is standing by to bring us up to speed.
Good morning, team. How are you doing?
Very well.
I missed you very much yesterday.
Yes, I missed you actually, but I enjoyed your report. So
Thank you very much.
It was beautiful. I loved it. For me, it was the high point of yesterday's program.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed it. I tell you, it's not easy reporting in Ojota. I tell you now. But I had a good time. And
we actually enjoyed it. We did it.
Yeah. I've got some good stories for you guys. I'll take it away. Good morning, Nigeria. As always, here on TVC, we have a finger on the pulse and our eye on the streets. And we do our best to bring you trending stories, indeed from Nigeria and across the globe, in order to have some decent, interesting, and hopefully productive dialogue about these stories. In our first development, President Bola Tinubu has called on security agencies to respect Nigerians' right to free speech, saying that critics must not be hounded for expressing their views. Now, speaking during his Democracy Day address at the National Assembly complex yesterday, the president issued a clear directive to security agencies. He says critics must not be hounded for expressing dissent or analyses of his office. By addressing these criticisms head-on, President Bola Tinubu sought to assure the press and the wider public that their free expression remains protected under his leadership. And he stressed that democracy thrives on dialogue and not suppression. I love the president's address in that part where he said, you know, you can write a bad report about me. That is fine. There's been a lot of sentiment. People say, oh, the press is not free. But the president has come out now to say, make your report, write your report. There is freedom of speech. This is still a democracy. And so I love that he came to clear that up on camera. Let's take a look at social media. The best leaders are always open to critique and getting better. At PhD Fact says, he also said it in the New Year's message to governors. He said, let me take the blame, the abuses, and you take the applause and the glory. All Artificial ABAT was concerned with is development and prosperity across our sub-national. Let's take a look at two more tweets. At Joseph Khan says, this is the first time I find myself in agreement with the president. At Police, I hope you've taken note of his recent remarks. People should be allowed to express their dissatisfaction with politicians. Please stop attempting to suppress free speech. Interesting. That is a timely address by the president in regards to the press. I hope you guys are hearing. Good journalism starts with being honest. In our next story, as we round up celebrations of Democracy Day, some news about Nigeria's not-so-democratic past is trending online. An explosive interview has resurfaced featuring Harold Smith, an Englishman who served in Nigeria during the final years of colonial rule. Now, Smith joined the British Colonial Service in 1954 and was posted to Lagos in 1955. And he worked in the Ministry of Labour under the administration of the Governor General James Robertson. In this interview that's now resurfaced, he makes startling claims, alleging that the British government blackmailed Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe into cooperating with their agenda in exchange for being made Nigeria's first president. Take a look at this short clip.
All the politicians' phones were tapped. All the politicians' mail was opened. Everything that any major politician did in Nigeria, we knew in hours. We watched. We knew all that was going on.
Are you saying, in essence, that Dr. Azikiwe took money?
He was blackmailed by the British to do our bidding. We told Dr. Azikiwe that he could go to prison if an inquiry was carried out into his bank and his financial circumstances.
Now, if these revelations made by Harold Smith are true, they of course raise serious questions about the integrity of Nigeria's path to independence and the extent of British influence on our early political leadership. If our past leaders were installed based on British interests as opposed to the will of the people, it does raise serious questions about the concept of democracy, as we discussed yesterday. We have discussed several times about the effects of neocolonialism in Nigeria. A lot of people say that the ethnic tensions and the regional imbalances and division that we face is as a result of colonial interests and colonial forces that were put in place. And so, as we saw yesterday, it's important to look at history in order to better look forward. Let's take a look at social media. At Indubrisi Mba says, how do you come to this conclusion that Azikiwe was not a good person because of this? You clearly heard the man say that they tapped all our politicians' phones and mails and that he was blackmailed to do their bidding, that he loathed northern politicians at the time. Or is there something else? We'll take another 2 tweets. At Ifeanyi Alex says, this is a problem with having a compromised individual in the helm of an affair. He will be a pawn in the hand of the West. We have never really had a nation. And finally, let's see the final submission. Matthew Afolabi says, a president who is willing to take Nigeria out of foreign control will need to be incredibly smart and have incredible power support from Nigerian citizens. That is the only way to a free Nigeria. We'll go on a short break right now, and the moment we're back, we have some more trending stories here on TVC Breakfast for you.
Big day ahead.
Delicious Ovaltine, smart choice for smart kids.
We don't like to eat better, more nutritious meals, more veggies, but we want it tasty and easy too. Knorr cubes, that's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, and garlic, and enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you and more delicious too. That's the cocoa. Let's give it some accolades. Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
Hello there and welcome back. We are still talking about stories that are trending in Nigeria and across the world here on the TVC Breakfast Show. In another development, a female student at the Ogun State Institute of Technology, Igbesa, formerly Gateway Polytechnic, Igbesa, has been severely beaten by her fellow students over accusations of snatching a boyfriend. In a disturbing video that went viral earlier this week, several female students were seen flogging the victim with thick canes. In this video that you're seeing, the attackers were openly claiming that their mothers were aware of their actions, and they insisted that they didn't care who the victim involved or reported the case to. This is so flagrant. Now, this victim was left, as you can see, with visible injuries to her back, her body, and her head. Now, despite some students pleading with one of the attackers, identified as a woman called Lolade, to stop the assault, she refused and stated that this beating was intended to indeed teach her a lesson. As you can see, this was very vicious. Now, reacting to the incident, the Ogun State Police Command has confirmed that they have indeed launched an investigation. And in a statement on X, the command revealed that the Igbesa Divisional Police Officer has now taken over this case. This video is very harrowing, as you can see. Look at the bruises on that young lady. Let's take a look at social media. This is a tweet from the Ogun State Police Command's X page. They said, the Ogun State Police Command is on top of the situation and the DPO Igbesa has taken charge of the case. We would like to see a follow-up. We'll take another tweet. At Mudawe says, thanks for your prompt response. When the police NG respond to issues like this, it will surely bring back the lost trust between the people and the force. Some of these girls that lack proper home training need discipline. Keep up the good work and response time always. But we do need a follow-up. Now, team, this is very interesting. While we discuss the dividends and the effects of democracy in the country, while there's bloodshed in places like Benue and other parts of Nigeria, some girls' biggest problem is snatching boyfriend.
Right, first question is that why they went to school? You know, you went to school to have an education, or maybe that is their brand of education. That is very callous. I'm happy that the police is on it. I believe arrests have been made, especially this girl, this dark girl that seems to be, her blood was boiling. She wanted to do more and so on. Maybe she should be put in a cell for a while to cool off before they start doing anything they want to do. And going back to the Azikiwe story, my question is, why do these men have to come tell us the truth when they are in their 80s? We've had so many, we've had quite a few of them. The guy that injected Bob Marley with whatever, he came out and confessed at that same age, unfortunately.
Picking it up from there, it's sad that we're hearing these things now, and it is true that the British influenced our democracy one way or the other, our independence, the decision made by some of our leaders. It was said that we were not prepared at the time when we became independent because they were pushing for Nigeria to become independent and all of the interest they had. But I'll leave it there. Now for the story of the girls. It's a shame that a fellow lady is doing this to her lady. Where's the so-called boyfriend that cheated on you with another lady? That's the person you should confront and not the lady in question. So you should go face the guy who did this to you. It's sad that at this stage of your life, it is a man you're fighting for, as against fighting for your rights, fighting for education, better education, fighting for the standards of better living for yourself and improving on the status of your life so that you can help other young girls and your family. This is what you are looking forward to doing with your life. It's sad.
Very shameful, I must say, and I hope the authorities really put her to book. I say once you fight over a man, the man was never yours, or the man is not supposed to be yours. And I'm sure the men on the table, you know, they agree with me. And you should be beating the man. Olamide, I don't understand it. And men on the table too, let me bring this to you. I don't understand it why a man would cheat and the woman would go and beat the girl. Why not beat the man? The man carried himself to the girl. And you cannot snatch a man. A man that wants to be snatched will be snatched. If a man doesn't want to be snatched, nobody can snatch him. So I hate that ideology. Nelson, is it possible? If you have a girlfriend, no wait, exactly. Okay, let me ask Nelson. If you have a girlfriend, you tell me that somebody can snatch you from your girlfriend. You wanted to be snatched. So I think that we need to reform ourselves when it comes to things like this. And also, let me go to the president where he spoke about freedom of speech. I love it. I love the fact that he's willing to take criticism and he's allowing us as journalists to do our job. That's really beautiful.
The president has always never been averse to criticism. But you know that question where you ask me, if you ask me,
Nelson,
right. However, it's really sad to see teenage girls, because that's what I would sum them to be, snowball into such an act. The police say they are on top of this. There is absolutely nothing here to investigate. Oga Police, this is what you people should do. Line those girls who flogged that girl, flog them very well. When you're done flogging them, then we can now investigate what led to the flogging. Because you can't do that to somebody and expect to be English to be banded. No, we don't speak English on this, but we flog you too. You receive the flogging. Then we can start having other kinds of conversation. I mean, because some of these things, sometimes we treat matters with kid gloves, and that's what empowers other people to continue doing the same thing. If they are flogged publicly, another person will not do it. Some other time we'll see acid being poured. No, we pour you acid back. If we do like that, you won't do it now.
This one is the law of an eye for an eye.
Exactly.
And you see the girl, she just sat there quiet. It's so sad. It's really, really sad.
Honestly, I can't help but think about the fact that man, the boyfriend,
and the man, guess what? He may be somewhere cheating.
I'm sorry this happened to you.
He may be somewhere cheating again.
But do you know one thing that we're also not talking about is those boys there that were filming. Are you not supposed to? If the lady was your sister, would you sit there and be looking at what's happening?
Yeah, I agree.
I hope that their focus changes from men to more important and pertinent issues. I'm going to snatch myself back to the rest of the Moving on in another development, a feel-good video of a young Nigerian woman who has transformed the lives of her parents is going viral for all the right reasons. Now, this woman, who's a tailor by profession, is being praised online after moving her aging parents from what many would call the trenches into a newly furnished home. Her act of love and gratitude has, of course, touched many people, especially as young Nigerians continue to redefine success, family values, and attempt to escape generational poverty. This moment is, of course, not just about a house or a new life. It's about honoring our roots. It's about rewriting the narrative of our families and showing that there is dignity in labor. I'm going to take a look at social media. This video you're seeing right now is so beautiful, honestly. Let's take a look at social media. When we talk about economic empowerment, when we talk about breaking generational curses and building generational wealth, this is a typical example, and it's wonderful to watch. And Emisoft says, Emisoft, you're a hater. Emisoft says, just a quick question. God forbid, what if something happens to the source of our finances? Can the parents pay the rent comfortably? Who told you should not buy the house? Let's move on. As Captain Olusegun says, doing this for your parents doesn't require a camera. And finally, This is some comments from TikTok. One user says, after they will say daughters no get value. And another user says, a lot of girls uplift their homes, but the parents will still value the boys more. Interesting. Moving on, still on young Nigerian women. As many young Nigerian women now supplement their husbands' incomes with the businesses and creative skills, one young tailor is facing heavy criticism online for her reaction to a sewing machine gift from her husband. In the now viral video, the woman is seen thanking her husband with a lot of emotion and outpouring that many online users have called over the top and archaic, given the nature of the gift. But in a world where Lamborghinis and houses are increasingly seen as standard spousal gifts, should we still appreciate the little things like this? And more importantly, who decides what counts as little? Take a look at the video.
Hey! Oh my God! Thank you, Jesus! Yeah. Am I seeing? Oh, gosh! I thank you. Hallelujah! 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 Hallelujah!
Now, in later parts of the video, for a lack of time, we couldn't play it, but she proceeded to pray for her husband very fervently for about 5 more minutes, speaking over him in Yoruba, in tongues, in incantations, and it was very beautiful to watch. Before I hand over to my team, I'd like you guys to please chime in on the conversation with the hashtag TrendingNowTVC on any social media platform of your choice. I promise you that we are listening. Now, moving on, team, moving on to this story about the tailor. You must be wondering, why is she getting so much criticism? Well, she is. A lot of people online are bashing her and saying, why are you kneeling down thanking a man for a sewing machine gift in this day and age? Is it this? Is it? People are really, really coming for. And I have to take this story to talk about, the concept of gift giving. And are we now societally conditioned to see grand gestures as cars as the things that truly matter? Because to me, this is a wonderful gift. It's financial empowerment.
All those people that are criticizing her for showing so much happiness and praying for her husband cannot give gifts. They themselves cannot give gifts. And the way she appreciated the gift shows that she had actually really wanted this. Look, what is important is when something comes at the right time. I might need 10,000 naira so desperately now. You don't give it to me. 2 days later, you give me 100,000. It really doesn't matter. But for this lady, that is the way to go. I'll encourage other women to behave like her. When you get a gift, please appreciate it as much as you can. And for the young girl that changed the level of her parents, she remembered everything, all the sacrifices her parents had gone through for her, and quite a few. We don't have enough children remembering that now. So that's right. I really commend her. However, if I do stuff like that personally, I wouldn't put it on camera.
Well, choice. And it's also a lesson for others who may have forgotten their families. Perhaps that's what she wants to teach others to learn. The fact that from grace to grace, it's possible. That's the spirit I'm seeing that she's trying to portray there. Yeah. The fact that she remembered her family, she did not forget them. They trained her up in the way she should go, and here they are reaping from the benefit of training her in the direction she should go. And I just hope that God keeps her and her family, and she will not lose her source of income, like one tweet said. Now to the matters of the other story, talking about the sewing machine. A lot of persons that are criticizing this person do not understand what marriage is about. They do not understand what giving is about. They have a sense of entitlement. That is why some of them may not be getting gifts, because you do not know how to appreciate people. In the kind of economy that we are in, someone decided to buy a designer sewing machine for his wife. She knows how hard the husband works, and she's appreciating him. Are you her husband? Are you in her home? What is your business? I thank my husband the way I choose to, no matter how little he does anything for me, no matter how little it may seem. I appreciate him because I know the effort he takes for him to do whatever it is. He can choose not to do it, but he decided he wants to do it. And it is good to appreciate people, whether they are your husband, your family, whatever it is. We should stop taking people for granted.
Okay, so I believe that once I speak, the team is going to really disagree with me. But wait, let me say something on that meeting. Let me speak first.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I think that maybe she's been looking forward to the sewing machine and he bought it for her and she's appreciating him. But, you know, personally, no. I know that Veronica is waiting. I feel like the level of the gift is the level of my appreciation.
That's right.
That's what I think. But then, let me move on.
Let me move on. You'd have typed
you don't want to be burned
Let me move on to the next story. The girl that did that for her mom is really beautiful. You know, if you know me really well, you know that I have from a grass to grace story. So I understand, you know, what she's done. And I think it's a fantastic one. You guys don't kill me. But give me something good and I will appreciate you good. You know?
What is good? Please define good.
Good
Should I start?
Yes.
The first thing I want to say is that, look, social media is real or fake conversations in this sense. The people who are saying this about her are actually not like that. If that comes to them, they'll be grateful. Sometimes wrong narratives are driven on social media just for traction and for, you know, cloud conversations. Bandwagon. So it's not really the main deal. So you see that and you think it's a small matter. No. Now, we are all at different financial levels. If that's what our husband could afford, okay, let's say our husband is a billionaire and then buys that. Now we can start to.
That's what I'm saying.
So that's why Veronica said you are not her husband. You're not in her home. That's their level. And he bought that for his wife. You look at that house. Does that look like a mansion to you?
But he was supposed to, as a man, you're supposed to provide for your wife. So
which he has. Okay. And the woman is showing it to the husband.
Yes.
Now, on the other hand, whether it's a man to woman, man to woman, the bottom line is once a gift is given to you, be grateful. That's all.
Even if he's the husband and should provide, he did what he's supposed to do and she thanked him. There's nothing wrong with that.
Maria is saying, give me a Benz next time.
Oh
anyway, this is where we have to wrap things up on the program for today. Let's let you know that the views and reactions of all our resource persons and those on this table are theirs and have no connection with TVC News. We'll see you again tomorrow, but with a different cue. Do stay safe. Bye.
My name is Xavier Masi. They call me Saviola, and I'm from Akwa Ibom. And I'm an artist, a muralist. My journey started from when I was in school, studying at Yabatech, studying civil engineering, to be an architecture. So it all started from then, and I grew in the whole process, self-taught artist, and just trying to find my way to always deliver art and all that. It gives me more drive to just keep pushing every day by day. And art has always been my means of survival, pays my bread, takes care of my bills and stuff. And I just keep learning every day, improving, creating every day. And regardless of what challenge and opportunities I have in front of me. When I dropped out of school, my dad just retired at that period, and a lot of family issues. So I knew for a moment that there was no other means of survival. I cannot be trying to go back to school again and be doing what I actually don't like, because creative and art has always been my thing. So, and when I started making sales and trying to push my business with my guys back then in school, I just found found out within myself that this is what I want to do. So ever since then, I've been striving, I've been pushing myself. You know, I've just tried myself to push myself further. I started this with nothing. Like I left my mom's house and all with nothing, just my clothes, and moving from friends, squatting, sleeping on the floor, to whereby I can pay my own bills, pay my house rent. So my first gig was around 2019. Although I've been making art sales on different types of items, like I used to create beads, pendant beads. You know, I sell them and design T-shirts and all that. You know, this was what I was using to survive back then. But my first mural gig was around Ogun State. If I can remember, 2019. That was when I knew, okay, although I've already, right from when I started, I knew this is what I want to do. So when it came, I just did my thing. Just keep having different customers and we're pushing. And I've built myself. I've actually trained some people because I don't have a physical shop. I work from home. So I didn't let that be like a distraction or like a stumbling block. So I make use of what I have and try to deliver as much as I can. So I've employed so many artists, even colleagues of mine. I've given opportunities to some people, and some people are actually working with me. It's still a means of opportunity, because at the end of the day, we all cannot do it all by ourselves. The aim is to get a bigger structure, a bigger place where people can feel comfortable. Creative people can feel comfortable to come, learn, you know, and connect.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news. Stay ahead with the biggest news stories. Go beyond the news headlines. Experience impactful investigations. Enjoy resourceful news coverage in real time. TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. Live every day on this channel. TVC News, first with breaking news.
It's Friday on Your View. Welcome to the show. I am Morayo Afolabi Brown. As always, I have the ladies with me. Hello, Toko Makodige. I love this your outfit. I wanted to say since morning.
Thank you.
Really gorgeous.
Thank you so much. This week is Infertility Awareness Week. And since I'm still raising money for the Funding 40 Families Initiative, by Sunday, the first 10 people, they're already informed, they would be going to start their treatment, but we only have funds for those first 10. We don't have for the remaining 30. And so two things, we're still raising funds is on my social media page. I post about it almost every day. And the truth is, sometimes I feel like, should I still continue there? Somebody will just send 120K or send 100K. I'll be like, okay, I'll still continue posting it. Then two, please, put a word of prayer for those that you know are going through infertility around you, and don't ask too many questions, because they get these questions a lot. So I know that you really, really love the person around you that has not had a child, but you know, just a word of prayer is more important than that interrogation of, have you tried IVF? Have you tried, are you doing surrogacy? Don't you think you should do adoption? please, if you don't have that kind of relationship with the person, don't just throw advice on someone going through infertility. It's a very emotional and personal journey, and what they need more important is your prayers. Thank you.
Okay. Ramatu?
I'm doing well, nothing much. I'm just grateful, and we're just still there producing. We're selling our groundnut kulikuli oil, our fonio acha, and then our spices. We're just there producing and selling.
I hope you know that